All right. I mentioned the video. I'm going to play that one. I'll move away from this South African thing. This, I think, is actually the apps that we're going to end this conversation about South Africa on this note. One man, in-game mind, create story for South Africans to change their origin story. There's a video of an Igbo king, talking about trying to change the origin story of your Bible. But this one was even telling us that they were there before, which is ridiculous. But this one is going beyond that to tell them how they got to South Africa, to tell them who they are as a people. Take a listen to this, please.
What does Zulu mean to you? What does the word Amazulu to say?
Zulu is a name, like I told you, the father of Zulu, which is Nkosinkulu Malandela. He had two sons. He named one Zulu and named one Kwabe. So if you ask me now what is the meaning, we should be asking the father that gave birth to them.
But you said Tina Amazulu, we're from Nigeria, and I'm saying to you is, what does Zulu mean? Zulu has a very specific name. What does it mean?
Hello, are you still here?
Yes, I'm still here.
Yes.
I'm saying to you, since you said Tina
Yeah.
we're from Nigeria,
So
what does the word Zulu mean?
We are, because I use Zulu now. If I use Nkulumalo, you might not know what I'm talking about. I use Zulu because it's what we use now. We know now. All right, but your progenitor, the ancestry of Zulu, where Zulu came from at the later stage, the Nkulumalo that was banished in Igbo land for wrong deed. He then went to the Bantu. First place he belonged to was Bantu tribe of Kolo.
But my question to you is, what does Zulu mean? That's what
you can't ask me what it means, because
I can. You're saying we're from Nigeria.
You can as well ask me. You can as well ask me what does Nkosinkulu mean. Or what does I am telling you the meaning of Nkulumal. I've told you the one that related to Igbo is the one that can tell you what it means. Nkulumal, of which you come that side and corrupted it to Kumal. That is the linkage. So the Zulu was the child he gave birth at later stage. There were so many kings before the father of Zulu was born. Before Zulu was.
I don't think you understand my question.
But at the very same time, don't try too hard, man. Don't try too hard. No, sometimes when you try too hard, you become fake sometimes. Because people, when they come and say, no, I've done this, and I came up with this research, you look at the person and you say, is this person for real? Am I talking to human here, or maybe some kind of AI? I don't know sometimes. You know, some people are delusional in such a way that they even forget that they are human themselves. Let's actually come up with facts and not claim things that we do are factual. When you come up with a discovery, if you are doing research, where is the paper that you actually writing this? Where you can't even tell us about the sources. You can't even reference whatever you're saying. You just come up with these are facts.
Yes.
Why did you just say, according to this and that,
there was
paper, according to this.
Wait, there was a guest before you, of which they have made social observation, of which I accepted.
That guest with
because I'm bound to correction, to be corrected. It's fine. I'm okay. But
yeah, you look a little bit matured, but I don't understand. You look matured, so I'm worried where you are actually pushing this narrative. So I really am so worried. So when I look at you and say this guy is matured, he cannot be sort of coming up with such kind of. But when I ask you questions, you find it very difficult to answer even a single question. So it becomes, worrisome. But anyway,
all right.
Thanks for the That's one, but be careful not to confuse people who are already confused, man. Don't confuse people beyond confusion.
No problem. Okay, thank you for talking about it.
Uncle Malo used to live in Aba. He now traveled all the way to South Africa. He now became Zulu. He did the beat people that change their life story, eh? But that's the man's idea of the origin of other people. They tell them their own story, say their great-grandfather did something wrong in Igbo land. He was now excommunicated or banished. He now waka all the way to South Africa, became was Nkulumalo, now became Zulu. If they beat people now, they will start saying that those people are xenophobic. But as we wrap up this thing, I just want to very funny. I want to calm down a bit and also allow you guys to laugh for a bit and then move on to other things. Take a listen to some Kilama Police, check comment in the chat, but they were serious, to be honest, but it sounds very funny to me. Take a listen, please.
The first time I told the people that the Igbo people get back to Japan, they said I am crazy. I shut my mouth. Later, Japanese government said they are interested, I have to come. Because when I got there, I am going to show them why the Japanese answer names like Obuejofo, Ndozeka. The Japanese. Yes. The woman named called who gave birth to Europa. Europa, the one that ruled Europe. Yeah,
Europa, okay.
Yeah. Europa is the woman's name. The grandmother's name. The woman named called who gave birth to Europa. Europa, the one that ruled Europe. Yeah,
Europa, okay.
Yeah. Europa is the woman's name. The grandmother's name. You ask anybody. The name America is an Igbo name. America. The real meaning is America. Ask anybody, the founder of America is a black. No matter what is taking place today, and that will take us back. You know the English people say civilization started in Africa. Yes, it started here. The capital of something of draw the word map, the Portuguese. Fernando Dopo. Fernando Dopo. That's the name. Yes, if I get it correctly. Go and check the first person that drew the word map. So Biafra was in Nama. Are you asking me? I said, go and this is what I'm saying is I'm talking to the public. Now Biafra was the kingdom was the capital of so many kingdoms on earth as an anthem. Not a New Yam festival. It is to mark the killing of our Lord Jesus Christ, Emmanuel. He was crucified right here in Owerri, where not a New Year festival. It is to mark the killing of our Lord Jesus Christ, Emmanuel. He was crucified right here in Owerri, where at the skull shrine of the abomination of the district. But we know you work with your father. The father was called Onyo Jason Afo Joseph. And they had a shop on this Ekonwa Street here. You call it Ekonwa Street, but the correct thing is Eke Ono Wa Osisi. Eke Ono Wa Osisi. The marketplace, the Eke marketplace where he split wood, because he had a shop at the junction of Ekonwa and Ihenacho Street. That whole area is called Orugunjemanze, that's what it's called. Orugunjemanze, that is not correctly called, is the...
All of you that are laughing in the comment section, you will learn history today. Jesus has a shop in Owerri, he was splitting wood. Emma, can you see there? If like this, I'm sorry, say, ha. we learn history. You don't know, we learn history. We don't know history, so we must learn history. That one is, so we bet America, we bet Fernando Po, we bet America, we bet Europa, we bet Japan. Now, just from Owerri. And also, the Zulu people are from Igbo land. There's another one, I've played it here before, so we're just having fun. I'm going to get into serious things later, but it's important to learn history from these clowns. This one's from Egypt. Take a listen.
Yes, you will see that the 360 pharaohs, we call them in Igbo, Feroha, your worship of the people. We are all Ibos. They were the people who built the pyramids. They were the people who invented writing. They were the people who invented the battery circuits. I show it in the book. I actually show typical battery circuits which were invented then. I actually show the aeroplane with perfect tetrahedral structure, which has been tested by companies like Lockheed Martin. The models, they have been put in a wind tunnel and they fly. So that means even today's technology, even with the today's technology, the engineers have not even achieved this level of perfection as we speak. So most Israel, the pharaohs, the people known as Carthaginians, and then some of them are known as Phoenicians. We are actually rewriting.
People are living now as Israel now, but the original Israel is here. I told you, go and do your research. Since the creation of the world, yes, this place you are living has never been destroyed.
So I need to go now. So Jesus is a Nigerian.
Yeah, Jesus is a Nigerian.
So which part of Nigeria?
From Igbo. I'm from Igbo.
Which part of Igbo?
Imo State.
Imo State.
Imo State. What? Imo is that Mbocho Odaram Bochimbise.
Oh, okay.
Odaram Bochimbise. Imo State.
So it's good to hear Jesus is from Nigeria. And Jesus is coming back to you. You are Virgin Mary. You are Jesus.
Oh, Jesus. Jesus, God is from Nigeria. And the mother of Jesus. And the mother of Jesus, God have made me to know that I'm the mother of Jesus. This celebration has been coming to me since 2015. I've gotten several revelations about it.
Jesus is from Nigeria.
Well, Jesus was coming through me over 2 times.
Oh, through you?
Through me, yes. This is the Virgin Mary.
You were the Virgin Mary?
Yes, according to the revelation I'm getting, it made me to know that I was the Virgin Mary.
Oh.
And Jesus is coming through me again in this earth.
Oh.
This time. Okay. Jesus is going to reincarnate.
Through you?
Through me, by the grace and mercy of God and the will of God. That's what God has given me to do.
Oh, okay.
And he will come here and be born here. And the way
paid homage to the ancestral and ancient home of the Igbo nation and Biafra in general. Behind me is where we call Obugad, the all-popular Obugad, the ancestral and ancient home of the patriarch of the entire Igbo nation.
Israel is here back home. Is here back
So all this is what are Ibos eating that is affect? You're asking me, go and meet the first person that wrote the book, Fernando Po. Go and verify. Ask anybody, you know they use that thing a lot. Ask anybody. Even Bishop uses it. Say, ask anybody. It's enough. Anyway, my advice is that the folks who are more educated, it's not even educated, well, who are, by the way, by education, I don't mean the ones that went to school. Just because you have degrees doesn't mean that you know how to, function properly. People are just, these ones are telling you about Jesus having a shop in a way. You see how they speak English? The one where they say Jesus, they do battery. I'm sorry. Now it's a Bivero, and then they do battery and aeroplane. Not English they speak. People say they go school now. Some of that kind of education they talk. People they go school. People that are better educated, that are more about facts, right, and historical facts and truth, right, and sanity should speak up in Igbo society so that more people will calm down, and then we can have. I'm looking at this one is always very funny to me. And it's got people that are speaking on the in the background. And I said, "Don't do." I'm sorry, guys. Just please oblige me. I mean, indulge me. Indulge me, please. He's asking on that. That's a Jesus, my brain won't blow. I tell you, they make me laugh.
So many kingdoms as at that time. Go and ask the first person that was able to draw the world map, a Portuguese, Fernando Doco. Fernando Dopo, that's the name. Yes, if I get it correctly. Go and check the first person that wrote the world map. So Biafra was in Nama. Asking me, I said, go and this I'm saying is I'm talking to the public. Now Biafra was the kingdom was the capital of so many kingdoms on earth. Please.
Jimmy, just 2 more videos. I want to actually listen. There's something I want to connect. We see it now.
The name America is an Igbo name. America is an Igbo name. The real meaning is America. Ask anybody. The founder of America is a black. No matter what is taking place today, and that will take us back. You will say the civilization started in Africa. Yes, it started here. So go and ask anybody what my business is. And everybody I even study. If you go and read what I studied in Harvard is market to market management. I'm marketing, and I'm a distributor. And go and ask Uncle in Nigeria. Ask other people.
Go and ask everybody.
I just like that. Go and ask anybody. You see it everywhere. Go and ask people what they make this up. Go and ask. You will not ask. Go and verify. Anyway, let's move on to other things. Is a distributor. I mean, the mind is a distributor of all kinds of things. Go and verify. All right.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for being here. Do not have to go and ask anybody. We're all here, so we're going to ask ourselves. A delight to be hosting you this evening. Thank you so much for being here this beautiful Tuesday evening. Hope you're having a wonderful day, and thanks to those in the comment section. I'll be reading your comments, and apparently we're all learning crazy history together from such people. You only learn crazy history, how one ethnicity, they were the kings of Egypt, Phoenicians, Carthaginians, they were the pharaohs, they were the ones who developed stuff and then developed batteries and aeroplanes. I said it before, I'll say it one more time before we get started with today's session. There is something that I'm using this platform to really plead. I'm pleading with the president on behalf of certain people. There's a particular thing I'm doing that for. and that is the promise that President Buhari made to the Southeast. He promised he was going to establish 15 mental health hotspots. That's very big English for psychiatric hospitals across Southeast. 15 of them, 3 in each state. That's 1 per senatorial district across the Southeast. It's important that that is done by President Tinubu. There's a major problem. The entire ethnicity is from everywhere. What it means is that they are from nowhere. It's not like they're not. It's not like they don't have any source. It's just that they don't like the real story. You're Japan, you're Americanka, you're Europa. See, all of these things. I think the reason I even had that conversation was because at the time they were beginning to move. I mean, not beginning, to be honest. They were resuscitating the stupid narrative of coming from Ife or owning Ife, which of course is the source of Europe, of the world, but of course in this particular context, the source of Yoruba people. So when people go for your source like that, you want to know what exactly is up, and they discover that, oh, there's been like a history of mental disorder. Because it's a product of mental disorder. You just have to just talking nonsense. You are from everywhere. And so the next place now is to carry Ife. Anyway, what they're doing right now is about Port Harcourt and how they are from Port Harcourt. And we're going to get into that conversation today. If you look at your title page on Twitter, on YouTube, and on Facebook, it reads Ibos won River State. And then we talk about the Ethnic Nationalities Conference. And then we will have a review of the presidential debate at the NBA conference that held yesterday. So those are the 3 major things we'll be talking about today. But before we get started, I'd like to thank everybody, particularly on TikTok, who has helped to get us to 42.3k likes. That's people who have been power tapping and liking the live. Thank you so much for Fluency, Akadol, Olekan, Olowojuru, Comrade. Thank you so much for your support. Thanks for power tapping. Ogbeni Agbe, Koboko, Ibojinodu, thank you so much. So thank you for power tapping. Thanks for liking the live. If you're on TikTok, please keep power tapping and liking and also sharing. These things help with the live. All right, and also click on this heart icon, this one. Yeah, if you're on TikTok, click on this and join the team. Drop your hearts, me, drop gifts. Let's push the live to the FYP together. For those of us on YouTube and on Facebook, thanks for being here. Please like and share the live. And if you're on Twitter, please like and repost. So, where do we begin? Let's begin with the interaction at the NBA debate, presidential debate at the NBA conference I held in Port Harcourt. And then we'll come back to the Ethnic Nationalities Conference. We're going to start from where we stopped yesterday. So someone asked in the comment section here on TikTok, says, oh, do you think that the debate about regional government in the National Assembly yesterday, it wasn't National Assembly. It's not National Assembly. Did anyone, maybe, I don't know of any that held the National Assembly. Maybe one did. But that stuff we're discussing yesterday it wasn't an event that held at the National Assembly. It was actually something that was organized by a particular group that was able to get people from different parts of Nigeria together to determine the best structure that would fit us in this particular country. And they're proposing 17 regions. We'll talk about all that eventually. All right, but let's begin with the presidential debate. I mean, there are a number of people there, but the primary contestants seem to be Amechi, Peter Obi, and Shore. And there was an instance where it became like a war of words between Amechi and Shore. It's not a gentleman, the one representing SDP. He had much
Everyone
later.
thinks I'm hired.
I'm going to share much later in our conversation today, but let's begin with this little exchange, I should call it, between Amechi, that's former governor of Rivers State, Mr. Rotimi Amechi, and Showore, who is the presidential candidate of AAC. Take a listen, please.
Well, thank you very much, everyone. Welcome you to Port Harcourt. I'm going to go straight to the point. I disagree with you that we need an opposition to defeat the incumbent. Only if the opposition is opposed to the incumbent. There must be ideological differences. There must be a spectrum of people who are different from the people who are there. If you support removal of fuel subsidy, you are not different from the government in power. If you support and live a corrupt lifestyle, you are not different from the government in power. It is the people, the Nigerian people, that will defeat the incumbent, not their friends who do not want to change the old order. The question you also ask is, will I step down for someone if they have better chances? The question is, what do they have chances to do? Is it the chances to continue more of the same or to change the trajectory of Nigeria? I'm not here as a presidential candidate to manage Nigeria's decline. I'm here to change the country for good. If anybody is willing to change the country, I will work with the person. But I will not work with anybody who simply wants to replace the old order with an older, even ricketier order. That's my position. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to go straight to my solution to security. Because not only did I study security, I covered the security in Nigeria. I identified the problem. There are 3 stages to solve this problem. The first, of course, is stop it. And by this, we must motivate our security agencies. We must provide internationally based standardized system of security. I'm the guy who said I will employ a drone as the Minister of Defense. I'm not joking. I hate the bureaucracy that caused the problem of insecurity in Nigeria. But most importantly, nobody wants to go and die for you when you are paying them 56,000 naira per month. I'm talking about security agencies. I'm the guy who proposed 500,000 minimum wage. And people said it will cause inflation. And I'm asking, why is it that when your senators who do nothing are taking 30 million naira per month, it doesn't cause inflation? Why is it that the governor can say 1 trillion naira that we all know it doesn't cause inflation? It's only when we want to pay workers who are risking their lives that we talk about inflation. The second aspect of this is, of course, a medium-term process, which includes the job of you lawyers, enforcement of our laws, so that people who perpetrate insecurity don't get away with it. And I'm talking about not only the kidnappers, but their backers. I know, and I agree with my friend, the lawyer there, Adewale, that Nigerian leaders are criminals. They are involved in insecurity. They use their houses, their vehicles, they use their influence. If a major kidnapper is arrested, all these governors can confess to you, they were former governors. The people that intervene on their behalf are rich people. They are the ones who bail them out of the police station. They are the ones who make sure that the legal system doesn't work against. You lawyers know this. You know it. You confront these problems when you are litigating a process. Some of you participate in it. I'm not accusing you lawyers of participating in crime, but some of you do. You help them. Okay. Escape justice. Don't stop me. Because you don't stop the big men. I did so. Yes. But most importantly, and that's the last part, that's very important, we cannot solve insecurity in Nigeria without addressing inequalities. The reason why our young people prefer to kidnap more than they will stay in school is because it's more profitable to kidnap people and make money quickly, because their leaders are living flamboyantly and they want to be like them. Their mentors are living flamboyantly and they want. So we must address inequality, and that is why, as a political party, the African Action Congress has said that we will invest in free education so that children can stay in school. There are 30 million.
All right, so we listened to a lot of stuff from Shore. We're going to listen to others.
If there's anyone who has...
We're going to listen to others. Of course, we're just going to listen to what they have to say, but not everything. If you want to listen to everything, it's a bit long. The debate itself is about 1 hour, 30 minutes. So that's a lot of things to cram into today's session. I still want to listen to the ethnic nationality conference, which is the primary purpose of today's session, by the way. But we're just going to do this for a bit. I'll play you something from Rotimi Amici. And sorry, 1 second. There's another clip where Shore went on talking about what he started talking about. Some of the things he said, of course, I don't. In fact, most of what he's saying, I don't agree with. 500,000 naira. If you say you have, I mean, who would? How do you fund this? Is not is minimum wage or 500,000 a minimum wage? So the minimum wage you pay a government, a public servant, a civil servant is 500,000 naira. Your gatesman earns 500,000 naira. There's nothing wrong with them earning 500,000 naira. Just know that you're going to have to find a way to ensure that the market woman doesn't increase her own stuff. Again, we've had that conversation before, so I don't want to make it about Shore today. It's just quite interesting that he hasn't really learned anything since he does switch. But listen to others. Just give me a second, please. I'll find you that clip. Okay, this is the Adebayo that Shore referred to earlier. I'll play his clip while I look for the other one by Shore. Take a listen, please.
Question that we asked is the most important question for the political class. Because the political class, they are struggling on how one another. And who is going to go next to continue expanding the economy? People just want good government. They don't care if the professional politicians succeed or not. They care about why is it that every 4 years we hold elections and nothing changes, and if things change at all, they change for the worse. Now the question you're asking has been brought to us before. The Social Democratic Party, which I represent, has had interaction with the professional politicians. There was a time when they wanted to come with a coalition to come to the SDP. I would have negotiations with them. And from that interaction and negotiation, we discovered 3 things. One, that they don't care about ideology. They just want to win and figure out later. Okay. In the case of the SDP, we are committed to Chapter 2 of the Constitution, fundamental objectives and directive principles of state policy. If you don't subscribe to that, you cannot even be a councillor in SDP. Okay. And they don't subscribe to that. Okay. Secondly, we don't rotate power based on ethnicity and religion, your turn or my turn. Okay. We do it based on your understanding of the needs of the country. Thirdly, we do not measure candidates with respect to how much money they have, what they call warships. So for that reason, we are just going to the Nigerian people to form a coalition with the Nigerian people. If, however, because the professional politicians are also part of the Nigerian people, if they come and subscribe to Chapter 2 of the Constitution and subscribe to the ethics and ethos, we will work with them. Thank you. Expressed the possibilities. But since you have the mic, let's pivot to the discussion on the economy. Now, the most topical conversation in today's Nigeria is a fuel subsidy conversation. Now, I've listened to virtually all of you. Some of you have criticized the policy, how it's being implemented. Some of you welcome it. Last week, the federal government told us that they've saved about 15 billion naira from the subsidies. 10 billion goes to the states and local governments.
to the federal government. My question to you, do you support the removal of fuel subsidy? If the answer is in the affirmative, is there something wrong with the way it's being implemented? And if your answer is no, what other policy options do you propose?
Okay, we are back to
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
We are back to 4 years ago. 4 years ago, the issue was simple. We said no. We don't believe in the removal of subsidy at all. We said we don't believe. I think Showore of AAC said doesn't believe.
So just to be clear, you don't believe in removal of fuel subsidy?
No, it doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
And we predicted what would happen if you went into it. The rest of them, Governor Peter Obi said he will remove it. Tupu Abubakar of PDP said he will remove it on day one. He will even send NNPC together with it, and so on and so forth. We said don't do it. I predicted everything that will happen, and they happen exactly as we predicted it. Now, so the issue of subsidy should not be discussed again, because if you have a patient that has constipation from not drinking sufficient water, and majority of doctors said that we should cut the appendix, and I said no, don't cut the appendix. Just tell the patient to drink water regularly. After you have allowed the doctor to cut the appendix, another doctor will come and say, want to join the appendix back. It cannot be done. You've already cut the appendix. The subsidy, so-called, has already been taken out of the budget. The so-called savings, which we do will not come, has also been spoken for and spent. And additional subheads. The Nigerian people interaction with subsidy is to lower energy costs. And I will give you 5 ways to lower energy costs without talking about subsidy at all. But subsidy is like giving somebody a scholarship to a university that does not exist. The scholarship is useless. Subsidy is not the problem. It is the sustainable supply of petroleum products at a reasonable price with a stable exchange rate. That's what you need to deal with.
All right.
One of the funny things about politicians is that they assume that the people they're talking to cannot reason. So when you talk about constant supply of electricity and so on and so forth, also of petroleum products and so on and so forth, the very question you should ask him is this: who supplies the petroleum products? You don't have any refineries working. The government doesn't have any. You have a situation where you want to have private involvement, but you want to introduce something that essentially hinders them or hampers them or hampers their ability to recoup their investment. By the time you put everything together, you're just going back and forth. The only thing I like about what he said is that you shouldn't reverse subsidy. But the idea that subsidy is something that should never have been removed. If subsidy wasn't removed, we would not have Dangote. Because how on earth is it supposed to actually work in a situation where you're still going to be importing fuel, right? And then after importing, then you also buy from him, and then you have to pay some. Then federal government will actually balancing with subsidy. All kind of rubbish things going on. And I also hear, of course, I'm not going to play it now because we don't have the time for it. That he's also one of the people asking for the removal of state of origin. I have said it personally several times. That personally, I don't believe that anybody who talks like that understands what's up. Excuse me. I don't think anybody who talks about removal of state of origin is actually knowledgeable about Nigeria. I don't care who they are, how old they are, how many books they've read. If you talk about removal of state of origin in Nigeria, you are a very ignorant person. With all due respect to whoever you are very, very ignorant. And I've heard professors talk about it. They are very ignorant. And the only thing they do is to compare Nigeria with the United States. When they talk, it's as though they think human lives are, what's the word now? Like litmus paper. Like you have to just go to the laboratory and take human lives and human experiences and use, use human life and use human societies as litmus paper to just play around, and then at some point like, okay, should we remove it, should we not remove it, should we remove it, should we not remove it? I'll say it and say it straight. We should not even be thinking of the possibility of removing anything called state of origin in Nigeria. It's the only buffer that ethnic people what's the word, indigenous people have in their homeland. The only buffer they have against the incursion of aggressive human beings from other parts of this country is state of origin. Is the only thing that protects them. Or let me say us. And I can always say, the big guys can take it. Yoruba can take it. The Hausa can take it. They'll find a way around it. But you see those minorities, if you can't be a minority that has sense and be asking for removal of state of origin, your space will be overrun. Nobody has to even think about it. Very soon you'll be questioned about your identity, questioned about your indigeneity. You'll be asked questions that, when did you even get here? We also got here now. Your fathers came here as strangers, like the fool that I was talking the other day, that all of you in Lagos, your fathers also came here as migrants. So it's just a time that's different. It tells us that after in the US, wherever you are, that's where see that thing. By the way, that thing actually works amongst Yoruba people. It's not even coded. It's something that we've always known. Nigeria, you can be born in a place and become a part of that place. It's what we practice amongst ourselves. You can do that within an ethnic nation, not open it up to people who have no cultural affinity with yours, who have no intention to assimilate into your culture, just want to carry their rubbish from wherever they are coming and institute it in your land in the name of no borders. We are all Nigerians. That's rubbish now. And this thing we say, you notice that we're always comparing ourselves to America. America is a settler's colony. It's a settler's colony. The ancestral owners, so to speak, the owners of that place, I can call that place ancestral land, were pushed out of that place and then camped in spaces they call reservation camps all over the United States. Reservation areas, reservation. That's where you find them. In Canada, they call them First Nation. So the Native Americans, First Nation, that cannot be our story in Nigeria now. You did not conquer me. Your fathers could not even do it, let alone you. If you have no capacity to conquer people, you can't be talking about disempowering them or what's the word now? Removing their autonomy or their rights to the ancestral land. You have people who are hungry. And hunger can be a good thing. But hunger sometimes can also make you greedy. Hungry because of scarcity back at home. They have to enter into other people's lands. As soon as they get, they tell you that forget about who you are. They know that you're not going to go to their own land like that now. What you want to go take from that place? So we're just going to enter your place, and we have to have the same rights. Back at home, in their own houses, they are very, very conservative. You can't just move anyhow. They don't even sell lands anyhow. And I understand why, because they have little of it. Okay? But we're going to all own everything together in your own space. By the time you open your eyes to see what's going on, your landscape has changed. You don't even have rights in your own home because we don't have to pander to the person who is wielding the constitution over your heads. No sane person should be talking about removal of state of origin. As a matter of fact, we should be trying to delineate even more. That's what every sane group of people, that's what every one of them does. Whether it's in Asia or in Europe or in those particular, or even in the Middle East. Even in the Middle East. Because sometimes we have to be having this conversation. Whether it's I like the Middle East, for instance, you assume that Palestine just opened the door because of King Arab. Everybody knows their demarcations and boundaries. So we should not be talking about removal of state of origin. Say it's going to make us more united. We don't need that kind of unity. All right, we don't need that kind of. We're going to talk about it when we get to the matter about ethnic nationalities. But state of origin is one thing you have in order to protect your space in the face of hungry, greedy, invasive humans who have no respect for tradition and culture of the hosts. The only constitutional rights you have to stop them from being that stupid in your place is state of origin. There's a fool in the comment section said, no readable man wants to live with Yoruba man. If you don't want to live with Yoruba man, how come your people are all over the place? There's no state in this place. And let's listen. One of the reasons I have problems with people with folks this clown is that you cannot be let me find a way, because I don't want to say it in such a way that's going to look as if I'm insulting our entire people, but you cannot be, oh boy, the kind of word they come my mind, if I use it for you, oh niwa, okay, oh. Let me say it this way: if your sustenance and your survival depends on other people, you cannot be talking to those people as though you are doing them a favor. Your presence was not. If you are not there, they can live without you. If you are not there, you cannot live without them. That's the point. So, Eguje, or whatever your name is, the point is that you require moving around like a nomad in order to survive. So when you come here and say things like no Igbo miners who in Yoruba people, you're literally all over the place. And the reason you're all over the place is not because of what you are thinking, like people need you, or they called for you. You are here because of how what home looks like. Someone said, let's divide Nigeria. Let's divide. I think you meant divide. Let's divide Nigeria and see who survives. Okay, you know what? I'm going to just pause on my topic for a second and let me address this stupidity in the comment section. I've said it before. You push that agenda. When you say let's divide Nigeria, what do you mean? Do I have knife and cutlass to break up the country? I don't have the right. I cannot break Nigeria. I don't want to. But even if I wanted to, I couldn't, because I'm not an elected representative. You have 15 senators from your part of the country, 43 House of Reps members. Between the Senate and the House of Reps, National Assembly, you have 58 people. You have not found 10 people that can help you push that nonsense agenda and get other people to support it. You are talking to me to come help you divide Nigeria. Are you dumb? You guys go all over the place just constituting nuisance. What do you mean come help us? What would I divide Nigeria? You want to get out of the country? Then go. You should be having conversations about a referendum. In fact, primarily about secession, which interestingly, and this is why you say that your politics from the Southeast has always been based on greed and covetousness. 1954 conference, and don't tell me that, oh, it happened in 54. It's easier to stop something. It's easier to destroy stuff than to build. Your fathers were in London campaigning for non-inclusion of secession clause. Zeke, I've read it here before. We have a whole video that we did on that thing. Zeke was like, they must not remove, Nigeria must not have secession clause. We must be together. You know, and the reason is because of this same thieving mindset in the heart of this clown in the comment section. To have access to what doesn't belong to you in the name of we are all one country and we must not break up. That's what your fathers gave us. Now we are here. You can't tell me to now break it. Why not go back and talk to yourself and the rest of your family members how you can get yourself out of this place? Why do you have to beg me to do for you what I suppose you are capable of doing for yourself? If you want to get out of this country, it's simple. Talk to your representatives. Tell them to fix what Zeke destroyed in 1954. You see, when you guys think, most of the time, your politics, as far as national politics is concerned, is very short-sighted. That's how you went to organize a coup. You were only able to enjoy it for 6 months, and look at where you are right now. In the last 60 years, nothing. Just be crying and disturbing the peace. Very short-sighted. Oh, there must be no division. There must be no division. 1954. 12 years later, in fact, 1963. 9 years later, the Eastern region, the Ibos wanted to break the Eastern region out of Nigeria. 1963. 9 years after Azikiwe said, we must not break up. Not even reach 1 decade. Few years later, by 66, they said we must break this country. We won't break the country. 67, you try to do it. Do you not see that the things that you do, you are literally repeating the mistakes of your past, of your fathers? So which representatives? I don't know. They're asking me. You are powerless in your mind. You don't have the capacity to make anything happen. You go around begging people to do things for you, and then you'll be using Ogoju to say to them that you are better than them. You know what? I'm going to change today's topic for a bit, just to answer this clown, and I will explain. The first thing the Ibos need to do if they want to break out of this country, number one, talk to their representatives. All right. I did write something a while back where I wrote out all the political all the politicians, I mean elected officials that are in the Southeast. So let me see if I can find it for you so I can really send you home. Because today I just want to, indulge you. On a normal day I'll just, mute you and continue talking. But since you are here, it's not be good that you chose to do all this to cry in the comment section. Nobody will answer you. It's not going to be fair. Even God will be like, why now? 1 second though. The entire Southeast is the size of Oyo State. Literally. It's about 29,000 square kilometers. Oyo is about 28,000 plus. Just a little over Oyo State. The entire Southeast. You have 5 governors in that place. You have 122 plus House of Assembly members. You have 15 senators and 43 members of House of Representatives. In all, you have at least 185 elected officials. You can't find any of them to help you push this thing. When we wanted Amotekun, did you see us crying to your fathers and your brothers and yourselves, oh, come and help us? You have to take initiative. You want to break out of the country? Fair enough. I'm telling you exactly what Justice Omotosho told your Lord and Savior that's in Sokoto prison right now. Get your representatives to push that stuff. You want secession. And you have to do that, you have to get a referendum. Talk about it in the National Assembly. Let them have that conversation. Even if but no, you won't talk to those people. You'll be all over the place constituting nuisance, asking your Bible to be helping you push how to break Nigeria. Why should I want to break Nigeria for you? That's enough time for this clown in the comment section. I hope that helps you. If not, your salvation is in the hands of Nnamdi Kanu. Go and meet him there. I did not make Bejeron. I don't have a duty to help you. If you don't get anything I'll say right now, a good jigbe. Kokora and Kurunwajimi. Let's talk to people that matter. You don't count. This is Shore himself and then this other guy. I can't speak now because I said this other guy. Let's speak well because they are campaigning and they're not young men. His Excellency, former governor of Rivers State, Rotimi Amechi, His Excellency, former governor of Anambra State, who will never become president of Nigeria. We just keep imagining these possibilities. That's Peter Obi. And of course, you have the AAC presidential candidate, Showore. God, I want to go on, but this guy. Let me see if you're worth it. Number name you have. You're this close to being muted. You're this close to being muted. And the reason is that sometimes, all of us, we don't know everything. Okay, so sometimes when we go to a place and they are talking and they are saying things, we listen. Maybe we can learn something. You don't have the capacity to learn. You're a retard. So your job is just to go and write rubbish in the comment section. I'll tell you this. Amotekun is not a political group. It was after we did it and it worked that your governors thought, oh, they could do something called Ebubiagu. They literally climbed upon what we did in that together, and that's okay. But you should at least have an idea what you are discussing. This is not IPOP conversation. Amotekun is not a political group. Okay? If you want to talk IPOP, you can always have your meetings in your covens and have fun. But please now, I don't like people disturbing the peace. I can go and say something that will not make me, you'll not be happy. So let all of us be happy. God bless you. Ibuladeki 109. You are not knowing more than us, the Ibos. Never. The fact that you assume I know more than your entire ethnicity tells me that you are daft. Let's play this other stuff.
We're talking fuel subsidy. Where you stand? Should we remove fuel subsidy? And if we do, what do we do with the savings? If your position is not.
If there's anyone who has been consistent about
Oh, I think we heard this earlier from Shore. We heard this earlier. Let's listen to this one.
Peter Obi, you don't subsidize education in state. Lecturers and doctors want on strike for 13 months. You may like him as a president, but you do not perform as a government.
So he says, someone says, just distracting me. That's why I stopped. It's not worth it. But if I have another break, I'll be using you as a side attraction. So when we finish serious things, I'll just take you for a bit because you're the clown of the. So you be the clown of the jester in this court. All right. P2B. Let us listen to P2B. As he also contributes in this. I'll find the one that Amechi said. Amechi actually was not very happy with Showore. If I find out, I'll play it. I'm going to play you something from P2B. Today's conversation is actually about ethnic nationalities conference. We will get there. This one just crying in anticipation. Take a listen to this one.
Those from Lagos. There is Lagos and Lagos Ibadan Railway is working or not? In my time, it was working. I don't know what's happening under Tinubu. There is Abuja Kaduna Rail working or not?
What happened?
Now, where are Rivers lawyers? Please take Sowore around. Where are the Rivers lawyers who are present? Take Sowore around.
Okay.
Sowore, I said I built that road. I built this road. I built this primary school. I built that primary school. Sowore, what is your experience?
All right,
when politicians are talking, close your mouth.
Yes. You have the right of reply. Yes. You have the floor.
That was not very good. So when politicians are talking, close your mouth. That was not good. And this was what I think she already said in response.
We're talking fuel subsidy. Where you stand? Should we remove fuel subsidy? If we do, what do we do with the savings?
If there's anyone who has been consistent about not fuel subsidy, it has been me. And in truth, I'm and the question about subsidy is, who are you subsidizing? You are subsidizing the elite, you are subsidizing the governors. The only people who are doing well since they remove subsidy are the governors of states. And when they talk about subsidy, they make it sound like they have not removed subsidy before. I was a student in 1988. I mean 1989, they removed subsidy. In 1990, they removed subsidy. They said Nigeria will be better. They are in 2026, they are still removing subsidy. They are robbing Peter Obi to pay for that to remove. That is what the movement of subsidy is all about. The poor people of this country only benefit from subsidy from petrol, gasoline. There is no subsidy on kerosene. What is they doing with it? There is no subsidy on A1 jet fuel. What is they doing with it? difference. No, I'm asking failure to one other thing I want to say is that when it comes to subsidy, transportation policy is important. We have a former governor of Rivers State here, who built a rail line that went nowhere. If that rail line was going nowhere, subsidy would have been working for the people of Rivers State. I'm not attacking you, but your records are here in Rivers State. Now we cannot ignore that all your people have governed before who refuse to subsidize the people. Peter Obi did not subsidize education in state. Lecturers and doctors want to strike for 13 months. You may like him as a president, but you will not perform as a government.
I guess this was what Messi responded to when he said he has built trains. Maybe we should just listen to that again. We heard that already anyway, but
Lagos. There's Lagos and Lagos Ibadan Railway is working or not. In my time, it was working. I don't know what's happening on that Tinubu. There is Kaduna Kano, Abuja Kaduna working or not.
What happened?
you say ace.
When are Rivers lawyers? Please take Sowore around. When are the Rivers lawyers who are present? Take Sowore around. Okay. Sowore, I said I built that road. I built this road. I built this primary school. I built that primary school. Sowore, what is your experience?
All right, go
when politicians are talking, close your mouth.
Yes. You have.
Someone says that railway job by Sowore Pepe that Amici not be small. Well, but the truth of the matter is, I think Amici actually did well as transport minister. If you're really being fair, what happened to those trains? I think they are still operational. I don't know what the whole issue is about. But if I go respond to. Anyway, let's listen to the other gentleman, Peter Obi, and some of the things he said. This particular one, I don't know what he's saying, but you listen and judge, please.
What is our qualification to...
Can they fix this voice? High on Litini. It is well. All right, let us listen.
What is our qualification to be president? None of you know. What is qualification to be president of Nigeria or governor? Nobody knows.
It's in the constitution.
No, it's in the constitution. Our own nation has...
The guy sees nothing good in this country. He says what nobody knows what it takes to be president, what your qualification or the requirements. It's in the constitution now. And if he applied the brain of like a primary school student, they would have told you to actually do your research before making statements like that in public. It's not today's topic, but you can all find out what you need in order to become what's the word now? A governor or a president. But Peter Obi definitely assumes that everybody doesn't know anything about the way things should work. But let's listen to what he has to say about fuel subsidy. This is quite interesting, by the way. Take a listen, please.
I subscribe and I maintain that you need to remove subsidy. Mismanagement of the proceeds should not be the reason for not removing it. What we should have done is that when we remove subsidy, we would have given the people alternative usage for the subsidy. What we have today is that that removal and the attendant resources being recovered is also being mismanaged and stolen. For example, we have received, according to them, 16 trillion.
It's 15.
We will, I said it before, go to my manifesto and say I will remove subsidy. We'll do it in an organized manner, and whatever we recover will be invested appropriately. And I'll just give you an example, because we have no time. Let's say you remove subsidy, and you decided number one thing a nation needs to develop is health. And today, our health is very poor, our primary health care is very poor, where we are now have more maternal and child.
I want to ask something in the comment section, please. which tier of government is responsible for primary health care? Please, which? Maybe I want to. I don't want to assume I know. So let me just ask: which tier of government? So we have three tiers: federal, state, local. Which tier of government is responsible for primary health care? Okay, someone says local government, local government, local government. Okay, thank you. Me, I thought I did not know what I was thinking. LG, LG. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. This person will become president. I want to become president. Ambo.
Issues than countries like India. Assuming, let me use 5%. You said that they saved 16.8 trillion. So calling about 16 trillion. So 5% of that is just about 800 billion. And if you decide today, our biggest problem is issue of primary health care. If you decide to put primary health care in each ward, just each ward, in each ward, today it will cost you, from our own studies, an average of 100 million naira for one. We have 8,809 wards. Call it 10,000. I use 100 million naira for each. It will cost you 800 billion. Okay. If you decide.
So let me pause because it's just nonsense. I'll explain something. The idea that the presidency or the federal government is responsible for every need in the country is a product of a unitary mindset. And the reason you have increase in the allocation to the state governors is so that, and the local government, is so that they will be able to do these things you're talking about right now. In other words, there are things that the federal government should do, there are things the state government should do, there are things local governments should do. When you have increased allocation to the other tiers of government, the expected result should be the provision of the things you're talking about. So if those things are not provided, what do you then do? You have a conversation with those tiers of government and ask them, what have you done with the money that has been accruing to you over the last 3 years? Not to say when I become president, I will take on the role of the local government chairman so that I can build something. Here's the crazy part that people don't think about. Say you build something like that local government. How about the running of that place? Are you going to be running it as well? How much are you going to allocate to running every primary health care in 774 local governments? And they also have to think about the teaching hospitals all across the country. So you're going to be running everything. By the time you're done, you're running almost 1,000, because you have to take states as well. Some states have one, some have two, some have three state hospitals, because of course you are Superman and Voltron combined. You are going to have to take care of all healthcare facilities in Nigeria at the same time. So not only are you building this thing with the 100 million he's talking about, you're also running. So you're thinking of recurrent expenditure. So the recurrent expenditure, where is it going to be coming from? It can't come from local government, because don't forget you are the Voltron. You have to take care of it. By the time you think about it, you understand that people don't even understand the constitution they're always shouting about. If the constitution is what you want to go by, then you understand the fact that the people collecting money in other tiers have to be accountable. They have to. Everything doesn't have to be on the head of the president. This is what Iransi did to us. Everything, oh, president, we don't have road in our streets, come and fix it. We don't have a primary hospital, come and fix it. What is not the purpose of having local government? And they shared money. All of them shared money now. From the 15 trillion naira that Minister of Finance was talking about last week, the federal government got 34%. 65% was shared between the state and local government. So what happens to the 65% that was shared? There was one other percent that they didn't, I don't know whether it went to tax or whatever, but if you remove 34 from 100, you have 66%. So 66% based on the calculation that they were, I think you have some decimal points. Let's just say for the sake of mathematics, 66%. If 34% of the windfall that you got went to the federal government, the question you should be asking as a sane human being is, what is the 66% doing? Not, oh, I'm going to use the money to provide everything the local government should have done. And I understand where it's coming from. When he was governor, he never organized local government election. It was the emperor with no clothes. Anyway, that was Peter B. I don't want to listen to the other thing that you could call this analysis, because it's... Let's be another thing that he said. Then there's one one joke that I think he cracked. Take a listen to this one, please. We're still on the presidential debate at the NBA conference in Port Harcourt.
When I became governor, there was not single school of nursing accredited in Anambra State. Today, go to Anambra State, we have the highest number of schools of nursing, midwifery, and any other state. We have 3 teaching hospitals. 3 teaching hospitals from our own university teaching hospital to Indian, the one of you that teaching hospitals today. Because of that decision I took. So it's very simple. If I get into government, anytime the sectors will annoy, if anointing means that we will do well, we will do that.
The poor people of this country only benefit from subsidy from petrol, gasoline. There is no subsidy on kerosene. What is the bill with it? There is no subsidy on A1 jet fuel. What is the bill with it? Please, don't let these politicians lie to you. I love one thing that Amechi said. He said, apart from Showore and Adebayo, the rest of us have been in government and we have failed. They have no business coming back. Yes. If you guys should be apologizing to the Nigerian people, let me say one more thing. Let me say one more thing. No. I said, no, don't talk by our achievements. No, I'm asking failure. I'm asking for nothing. One other thing I want to say is that when it comes to subsidy, right? Transportation policy is important. We have a former governor of Rivers State here, Amechi, who built a rail line that went nowhere. If that rail line was working, subsidy would have been working for the people of Rivers State. My wife will not hear you, not you shouting. There are no more than 24,000 lawyers who are here. And there are like 3 million voters. So 24,000 should vote for Showore and see whether he will win. That's not the issue. Let's go to what he said. What are those from Lagos? There is Lagos are
Okay,
Lagos.
we had this part. So the point at the end of the day is, I don't think Showore knows what he's talking about. 500,000 minimum wage is a joke. I don't know how you're going to fund that. How you're going to ensure that doesn't, create a sort of inflation. I explained that. People become with his own land back was a joke. Amechi is a good man. The rail he built is operational. I traveled on, I won't tell you where, I traveled on one, and it's actually quite nice, the work. Maybe the one they're talking about is the one that goes to Maradi. I think it's still under construction or something like that. He's not going to win. Vice President, of course, going to be Tinubu, but it's good to hear these people. By the way, I should quickly mention that this subsidy thing that everybody's talking about, the question we should be asking is that what do we have since subsidy was removed? Somebody says Showore is an activist. To be fair, he is. He is. And you need people like that in society not to lead. What they should be doing is to keep the government on its toes. Excuse me. People like that are not supposed to lead the country. They can't. They are not capable of doing so because they have eye-floating ideas, things that they will just sit down somewhere and just come up with something that is not realistic. It cannot work. But they just come up with drama. And people will yell, hey, and they try it, it fails. They try that one, it fails. Because what the rigor it takes, the mental rigor, the ability to study and subject your great ideas, to scrutiny. Because if you have great ideas, sometimes you have to have people actually talk about it and tell you the merits and demerits of that idea to the point where you're able to now choose. Let me give an example. I'm sure Tinubu must have done this. If you're going to come up with a policy, I mean, this is what we even do, even in school now. We did it even in churches as leaders of organizations. It's something you have to do. You You have to look at the merits of that idea and the demerits. And you have to weigh these things in. And then you get to the point where you are persuaded that the merits far outweigh the demerits. So that when you're having conversation with people and they tell you what will not make it work, it's not the first time you are hearing it. You have a team that they look into it, they scrutinize this idea, like this is the reason why this will not work. But if we do this, we can combat it this way, we can fix it this way. So by the time you're talking to people, you are not sounding like a clown. You actually say, okay, we've heard about this. Max, you're hearing things you've not heard before, but you have answers because people inside have already asked you questions about it. These wonderful activists just come with ideas that nobody has actually tested. When I say tested, I'm not even saying test it in real life. Like in terms of talk to people about it and ask, what do you think? Why do you think this will work? Why do you think it will not work? Folks like this don't like people telling them why it will not work. Me, I wouldn't lie to you. I don't like people saying it will not work. But sometimes it's good to actually hear why it will not work so that you can know how to make it work. The point I'm trying to make sure is that people like this are good for society to tell you, sometimes for comic relief, sometimes if they really know what they're doing, to keep the government on its toes and say, you can do this, you can do that, you can do this, you can do that. And the government's like, okay, based on what these people are doing, we have to make sure we're actually working very fast so that, we're not lagging behind anywhere. Thank you. They are watchdogs. They can be good in that aspect. But when it comes to leadership, they cannot lead. For instance, how on earth does a person sit down and the bright idea they have is that they want to have a drone as the Minister of Defense? Think about it. Drone not drone as one of the tools that you're going to use to defend the territorial integrity of Nigeria, but no, the drone is the Minister of Defense. What do I hear when I hear that kind of thing? Then you say you want to have AI as your Minister of Finance. It tells me you're a micromanager. That's what I hear. You're a micromanager who wants to you want to see everything as it's happening, because this AI will not push itself now. To be prompted by people, most likely you. The drone will not fly itself, will not be overseeing things by itself. Most likely you'll be the one in your middle of the night, just be put on VR, virtual reality. I feel like I'm on a kite. Anyway, Chore is good. He has his own place, but not as president. I mean, there's a reason I don't even think he can. Since that man went to the palace of the Oni and said the things at that time, think on film. That one video here. Think on film. Bonja the crown on palace. Okay, you're gonna learn. Someone says AI that will hallucinate. No, AI does. His own AI will never hallucinate. His AI is more intelligent than the people that even configured it. Someone says AI is prompted by knowledgeable people. So that means you're still going to have people. So why can't you have a person leading that ministry, and then you have people who can maybe create a particular department, or they use AI to enhance the work they're doing? What is the big deal? Did America not use AI with this Iran thing? They use AI now, but it's not like AI is not your guy. AI is a tool. Hell, sure. Anyway, what have we gotten since we stopped with this whole subsidy stuff? Number one, no state is owing salaries. Now, somebody said the other day that is not supposed to be an achievement. And I said, you actually have a point. States paying their salaries, pensions being paid promptly, shouldn't really be an achievement. What's the big deal in that? But there's a big deal in it. Why? Because a mere 3 years ago, 27 out of 36 states in Nigeria could not pay salaries. The mistake we make is that we compare what we have right now only to the ideal. Oh, this is our reality. Let's compare it to the ideal situation. Oh, it doesn't look like what it should be. Therefore, we have not gone anywhere. That's a very dumb way of moving in life, because you have to look two ways. My father taught me that as a young person. You have to even if you're Dangote, you soon discover that there's Bill Gates. And you'll be in the middle. But of course, you're going to aspire. But not to know how far you have come, you look behind. Not to know how far you need to travel, you look ahead. But the assumption that don't appreciate anything to think about how you got here, just be comparing yourself with what should have been and say, now climb, is the prerequisite for death, early death. Because you will not even be able to smell the coffee or smell the flowers. Just enjoy the moment and even say, okay, see how far we've come. You cannot appreciate anything. You have no heart of gratitude. You're always complaining. You're always bitter. You're always angry. Oh, see what we could have done. Okay, we could have done this, but see what we have done compared to where we were. Appreciate the journey. Why? Because the lessons you need for the next level might be something you have to take from where you're coming from. So how did you get here? We did this, this, and that. Okay, we're going to go there. We're going to do, based on what we've done, we can do this, this, and that. Then we can go to the next level. But no. So what's the big deal? They're paying salaries. Go and tell the people that their fathers were not being paid pensions and tell them it doesn't really mean anything. Because for us, for the most part, it's just theory. Someone says inability to pay salary is purely down to misplacement of priority, no proper planning. Okay. No state is owing salaries or pension. 27 states were owing in 2023. Right now, everybody's paying. We watched the investment summit in Delta State a couple of weeks ago, where the governor said they're not even thinking of borrowing for capital projects. And of course, the Anambra State governor, Soludo, was like, oh, they could borrow, for projects. But the point is that they can do what they have to do without having to borrow. I mean, between FAC and derivation, why would Delta borrow any money? Unless, of course, they're doing something really grand. The point is that regardless of what you're saying, people are able to pay right now because the funds are available. Also, when you have loans that you're paying, and the sad part also is that a lot of states wait for allocation. That's actually a problem in this country. And maybe that's why we also assume that the federal government should be the one determining what the state governments will do with the money they get on a monthly basis, which is quite weird. We say things like, why is the president not telling the governor how to spend the money? As though the president is his oga. And the reason we do that is because we assume that he's collecting money from the president, but he's actually not collecting the money from the president. There's an organization called RMAFC, Revenue Mobilization and Missions of Finance across all the states' governments. But the point I'm trying to make is that it's not that the Nigerian president carries one bag, does his hand inside the pocket, puts his hand inside the pocket and just doles the money out to the state and say, yeah, this is how you must spend the money. All of that to say that if state governments were actually productive, and if they were the ones, in charge of, or let me put it this way, if they have fiscal autonomy without depending on FAC allocation, maybe things will get a lot better. And that's the next conversation we should be having. Hopefully, next, when Tinubu comes back in the second term, we'll have that conversation. There are two things we need to talk about, three things. Number one is the structure of the country itself, which is what we're going to discuss with the Ethnic Nationalities Conference later today. Number two is fiscal federalism, right? Where people can actually control what's in their space. I hope we have that conversation at some point. Anyway, let me just read some of the things that we've achieved since subsidy was removed. Number one, no state is owing salary. I'm repeating it because it means something. My mother is a pensioner, by the way. Not that she needs the money, but the truth of the matter is this. When you watch the TV, were we not in this same country when you see pensioners going to years ago, that was the time I drove my mom. I was back home, and she was like, oh, she has to go for one. So I drove her down there, and thank God. But you think about other people's parents. What do they want to do? To come and do some printing, verification. Thank you, Folarich. Verification. And then some of them are tired. You're wondering, why are these people here? Why did you ask them to come? Some of them are sick. If God has given your parents good health and you are able to take your parents to those places, you don't know what God has done for you. Maybe some of us don't take our parents there. Maybe you should just visit sometime. Just go. Maybe it doesn't happen again, Sha. It's better now. But back in the day, some people's parents working in a country pushed for accreditation and verification on top of how much per month? The money when they give per month can take you to buy data and finish it in a couple of days. Is that the reason people will suffer like that? The point is that we don't see that kind of thing happening again. If you think it doesn't mean anything, talk to people whose family, whose parents and grandparents have had to go through that. Someone says part of the issue then was that pension DGs used to fix that money for 6 months and use verification as an excuse. I didn't know that. But God will judge people though. Somebody will work for 30 years, 35 years. You now take their money and fix it for 6 months. And you think you're going to do well in life. God will judge you. Sure, it's a lot easier. It's a lot better. You know, our mothers, our fathers. Some of us have parents who are agbalagba, so we understand how important this is in the country. And of course, those who are working for the government as well. If, for instance, from my state, where things were so bad, they were calling the governor of Afsa. Not me of Afsa, was paying half salary, so they called him Afsa. Now, you know, they're building bridges, so that must count for something. And it's all because of increase in allocation. I think, though, that the governors need to do more. For instance, in transportation in the states. When we talk about the fact that transportation is more expensive, what palliatives are the state governors, you know, the state government, what are they putting in place for the people? Do you have free buses? All right, or at least for the students, even if not for everybody. For adults, it should be cheaper. Why? Because the government is probably subsidizing it by not going primarily for profit, even though I would prefer for it to be profitable. But based on what they happen right now, make sure the students that enter the bus. I mean, I think this man was talking about it, but I don't agree with 100% what he was saying, Senator Ben Bruce. I agree with the free bus, and I think they've always been doing that across the Southwest, particularly. I know Ajimobi was doing it back in the day, where all the secondary school students and primary school pupils, once you get into the bus, you're not paying. That should continue. The idea that you should now collect money and be subsidizing, I don't agree with that one. Just tell the people that they're paying less, and whatever they're paying can cover the costs of maintenance. That's what I think the state government. You can't say that they should pay one amount of money, then the state government should go and balance the company so that it will now be subsidy. No, you have corruption. Just tell the people the fare maybe it's supposed to be 100 naira, call it 50. Let's assume 50 naira is actually the profit, or let's say 40, say 60, so it can cover the fuel and maintenance of the vehicle. When it comes to wear and tear, when it comes to the purchasing, you purchase the vehicle and you're looking for the ROI, there's no ROI for you as a state. The ROI is what you are giving to the people in terms of let them just pay cheaper. We've not gone to the point where you can be doing free for everybody, now be asking for subsidy. This country is corrupt. I won't say country, the people are corrupt. So anyway, all of that to say that the state governments can do better, but they're trying because they have more money. So there's no, I mentioned this in like 1,000 times, Abi. State is not owing salaries and pensions. Of course, states have also increased the minimum wage. There is introduction of NEL fund. All right. When I was in school, there was nothing like that. I heard people that went to school in the 70s and early 80s enjoyed something like that. We did not enjoy it. Young people now can go to school and take loans to pay their tuition, also get stipends. And guess what? It's non-interest. It's interest-free loans. Right? The exact amount you collect, which is quite interesting when you think about it. Because by the grace of God, the country is on the upward trajectory. It's going to get better. So if you borrow 500 naira, 500 naira yesterday, the value most likely with the effect of inflation may not be the same value in 2 years' time, right? So 500 naira could be worth the same amount, but it's really the same amount after a while. So say Nigeria gets, by the grace of God, gets better, you're still paying that 500 naira you borrowed. That means what you're paying is not really 500 naira. The value of what you're paying is no longer 500 naira. In other words, the currency is 500, but the value is maybe 300 compared to how better your economy has gotten. All I'm saying is that you're not paying interest. US, they pay interest. UK, they pay interest. Kenya, they pay interest. We have loans for our students without having them to pay anything. If you have a problem with that, you're a relative of Satan, no. Because a lot of parents feel lighter. You don't have to think about the burden. I mean, the school fees is one thing, then the stipends are another thing. I think it was 20,000. There's some people say it's 40,000 naira right now. When we're in school, some of the students now that things are very difficult for, and I didn't know what it felt like, to be honest. And I mean, thanks to my parents, but you see, there are people, for instance, who have to work, and I didn't really understand what that felt like. But those people, if you have people like that, this makes it easier for them and their parents. Parents can think of the younger kids, maybe in primary school, and take care of them, and know that the one in university can take care of themselves. Why would you have a problem with that kind of thing? You can't have that without the subsidy removal. Someone says in finance, a naira today is more valued than a naira tomorrow. And yeah, hopefully it gets better. Anyway, also, ASU has not been going on strike. I guess the federal government has been taking care of them. We've had more investment in infrastructure. We have Lagos, Calabar, Sokoto, Badagry. By the way, I noticed that our politicians, particularly the ones who want to become president, find it very easy to criticize Lagos, Calabar, Coastal Highway. I have a question, and please answer if you know, please. I'd love to have the answers. Why don't they ever criticize Badagry Sokoto Highway? I've not seen, not Peter Obi, not Donald Duke, not anybody has ever criticized Sokoto Badagry Expressway. And it's also a very expensive project. Why? I'll come back to the answer if you write in the comment section. Thank you very much. By the way, I've not been reading stuff on YouTube and Facebook. Thank you very much for your comments. Someone says it's true. It's true now. Think about it. They can criticize Lagos Calabar for what it does. Lagos Calabar, why must they build it? They don't have to build it. We have other roads. Let's build other roads. They will never criticize Sokoto Badagry Highway. These are interesting characters. All right, we have forex backlogs cleared, zero fuel queues, net foreign exchange reserves at $52 billion. A lot of these things have happened because of the removal of subsidy. I don't think at this point in our history we should be thinking of, returning fuel subsidy. Let's just keep growing. But Peter Obi, in his speech, had something interesting to say that I think you should listen to before we go to other topics. All right, take a listen to this.
Produces $120 million. Produces $120 million. $120 billion euros of agricultural material.
Killing we. I'm not know.
Produces $120 million. $120 billion euros of agricultural material.
Statistics is buoy nani. Statistics is buoy nani. Ẹ̀yà tún gbọ́ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí. Bóyá ó máa yé wa. Netherlands.
Produces $120 million. $120 billion euros of agricultural material.
Oh, what he's saying, and I cannot fact check it right now. What he's saying is that, do you know that Netherlands produces 120 billion euros of agricultural material? I think that's what he was saying. 120 billion dollar. Call on Shano. I'm sorry. I'll play that video again. I'll play with you what I just saw online now. It might be no.
Produces $120 billion. $120 billion euros of agricultural material.
This is what what I saw online that just, I mean, people are mad. See, these guys on social media, people are crazy. Agbako mode, Agbako de lo to the king gbogbo ran tin ba sa Agbako. Ṣé by force wọ́n ṣe not ṣe nothing pé statistics ni. Thank you so much for the money, Gan Lori. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Ṣé ọ̀dọ́ náà fi ṣe statistics ni? Peter Obi. I don't support it gan. Ẹ̀kọ́ ni Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ ká rí Agbako. Àmín. Sorry. I had to laugh. So, we're going to move on to something else. Let me just leave this Peter Obi guy alone because the man is something. But before we go on to the next topic on the agenda, I should call it that, there's good news from Ijebu-Ibadan Road or Ibadan-Ijebu Road. What's the deal? Someone says fear of northern Nigeria. Oh, fear of northern region. That's the reason they cannot criticize Sokoto-Badagry Highway. But all of them, they find their voice or voices whenever they want to talk about Lagos, Calabar Coastal Highway. They're a bunch of cowards. Speaking of highways, Ibadan-Ijebu Ode Road dualization was recently commissioned by the Minister of Works, Engineer Dave Umai. Give me a second, I'm going to read to you and also maybe play you something from there. All right. The initial contract, right, was awarded by Goodluck Jonathan in 2010. 1 second, please. I want to know, we have all seen the files, you know what, no going back. Mambo, just a second, please. So the initial federal contract for that road was awarded in 2010 under the Goodluck Jonathan government. The project, of course, is the dualization of Ijebu-Ode-Ibadan Road, Phase 1, rehabilitation of Ijebu-Ode-Mamu-Oyo State border. Buhari also approved that project. However, federal government under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has used fuel subsidy gains, in other words, what we gain from fuel subsidy, to move into the new phase of dualizing that road. So what they're going to be doing with the road is they're going to have reinforced concrete pavement. The cost is 295.997 billion naira. And I'll just play you something from that official flag off of the dualization of this road since 2010 though. They won't start now because funds are available. Somebody say funds. Take a listen to this. Anyway, not so much you can hear from here, but they're flagging off the project, and it's going to be, of course, in Oyo and Ogun State. Of course, Ijebu is in Ogun State, and Ibadan is in Oyo State. Take a listen to the Minister of Works.
And Ogun State.
No, this is not Minister of Works, so let me just play it. I'll tell you the person. Okay, no, it's Sharafa Ali. That's the APC gubernatorial candidate in Oyo State. Take a listen, please.
Oyo and Ogun State. It's on record that this road is one of the first roads ever constructed by the late sage, the action of the late sage, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, in the First Republic. And coming at this time to approve the dualization and the concrete works, we thank Mr. President. We also thank the Honorable Minister for the good work that we are doing, especially the innovation of the concrete surfacing that was introduced by you in this administration. This road will go a long way in easing transport or transportation for commuters from Ibadan to Ijebu, which includes students, transporters, farmers, and it's also going to change around the economy of these two states. On behalf of our people in Oyo State, we assure Mr. President, we know you are Mr. Tokadu. We assure you, and our people in Oyo, this is just one of the reasons why we have to re-elect Mr. President with massive votes, as been stated by my colleague, Senator Akitule, for his re-election, and also voting for all the APC candidates 2027 general elections.
All right. The event was attended by the governor of Ogun State, Prince Abiodun, and also the Olubadan of Ibadan land, Olubadan of Ibadan land, Oba Rashid Adewolu Ladoja, who also gave a speech. Please take a listen to the Olubadan of Ibadan land. But I need to quickly switch this audio source, please. 1 second, please. All right. Hello. All right, I hope you can hear me now. Great. So let's take a listen to KBC Oba Rashid Ladoja.
We just say the people of Ibadan land, the people of Oyo State, take this opportunity to thank Mr. President for all he has been doing for us, and we really believe. Whether I belong to APC or not, that doesn't matter. Unfortunately, independent candidates are not allowed to contest. I will have advised him that he should test his own personality by adopting be an independent candidate. But because of all these people who want Mr. President to tag them in, who want to tag and not Mr. President, I will say he can go and work in APC. So, Mr. Minister, please thank Mr. President for us and tell him that we are very, very grateful and we will retaliate during the election.
All right, so of course we also had the Minister of Works, Senator Dave Umai, Engineer Senator Dave Umai, during the handover of the project documents.
And to ensure that this speeds and the quality of work we have started doing with us is totally kept. So by the special way support, we hand over both the site and the drawing and the finished job by God special grace to all of you on behalf of the President and through you to the country. Glory be to God.
All right. So it's quite interesting, though, and I think it's something that everybody actually observed, and a lot of people did not talk about. A lot of people began to talk about it as soon as this came out. So here you had the governor of Ogun State, and then you had the Olubad of Ibadan land, not the governor of Oyo State. And so what the government of Oyo State did was to put out a statement saying that the Oyo State government protests Makinde's exclusion from Ibadan Ijebu Ode road flag off. I'll read the report from Eweso Online very quickly. This is ewesonews.com. It says here, your government protests Makinde's exclusion from Ibadan Ijebu Ode road flag off. The Oyo State government has protested the exclusion of Governor Seyi Makinde from the flag off dualization of the Ibadan Ijebu Ode road in Oluyole local government area of the state. The federal government flagged off the project at Idianyure on Monday. Those at the ceremony included Ogun State Governor Dapo Abiodun, Minister of Works David Umahi, APC governorship candidate in Oyo State Senator Sharafa Ali, and the Olubad of Ibadan land Oba Rashidi Ladoja. Reacting to Makinde's absence, the Oyo State Commissioner for Information, Prince Dotun Yelade, said, I remember that name. It's from BCOS. Sorry, it's nostalgia. The Commissioner for Information, Prince Dotun Yelade, said the governor's exclusion was late. He said the decision to leave Makinde out of the road project was taking policy too far. Oyelade said the ceremony fell short of what was expected because of what he described as a desperate political undertone, and like the president and called the UN to come and do certain things. Ibos are politicians, they will sort it out amongst themselves. Let's just move very quickly away from that matter. But the truth of the matter is that you cannot be calling federal government, saying, government should do this, they should do that, and not expect that at some point they are going to also sideline you. Whether it's good or bad is not the conversation. It is politics after all. It'll be all right. Politicians know themselves. They'll be okay. They'll meet wherever they meet. All right. Beyond Ibadan Ijebu Ode Road, another work that's been done is the Carter Bridge. And the Minister of Works, David Umahi, by the way, was also accompanied by other dignitaries and members of House of Representatives like Chief Akin Alabi. In this particular clip, we talked about how much longer it will take to complete, how much it will take to complete, or how long, I should say, how long it will take to complete the construction or reconstruction of Carter Bridge. Take a listen. This is from Channels TV, by the way.
On the request of the National Assembly, because of the critical nature of this project, we decided to visit the Carter Bridge reconstruction. Recall our history about the Carter Bridge. Carter Bridge has taken over 60-70 years and no maintenance. The lifespan of every bridge is about 50 years. And what we found out when we did the underwater survey, we found out that a lot of the piles, have detached from the pica. It's like akin to the leg being removed from the hip. And also a lot of rust had happened, within the piles, and scouring, and then illegal mining of sand also contributed to the failure of this Carter Bridge. So what are we doing? We have maintained, the on top decking elements. We made it very smooth. We put in solar lights on it. We also have maintained the under deck elements because this project is supposed to last 36 months. We are doing everything to see we did it to 24 months. Now, while that is happening, we can't close Carter Bridge. So we are monitoring all the underwater elements, every week. And we are maintaining them also.
Somebody asks, if you are going to demolish Kata Bridge, why are you maintaining it? It's for this reason we are maintaining it, because we can't close Kata Bridge. If we do, then Lagos will go into, Kata Kata. Don't forget that we have similar problems with Tomeland Bridge, and we procured, consultant AEC, consulting firm. They are very good indigenous consulting firm. They have designed the reconstruction of the Tomeland Bridge. We can bring down.
All right, so you talked about what they're doing with Carter Bridge and how they want to see how they can finish the reconstruction in 24 months. Doesn't that clip where he talked about what they'll be doing in the south? This time he's talking about the Benin Agbo Asaba Road. Take a listen to this.
Tomorrow we are off to Benin Asaba. I want Nigerians to be assured that when we get there, we solve that problem. It's not caused by Minister of Works. It's caused by our attempt to reform private sector in roads development as is done in other places. This concessionaire came and removed over 30 kilometers of the asphalt and threw it away and closed the yard and left. And today people are suffering. We are going to be talking to the independent engineer and our lawyer, and of course the concessionaire. So there's going to be a robust debate even with the governor of Ibos State. Now my minister of state is going to in fact
They're also doing Koki Ekiti Road and all that. So there's a lot of work going on across the country, and we thank the president for that. And of course, we want them to do more, but it's also good to, remember the Yoruba philosophy. It's better to appreciate good stuff. Having said that, let's go to the other part of today's conversation, which is a continuation of what we did yesterday. So I mentioned that there was a conference over the weekend of some concerned citizens, I should call them, and they essentially had a conversation about ethnic nationalities being the basis of being the federating units in Nigeria, and they proposed 17 regions. I'm going to read the news, right, and we will. Do we have it somewhere here? Mumbo, I'll read you the report, and then we'll move on. We'll listen to what got us here. You know what? 1 second, please. Which one is easier to find or faster? This is the faster one. Number. Oh, sorry. Just missed it. Okay. Good. So the conference held yesterday, and the Ibos walked out on everybody because, of course, they didn't get what they want. So again, people throw tantrums for things like that, and then of course they got angry. And I'm going to read you the report. Then we'll listen to what we listened to yesterday before we then go on to listen to the other regions. All right. So let's have the report first from Vanguard News. Concerned Citizens Assembly demands 17 autonomous regions, 80% revenue retention. The Concerned Citizens Assembly has called for the restructuring of Nigeria into 17 autonomous regions with greater control over the resources, security, internal affairs. I'll tell that again from the beginning. The Concerned Citizens Assembly has called for the restructuring of Nigeria into 17 autonomous regions with greater control over the resources, security, and internal affairs, including the retention of 80% of revenues generated within their territories. The group made the demand in a communique issued on Wednesday at the end of a 3-day national dialogue held at Nikon Luxury Hotel, Abuja. The dialogue was organized by Citizens Rebirth and Awareness Initiative, CRAIN, towards the Citizens Assembly on Restructuring of Nigeria Federated Regions. Reading the communique, convener of the Assembly, Dikin Owolabi Oladejo, said Nigeria's highly centralized system had hindered development, weakened accountability, and contributed to the country's security challenges. He proposed a new federal structure in which regions would control most of their internal affairs, while the federal government would be responsible for clearly defined national functions. The 17 proposed regions are Akwa Ibom, Ane Igala, Akpa Agba, Bendel, Caliphate, Cross River, Gurara, Hausa, Igbo, Ijo, Kanem, Lower Benue, Niger, Plateau, Rivers, Savannah, and Yoruba. According to the Assembly, the former Plateau-Gurara proposal was divided into two regions, Plateau and Gurara, while the Akpa Agba proposal was also approved. It said disputes over boundaries and communities should be resolved through dialogue, evidence, and the consent of affected communities. The Assembly added that where negotiations failed, referendums should be conducted to allow affected communities to determine their preferred status. On fiscal federalism, the group proposed that regions should retain 80% of revenues generated within their territories, while 20% would accrue to the federal government. The Assembly also called for the establishment of regional police forces to handle internal security and public safety. However, it proposed that national defense, territorial integrity, and external security should remain the responsibility of the federal government. The group further proposed that each autonomous region should have its own constitution, subject to the federal constitution and the protection of fundamental human rights. According to the Assembly, regional autonomy must not become a tool for the domination or discrimination of minorities. It therefore called for constitutional protection of minorities, women, children, and other vulnerable groups, including guarantees of equal treatment, political representation, cultural rights, and access to public services. The group stressed that its proposal was not aimed at breaking up Nigeria, but at allowing the country to remain one sovereign nation while giving its regions greater freedom to manage their affairs. It said national unity will be stronger when founded on consent, justice, equality, and mutual respect. Please take a listen to Dikinolade Joe, who is the convener of this conference.
Communique of the Concerned Citizens Assembly on the restructuring of Nigeria into autonomous federated regions, issued on Wednesday, 19th August 2026, at the conclusion of the 3 days deliberation of the Concerned Citizens Assembly at Nikon Luxury Hotel, Abuja. The Concerned Citizens Assembly, having come from across Nigeria, convened for 3 days from 17th of August to 19th of August 2026 for deliberations on the restructuring of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and having considered the submissions for the establishment of the 15 proposed regions, autonomous regions, hereby issue the following communique. Purpose of the Assembly. The Assembly reaffirmed that its singular purpose is to promote a negotiated, peaceful, and constitutional restructuring of Nigeria into an arrangement in which the constituent regions enjoy substantial autonomy while remaining within the federated regions of Nigeria. The Assembly affirmed that Nigeria can achieve greater peace, security, economic prosperity, accountability, and national cohesion by replacing excessive centralization of power at the center with a genuine federal system based on consent, autonomy, and shared constitutional responsibilities. 15 proposed autonomous regions. The Assembly received and considered requests from 15 proposed regions seeking recognition as autonomous constituent regions of a restructured federated Nigeria. The Assembly acknowledges the legitimate aspirations expressed by the various regions, by the various regional delegations, and recognize that the question of regional autonomy must ultimately be resolved through a process founded on consent, territorial contiguity, economic viability, cultural affinity, constitutional order, and the protection of the rights of all inhabitants. After consideration of the submissions of Plateau Gurara region and the application for Upper Agba as a region, it was agreed that the Plateau Gurara region be split into Plateau region and Gurara region. And on the approval of the application of Upper Agba by the Assembly, thus bringing the total proposed regions to 17. The proposed regions are Akwa Ibom region, Ane Igala region, Upper Agba region, Bende region, Caliphate region, Cross River region, Gurara region, Hausa region, Igbo region, Ijaw region, Kanem region, Lower Benue region, Niger region, Plateau region, Rivers region, Savannah region, and Yoruba region. Unresolved territorial questions. The Assembly acknowledges that certain questions, particularly those relating to territorial boundaries, the inclusion or exclusion of particular communities and areas, and competing regional claims remain unresolved. The Assembly therefore resolved as follows: that outstanding questions shall not be determined by emotion, historical grievance, numerical strength, or political pressure. That they shall be subjected to an objective, transparent, and evidence-based process after the conclusion of this Assembly. That the process shall take into consideration historical, cultural, geographical, economic, administrative, and security considerations, as well as the express wishes of affected communities. That where an issue cannot be resolved through negotiation and objective boundary delineation mechanism, the matter shall be referred to the affected citizens through a referendum, whose outcome shall constitute the expression of their democratic consent. The Assembly considered the principle of consent of the government as fundamental to the restructuring process. Autonomous regional government. The Assembly adopted the principle that the constituent federated regions of Nigeria shall be autonomous entities within the federation. Each region shall have substantial authority over its internal affairs and shall be empowered to establish institutions appropriate to the circumstances, subject only to the federal constitution and the limited powers constitutionally reserved for the federal government. Limited and enumerated federal powers. The Assembly resolved that the federal government shall be responsible for foreign affairs, customs, immigration, emigration, national economy, currency, and central bank, national defense, and security. The summit also agreed that there will be no concurrent legislative list, and all other powers are to reside within the regions. The summit agreed that the federal government should become a government of clearly defined federal responsibilities rather than an over-centralized authority exercising residual control over constituent regions. Fiscal federalism. The Assembly adopted fiscal federalism as a fundamental principle of the restructured federated federated regions of Nigeria. Accordingly, regions shall exercise substantial control over the economic resources and revenues generated within their territory. As was the practice in the short-lived Nigerian 1963 Republican Constitution and global best practice, the fiscal principle shall be 80% of revenues generated within a region to be retained by that region. The regions shall contribute the remaining 20% of their revenue to the federal government. The fiscal arrangement shall promote accountability, productivity, competition, development, and responsible management of public resources. The Assembly believes that fiscal responsibility must accompany fiscal authority. Regional security. The Assembly resolved that autonomous regions must have substantial constitutional responsibility for the security and protection of their people. Accordingly, regions shall have full responsibility for regional policing and internal public safety, subject to the federal constitution. Regional security institutions.
This is actually quite long, but I think we got the gist of it, and I think it's perhaps one of the most beautiful things that we've gotten in shall I call it agitation for a better structured Nigeria. I'm going to put this link on the Telegram channel, so if you go there, you'll be able to watch, the entire thing. It's actually beautiful. It's about 16 minutes long. It's 15 minutes 46 seconds, but we've gone, we're like halfway gone already. All right, so you can watch the rest. I'm going to put the link on the Telegram channel, Radio Me Global. But as well, okay, I'm going to do it later, okay, because I usually don't, so we don't create confusion. Anyway, that was what we're saying, and I like what he said, particularly about what happens if there are conflicting ideas on. Excuse me, please. Like, what do you do if people are having that, you have controversies in terms of locations or particular maybe states or communities? How do you resolve that? And then he said, okay, you're not going to do it with emotions. You're going to have to have negotiations and conversations and have a referendum if it's necessary, and let the people decide where they would want to be. But rather than have that, some people decide that there's a different way they think things should work, and that's the Igbo delegation to that particular conference. I saw that video right now. I can't see it again, but I will find it. I just found it. This is what happened when Ibos got in the mix, and this is what they did at that conference. Take a listen to this.
They've been proposing a restructuring of the country into.
Right.
The Concerned Citizens Assembly and Pan Niger Delta Forum met in Abuja. They've been proposing a restructuring of the country into 15 to 17 autonomous, the heart of that Nigeria's constitutional future, with high stakes at the National Restructuring Conference, which actually held in Abuja. The conference was aimed at radically restructuring the federation, but unfortunately it ended in a bitter deadlock for some of the delegates. The Igbo delegation staged a fierce walkout at some point, rejecting the final communique and throwing the proposed transition to a 17-region model into total chaos. And the concern here is whether River State should be located in the Igbo region or not. The walkout highlights deep disagreements over regional autonomy and the timeline for constitutional changes before the 2027 elections. And at the heart of it is the city of Port Harcourt. So who actually owns Port Harcourt? Is this debate about an access to the sea or not?
The conference was supposed to be a conference of ethno-linguistic nationalities without defining the meaning of ethno-linguistic nationalities to foreclose the possibility.
Who does not know the meaning of ethno-linguistic nationalities? Aruoini, Valuation
of political groups coming in the guise of ethnic nationalities. We've been deceived. This is a charade. And nobody in Nigeria should take what happened today as a serious event.
We are in agreement with the rest of Nigeria who believe that we should restructure Nigeria in a way that its people can govern themselves. Nobody seeks a breakup of the country. We seek to make Nigeria work in a way that's determined by its indigenous people.
All right, and to dive into this discourse, we have joining me right here in the studio, Dr. Kachiama Nuju, Deputy Leader of the Igbo Delegation to the Abuja Summit on Restructuring. And thank you so much, Dr. Kach, for joining. What exactly actually led to that walkout on this access to the sea or the position of rivers, or whether, River State and Port Harcourt should belong, to the Igbo region or not? What exactly are you asking for?
It is I am an Igbo born in Job. Job was settled at the Willis Commission as a place inhabited by Ibos. Today's Greater Port Harcourt has up to 4 ethnicities in it. You have the Ibos who have come in from the Igbo hinterland, like my family, that came in 1832, alongside Uzurumbamba Naso, Jua Mabu, also known as Jaja of Popo. He came back to Amibo, where his father is from Umudroha, his mother is from Umujoke, Umudroha, and then took people from there and from Umkwere to come and establish Opopo. Since that time, my family...
Sorry, you're talking very fast. I remember talking about this yesterday, but it's also important to say that the people that founded the place with Judge of Opobo were the Ijo people that he was leading at the time. It wasn't like he became rich, went home to carry his family members to go and create another place. Again, it's something that people in Niger Delta will have to have that conversation about, okay? But the idea of Opobo has nothing to do with the fact that his father was Igbo. And I mentioned it yesterday, so I'm not going to dwell on it too much, that people can change their identities. People do change their identities, and Jaja Opobo definitely changed his identity. And I played you a video of his descendant, the king, who said they are Ijo. I don't know why people have a problem with that. That's one. Number two, the conversation is about Port Harcourt, not about Opobo. But Atamo, you have to find things. You have to make a case. That's what's happening right now. How do you say that in English language? If you want an inheritance that is not yours, you are going to tell ridiculous stories because you have to somehow prove your claim to that inheritance, which is what is happening at this point. But let's listen to a few more things. The point is that elders had to meet. They spent months, years working on this. I've alluded to it several times when we have conversations, like our fathers are also thinking about this. Don't assume that we're the only ones thinking. Some people are working like on the G. And now that they've come to the fore and say, okay, this is what we want to do, we're going to listen to all their claims later, by all the regions, some of them, and why they want their, autonomous regions. We're going to talk about that in a bit. But now that they've come out to talk about it, you have one group saying they wanted the littoral states, including parts that have nothing to do with them. Those are the Jaws. I think they found a way to sort that out. But then you have the Igbo walk out of that conference because they want to have a claim to Port Harcourt. Now the question is about, why do you want Port Harcourt? Is it that it is yours, or do you want it because of access to the sea? The man is telling us about Judge of Opobo, who has nothing to do with Port Harcourt. But let's listen to a few more things. These are the people that they have to cut them off at some point. Maybe they just create, we'll talk about that later. Just create one. How do you create island when there's no sea? We'll think about it. Take a listen.
Family has been in River State for up to 320 years. Now, we the indigenous Ibos are accepted by the Williams Commission as part of the people of Greater Port Harcourt. You also have the Ikwere who are there. You also have the Okrika who are there in the Greater Port Harcourt. And of course, you also have the Ogoni who are also there in the Greater Port Harcourt space. and we've agreed to share it. Now, indigenous Igbos like me, who were born there before the end of, and whose parents were there before the end of slave trade, because you remember one question when somebody was asked, what is your ethno-indigeneity? And he claimed that some of them came back after slave trade. Even when those people came back after slave trade, they came to meet people on the ground. Just like when the Yorubas returned from Senegal, the Yorubas now live in Sangros, in Campos, and other parts of Moroni in Lagos. These are Yorubas.
We have to repeat some of the things we did yesterday because we're going to go deeper today. The idea of always comparing Yoruba with other ethnicities doesn't make sense. They were Yorubas before they left. When they returned to Yoruba land, and they settled in Yoruba land. That is different from a people, whether they were Ibos before they left or not. Let's even say they were Ibos when they left. They returned to a particular land that may not be Igbo land. Just because they returned does not mean that where they are now staying is now automatically theirs because they have returned to that place, and the identity has now become different, or the identity of the land has changed because they have arrived. Number two, Yoruba people did not travel back from Senegal in recent years. That was sometime long ago. He's talking about Sierra Leone, but you know that point. Okay.
So did other people come back. Don't forget, 5 African ethnicities were recorded to have been taken into slavery. 1, the Bakongo, who live in the Gulf of Guinea from Angola speaking to Congo. That's where the Bantu Congos are. And then you have the Igbo in the records. Then you have the Yorubas in the records. You also have the Akan. And also now you have the Mandinka. These are the 5 tribes.
This doesn't tell us about Port Harcourt,
in the records as having been taken into slavery. So even if you return back after the Emancipation Proclamation, you were now allowed to return back to your area of ethno-indigeneity. Now you see that? So the people didn't fall from heaven. No. That is exactly what we're saying. So those who came back.
This doesn't make sense. Someone says every time Igbo compare themselves to Yoruba, despite not having the same situation, Igbo envy Yoruba. I think they can have a conversation about their lives and their destiny without necessarily bringing Yoruba into it, because it will really, really help them. And I say that with all the love I can muster. And the reason, of course, is because if your history is different from another person, bringing them up as the base or the yardstick for everything you're doing may actually be counterproductive, especially because your history is different from theirs. When they returned, all this Turanchi, the question is that land, was it the Igbo land? Sorry, I'm getting a lot of stuff. Let's just hear the rest of it and then we'll go to move on to other things.
Came back to Igbo land because Igbos represent the highest single ethnicity in the Niger Delta. The Niger Delta is the areas that contain the deltaic tributaries of the Niger River. It's not an ethnic area. And there you have things like...
That's a bite of Biafra.
What we call now Gulf of Guinea. You have in the Niger Delta thing, you have Anambra State, you have Delta State, you have Abia State, you have Imo State, you have our River State.
All right, Dr. Catch. Now, if we're asking for regions to be formed, one of the regions that was canvassed was the Igbo region, and then the Jos also said they were asking for a particular region. And so your problem is that the Ijos want Port Harcourt to be under their own region. Now you are saying
that's not what you're saying.
Okay, so what exactly is your ground?
The problem we had with them was the Yorubas told us that the original Ijo map, which made Ijo not to attend the conference, was the Ijos drew a map in which they seized all the natural spaces from Badagry down to Bakassi. So that all the natural spaces facing the ocean were to be their own. The Yorubas disagreed. When we came to the conference, we now saw that the Yorubas are allowed, brought them up.
There's something wrong with the average Igbo mind. There's something wrong with the average Igbo mind. Which one is Yoruba did not agree with this, they agree with this? Are Yoruba people your umpire? Are Yoruba people supposed to be speaking for everybody? What kind of rubbish is this? Victimhood, the Yoruba person says you can't claim that you own all the literal spaces from Badagry all the way to the Niger Delta. I mean, Badagry is Yoruba land now. All those places are Yoruba land. All the way into Ondo. You can't say our area Laje is now supposed to be Ijo because we love you. Of course, we're going to say no because this is Yoruba land. We know where we pala, where we have boundaries, and we have been together for a long time. But everybody knows the boundaries. Okay, we have the conversation. When it's your own turn, you have your own conversation as well. Which one is the Yoruba people allowed? Did the Yoruba people and is it bread that they are sharing to people and say, okay, you come and take your own? No, you two now have Port Harcourt. What kind of rubbish is this? Yoruba people allow, Yoruba people do not do this. If you have a victim mindset, you can be as rich as Daroja, you will still be poor in your thinking. This is crazy. Everything is they did something to me. I beg you.
We are the job now have to cover the literal spaces of River State. That is our bone of contention. Right. Why am I saying this? We, the Ibos, have made peace with our Ikwere brothers to the extent that today, and
Ibos have not made peace with Ikwere brother. I didn't say this yesterday. Yes, there's an Ikwere man who is the head of Owaneze Ndibo. The Ikwere people say no to, even in their homeland, and they have issues with him. Oh, you say, boy, you're not even from there. Why are you talking about it? Because they are literally becoming the clog in our wheel. They are stopping us from moving forward with this the covetousness, trying to take what belongs to other people. And I've said it several times. And the elders that had that meeting, they're very wise people. If you must get that place, talk to the people of the land. Stop shouting that it's yours. Even if a place is yours and the people say that they're no longer part of you, there's a reason for that too. Maybe there's a way you are moving. And don't worry, very soon you hear him talk about the war, as though everything's about the war. But let's hear him.
From Eneka, is the President General of Ohanese. This is even before the, exactly.
Yeah, but you would have listened to people like Nyesom Wike.
Listen to me. Nyesom Wike's
problem. They are different. They are not Igbos.
Nyesom Wike's problem.
So Rivers does not have anything to do with the Igbo region.
He claims that the Ikwere come from Benin. Oba Akenzuwa said it's not true. There is nothing like Benin. During the days of the Arab Confederacy, the Benin Kingdom existed and nobody came to River State. Even the name of the man they said that came back, Akalaka, that's an Igbo name. You understand? So how can Akalaka come from Benin? Benin doesn't have Akalaka. Akalaka is an Igbo man. So even if you call Akalaka, that's an Igbo name. And we know, look, just like me and Mao Obama was born in Rumudaka. I was born in Joe. Now, nothing forecloses me. Just recently, a court in Plateau State said that the indigenous Hausas born in Jos North are indigenous to the state. If they are indigenous to Plateau, then what's wrong with the Ibos born in River State, whose parents were born in River State, like me? All right. Why would we not be teamed up? And we have now teamed up with the Queres, like Senator Samun Bata, to insist that we want to belong to the.
Well, I mean, I've spoken with some of the Queries, and we expected one of the leaders to be present here, Professor King, but unfortunately he couldn't make it at the last minute. But talk to us, at the heart of this debate also is that there are talks that the Igbos want to in the future, regionalize Nigeria, have access to the sea.
That's not the issue.
Port Harcourt.
That's not the issue.
And the locals
if you now see somebody in River State who comes and say he doesn't want River State to have access to the sea, that's what we see is a sponsor
River State to have access to the sea. River already has access to the sea. You want the access to the sea, therefore you are claiming. Anybody that says Rivers should not have access to the sea, the name is Rivers. It's in the name. They have plenty of Odo that connects to the Atlantic Ocean. They have access already. You don't have access. You want that space so that you can claim access to the sea, which is what you've always needed. There's something I did not read yesterday. I'm going to read it today. It's something from 1968, and we're also going to listen to a particular clip I didn't play yesterday as well. This matter far, but may we hear this one finish first.
Groups, because no Rivers man will tell you he doesn't want River States to have access to the sea.
No, I mean the Igbo nation, the Igbo region being proposed having an access to the sea through Port Harcourt, through River State.
No, that's not what it. The Igbos proposed that the Benin people should have have access to the sea through Egelege.
The Ibos cannot propose that different regions should have access to the sea. People have access to the sea because that area is part of their territory. I mean, we read this yesterday, so I'm essentially repeating some of the things I said yesterday. But we have to listen to it again to have context.
The people from Delta who comes and say he doesn't want River State to have access to the sea. That's why we see these are sponsored political groups. Because no Rivers man will tell you he doesn't want River State to have access to the sea.
No, I mean the Igbo nation, the Igbo region being proposed having an access to the sea through Port Harcourt, through River State.
No, that's not what it. The Igbos propose that the Benin people should have access to the sea through Egelege. The people from Delta, the Warri people, should have access to the sea through Warri and Cocoa Port. The Yorubas already have access to the sea through Lagos. We also propose they already have access to the sea through Brass and other parts of Diasa. But River State should also be allowed its access to the sea. So when we now saw that the...
Do you hear what he's saying? Somebody says, I think I understand what he's saying. He says Ijo want to claim all the coastal areas, so the river people will not have access to the sea. If that was agreed. That's not what they're saying. That's not what he's saying. This is not about Ijo. Whatever conversation Ijo people are having, if Rivers people have a point with what Ijo people are saying, that's a conversation between Rivers people and Ijo people. That's not what he's saying. He's using that as a crutch in order to actually make a point, which he's making. I don't know if you got it. He's trying to say, and he said it, that we decided essentially that the Benin people can have access to the sea through Gelegele. People in Delta should have access to the sea through Warri. People in Yoruba already have access to the sea through the Lagos. That they should also have access to the sea through Brass. Then now he just locked that in gently. You didn't catch it, so you said it's because of Ijo. It's not fighting for Ijo people or Rivers people at all. It's fighting for Igbo people. It's fighting for Igbo. And you know what? It's okay to fight for Igbo people, but don't assume that he's doing this because of Rivers people, because Ijo has taken their land. If Rivers, I'm going to play you what the Rivers people said eventually, right? But that convention is for Rivers people, not for Igbo people. This is what we talk about. Ayojuran, talk about your own space. Meanwhile, you cannot allocate access to the sea. It is not federal character. This federal character we're always saying, it's what these people use to get many of the things they've got in Nigeria. You cannot allocate what God did not give you. It's a natural resource. For instance, you cannot allocate crude oil to my hometown unless we discover it in Ile-Ife. It's not there. But if you find it, then that'll be beautiful. But right now, you can't say, okay, well, let it go there, because no, it's not. You can't allocate sea to Ife. Say, let us have access to the sea through just take us to Atlantic Ocean. It's not going to happen. You don't see me crying about the sea. I want to read something to you before we go on with this thing. That's how they be shouting, access to the sea, access to the sea. You want people to, you cannot allocate access to the sea. And I've said it several times. Sea is not the determining factor of prosperity. Kano has no access to the sea. Kano is way wealthier than all the Southeast combined. I said so. And I'm not talking about Nigeria, Kano. I'm saying even now they are richer. Even in the past, Kano has been a metropolis before the British arrived, attracting traders and business people from all over the region. Before the British got there, they have no sea. And I mentioned yesterday that the richest man in West Africa is from Kano, was from Kano. The richest man, not this one, his grandfather, Dan Tata, was from Kano. He did not have access to sea in Kano, and they did not say, let us go and allocate a place to Kano so that you can go through Kano and enter ship. No. He did his business and used the available ports to move his goods. All this CCC, as if there is... Are you worshiping Oluweri? Oh, God. It's not as if you have a covenant with the sea. As if you do, go and have your covenant wherever you want to have it. There is this small thing, see. Go shit down.
This co-sponsored group were comfortable with River State being blocked from having access to the sea. We now knew these were sponsored groups just to undermine. Look, if I don't have total peace with my brothers in River State, that we have gotten them back to be president general for Ohanese means it's a family thing.
But I spoke with some of the leaders and they said he went there on his own, that the people of Rivers never asked Senator Mbata to go and represent them, especially the Ikwere to represent them as the president of Ohanese and Igbo. That is a project by some of you leaders from the Igbo nation to try to penetrate through the Rivers people.
That is not true. Nobody is begging for any penetration. Igbos bring success wherever they go to. Igbos develop. As I speak to you today, Igbos still represent the largest single ethnic group in River State.
So what do you want?
What we want is to make peace, marry back with our own brothers. What was divided by the war.
Under which region?
Now listen, the Yorubas were able now to reconstruct, to repair what the soldiers did. Brought in Yorubas from Kwara into their fold in their contiguous map. Brought in Yorubas from Kogi into their fold in their contiguous map. What's wrong with and
what's wrong is that you are not the same people. You think straight, and that is why in our contiguous map we didn't go in there and bring, you know. The Yoruba people in Kwara, they were not broken by the war. Yoruba people in, I mean, Igbomina is in, it lies Igbona, it lies Igbomina. Igbomina, that's one Kwara state. The Igbona. Ekiti is Ekiti state. Ekiti not one Kwara state, there's Ekiti local government in Kwara state. The people in Okun land will tell you that they are from Ife. Listen, it's not a, people don't understand. This thing is not about, oh, what have we done? What have we arranged? What are we doing? It's ancestral connections. It predates Nigeria. It's not just drawing a map. It's with the consent of the people. See, at the end of the day, it's not even so much about what are the people on the ground saying. It's not about just be shouting all over the place. Talk to the people. Do people not have structure where they come from? Like, talk to the people, not just be disturbing the whole world about we must get this because Yoruba people got it. Yoruba people did not say we must get it because other people got it. Yoruba history is totally different. You have acephalous, autonomous, small communities that did not even relate to each other before the British came. How do you want to say the same thing for a group that have always claimed, even if it's their myth of origin, they've always associated themselves with a particular place for centuries, if not millennia, before the British arrived? You cannot make that story up because of Nigeria. That's the problem of these clowns. Sorry, I call them clowns, because I hear people just mentioning Yoruba for no reason. Why are you bringing Yoruba into the matter? Yoruba. The story is different. I can't tell you that because something happened in England and the Norman invasion, therefore I must have the same story as them because they colonized us. What does that mean? Different history, different culture, different everything. You can copy. We have to copy intelligently. Our frames of reference are different. And your people should also know this. All this one that we're always doing, Guinea Nigeria. I'm a good Nigerian, great nation. But I'm not dumb. Have you not listened to the enough from this man? Because, I'm sorry, it's stressful listening to him. And if people in Rivers, he will mention like he's fighting for Rivers, they'll say talk about Igbo. So you don't know how to hold him, but where you should really hold him, Jogula, take the Jogula, is Igbo. The Rivers thing is just a way to Dagboru in order to get what they're actually going after. He wants something for Igbo people. He did not represent Rivers in that meeting. I'll play you the person that represents Rivers now. He did not represent Rivers, he represented Igbo. I'll read something to you before we listen to the rest of it. This is from an hour speech of 1968. This was August 12, 1968 in Addis Ababa. It says here, even secessionist leaders concede that the concept of an Igbo apartheid state or Igbo-stan is untenable. If the federal government were to concede an independent state embracing only Igbo land, that state would not be viable and the secessionist leaders would not accept it. Consequently, they talk of Biafra embracing all of the former eastern region because of the agricultural wealth and empty lands. When you hear the word empty, it's talking about empty in terms of development. And you'll not find that in Igbo land, you find that in the minority areas. So agricultural wealth is also in minority areas. I've said it several times. All those palm oil, they're always shouting. Agricultural revenue in the old eastern region, the bulk of it came from the minority areas, particularly the Ogoja area, the Ẹkáàbọ area, the Calabar area. 64% came from the area. Only 36% came from the Igbo area. Even though Igbo had 5 million out of the 7, they had about, what's the number now? 7.4 million out of the 14 million people. Let me calm down. 7.4 million out of the 12.4 million people of the region were Ibos. So they were more than half of the population of the region, but they could only supply about a quarter of the resources, or a third at the best. 34%, so just about a third. The remaining 64% came from the other, 36%. The remaining 64% came from the minority areas. So agricultural revenue or agricultural produce came from the minority areas. Lands for development in terms of building and stuff came from the minority areas. And the other thing you talked about was access to the sea. So let me read it again. It says here, if the federal government were to consider an independent state embracing only Igbo land, that state would not be viable and the secessionist leaders would not accept it. Consequently, the talk of Biafra embracing all of the former eastern region because of the agricultural wealth and empty lands of the southeastern states. Now, again, southeastern states, we said it a lot of times. I'll say it one more time. Whenever you read documents, any document you read, right, up until any document you read from 1967 up until 1976, if you see the word southeastern states, they're not talking about Igbo land. They're talking about Ẹkáàbọ and Cross River states, present-day Ẹkáàbọ and Cross River. So it's called southeastern states. When they call those people southeastern states, they called Igbo land East Central State. And then you had Rivers State. The three were created on 27th May 1967. So southeastern state in this document that you're hearing is not Igbo land, it is Ẹkáàbọ and Cross River states. Okay? So it talked about the agricultural land, agricultural wealth and empty lands of the southeastern state and the oil of the river state, and because of access to the sea. Oh, sorry, I'm just reading what someone wrote in the comment section. It talked about agricultural wealth, empty lands in Ẹkáàbọ and Cross River State, and then oil in rivers and parts of Bayelsa State. By the way, just in case, I'm sure you know, parts of Bayelsa State used to be part of Western region before they got into Midwest. Before they now, of course, you now have what you have in River State. So the old rivers at the time is present-day rivers and parts of Bayelsa State. They had the oil and had access to the sea. All this fight and trenching is about water, which is unnecessary. And I'm going to play you something from the people of the land back in the day. You know, I think you've listened to enough from this gentleman, at least for today. Or do you want to hear the rest? We heard everything yesterday, have we? Let's finish it so that we'll know that we're done with it, and then we can move on to something else. I really want you to listen to what happened back in the day. Take a listen to the rest of this. I hope we can take it.
Ethno-linguistic arrangement where also Igbos in River State.
People say no, please, headache. Okay, let's move on. People say no. Even me, let me tell them, you get the point. We don't have to say everything. Let's play one second. I'll play you something from the land itself, what happened during the war, and what people said about the people shouting out from there. I said it earlier, one of the ways you know how ancient a people are is their either unwillingness or inability to cite dates for their arrival. Think about it. Oh, I got there 18 something. Olga, sit down. If you go there in 18 something, Your work is to now talk to them and say, we are now together. For instance, and this is quite interesting. You should think about this before we move on. When folks returned, when the Saros returned, right? Because they kept mentioning people, Yoruba people came back, Yoruba people came back. When the Saros returned, a lot of them were not from Isaleko, they're not from Lagos. People like Shade Thomas, who was the first Nigerian to have a fashion show in the UK. She's originally from Oyo area. Folks like Aji Moko, Oba Frederick Astrop. He was from Ilesha. Eventually went back and became, Kabisi, became the Owa. People like Abjaye Crowther was from Ishogun area or your area as well. The point I'm trying to make is that Darocha, for instance, was also from Ilesha. Yeah, even for last part, well, they even have at least they have Kini in Abeokuta. Some from Abeokuta, some from Oyo, some from Ilesha, from different parts. But one thing is that they were Yoruba people. Now, here's the thing. When they returned, some of them went back to their original homes, like the Fela clan. They went, the Ransom Kutis went back to Abeokuta. Okay? You had those who went back to Oyo. The Ajimoko that I mentioned earlier, Oba Frederick Astrop, he became Owa. His lineage, Arnold Jobans in Ilesha, he went back. But those who stayed, you can identify them as Saro because they came from Sierra Leone. But they are Lagosians. Okay? They are Lagosians. Antidara Ilu. They don't continually mention that, even if they mention where they are from, is to talk about origin, not to talk about identity. I think one of the major problems we have in this conversation really is that some people have not evolved to the point of understanding the concept of identity. You would watch movies, and this is the funny thing about those who are always shouting Senna climb. Again, maybe Senna climb, we're not just as sane as those people. You watch movies, right? And then you see an Asian man talk about our country, and he's talking about the United States. He doesn't know anything about China or South Korea. And his loyalty is to that place. The only reason you know is Asian is his phenotype, right? You see a German, you will even know. It just says our country. He's talking. He can mention his ancestry. For instance, you have Donald Trump mention the ancestry. You have people like Biden mention the ancestry. They are from somewhere. JFK is Irish. That's their ancestry. But as far as nationality is concerned, they are all about America. Now, here's the thing. In Yoruba land, we used to have that centuries before Igbo came. So maybe that's why people should stop comparing themselves with Yoruba, because they don't have it yet in 2026. Where you can get to the point where you assume your identity without having to always tell people, if you want that thing, you are here, and this is where you now come. You are seeing the culture of people and you come back to it. But this is actually foreign to folks like this. And that's the way which is why I say don't bring up your examples. You have a very, very different understanding of how things should work. Having said that, I'd like to play you a clip from sometime around after the war and what people said about identity. Their jobs have not yet required the necessary. What people said about identity in Rivers State. Take a listen.
To take over their jobs have not yet required the necessary skills. Outside the docks, I asked the Rivers men what they thought of the Ibos.
Though we are all my Nigeria, all there is behaviors. And the people at the moment at this time is to remain in the central state. You don't think there is a place for them to work down here now? At the moment, I don't think so. Do you think it will come in the future? That future can tell. But not now.
What do you think the local people want to do to you?
Well, the people say they want to fight us. So because we ran away when there was a booming of gun during the Civil War, see? And the army people protect them, not allow them to fight us.
So the army at the moment is keeping you and them apart?
Yeah, the army people are guiding us here.
What would happen if the army left you alone?
They said they would fight against us.
They'll try and drive you out?
Yes, sir.
One group of Igbo refugees.
So one of the things you get from that is this matter did not start today, but he mentioned some things. They've been there for 400 years, which is debatable because the other matter they got there in the 19th century. The question is, how did they get there? Why are we even having this conversation? Because at this point, we have to know our neighbors so they can stop disturbing the peace.
No worries about it. This question about people that don't kill you at all. Inside. The house.
This is how those people said they got.
Is to be sold to the job they merchants and to the Europeans. So that's trade business to meet up with them. The other one say that
To the jaw. And there are documents on this. I don't like to read that part of history because people have not come to terms with their own history. There are some people who are more advanced in this country. If you mention that as part of their history, they'll say, and so what? E.g., I mean, there are Yoruba people, for instance, who have gone through that kind of thing. You should mention it out. Even me, I would say, and so what? It's the past. But these guys, I think the reason they come up beyond it is probably because the thing is still present. The mindset is still there somehow. So he talked about how they got there. And he talked about the fact that, and the other man that was shouting about it also mentioned it. They didn't get in terms of people who, can't really say ancestral spaces. Okay? Because they are slaves. All right? And it's not the only one. If you read, and I read the document yesterday, the Willings Commission report of 1958. And in a way, it's also a very good thing, the way things turned out. And I think I should read that report before we move on to other things. And someone in the comment section, I see you, and what you're saying. I've answered someone like you before. I'm trying not to do that today. But if I have to, I will. I think I should quickly do it just before. Let me tell you something. It's not that what you want is wrong. It's just that you are not. 1 second. So those on YouTube, please give me a second. I need to sort something so that we don't keep having. Just give me like a minute to fix it. It won't take a long time. So the person was talking about how, they own Okobo. Like I said, you guys, you are not thinking straight. You're not thinking straight, and you don't understand how life works. You need to evolve. If a person tells you that just because you have a member of your family going to a particular place to create something does not mean that somehow you are related. Unless, of course, you are not thinking. Just give me 1 second, please. Just need to ensure that this stops disturbing folks on YouTube and Facebook. I'll play you something from one of the kings of Opobo. Maybe that will help you. It will not help you. I know it will not help you, but it will help the rest of us who are thinking people. Because you cannot be saved. So I don't do this because anybody who is if I were doing this because of you clowns, then that would be that I don't have anything. Just want to make sure that this thing stops disturbing everybody. Okay, I think we're good. All right. All right, thank you for your patience. King Dr. Danderson Douglas Jaja, Jeki 5. This is the Ẹkáàbọ, a natural ruler of Opobo Kingdom. So you tell me whether I should listen to him or these clowns in the comment section just disturbing the peace. And by the way, the king can be wrong if what he's saying doesn't align with history. In this case, it happens that the king is actually, he's not just making things up, because kings are humans. But if what he's saying is aligning with history, then I'm going to take him seriously rather than people just considering nuisance in the comment section. So take a listen to the king of Opobo.
When from the ceremony called Banubishan, which made him a freeborn of Bali. Until the time he spoke the Bali language. Then, by after that, we are not able to keep this with him. So we'll eventually get back to the basics of the Bali language. We'll try to do that. So whoever, for whatever reason, thinks they can chide us for that, well, that person must be not well informed. Is in John
So the man said there is just through and through. How does that affect your progress in life? Let me tell you how you know that your ethnicity is advanced. When either you leave people alone to be on their own, whatever they call themselves, or the people say, we are part of you. You shouldn't be the one telling people that you are part of us and you must be part of us and nothing you do will remove you from us. And I'm talking to the people in the comment section. You're a nuisance. Stop shouting that people are part of you. Listen, there are people I won't mention the groups. When they speak, I'm like, how does this one sound like Yoruba? And they insist, not just that they're Yoruba, but that they're from Ife. And then somewhere in the research, it's called that they're actually telling the truth. They come from everywhere, from the northern part of this country. There are people that say, no, you're Ife, Ghana, people from different places. We are from that place. Let people claim your origin, your space as their origin. Stop telling them they are from you. When you do that, it means that you are a nuisance. It means that even you have identity problem. And your growth or your pride as a people is from when people say they are part of you, not when it's from when you say people are part of you. In other words, you cannot stand alone. You must be able to stand alone. Like it's a song my father used to sing. You are self-sufficient. Everybody now wants to attach themselves to you. Not that you are parasitic. You are my own, your own, you have to give it. All right, let me read what I wanted to read earlier. Willings Commission Report of 1958. I have a document here, and one of these days we'll go deep into it. We need to learn our history in this country. More than 98% of the people who inhabit the area, that's the Igbo plateau of the eastern region, are Igbo, and they speak one language. Though, of course, with certain differences of dialect. There are nearly 5 million of them, and they are too many for the soil to support, which is the reason they moved out. Or they are still moving out. There are too many for the soil to support. It's not a jab, it's just history. It's not more history, it's reality. They are vigorous and intelligent and have pushed outward in every direction, seeking a livelihood by trade or in service in the surrounding areas of the eastern region, in the western region, in the north and outside Nigeria. They are no more popular with their neighbors than is usual in the case of an energetic and expanding people whose neighbors have a more leisurely outlook on life because they have abundance in their own regions. Makes sense. Though there has been no great kingdom or indigenous culture in the eastern region, the coastal chiefs grew on their trade with the European merchant ships, and they adopted customs, clothing, and housing. You still see it, the way they just dress. And even the Shekiri, they still have that, you still have that European influence in the dress of the Shekiri. The Shekiri sold a lot of slaves, and you know exactly where those slaves came from. He just sold a lot of slaves to the Europeans, and you know exactly where those slaves came from. So also the Calabar. So it says here that the coastal chiefs grew on their trade with the European merchant ships, and they adopted customs, clothing, and housing more advanced than those of the peoples of the interior, on whom they had at first preyed for slaves. This confirms what the Ikwere man was saying. They came during the 19th century to regard the people of the interior as backward and ignorant, and it was therefore a blow to their pride as well as to their pockets when the Ibos began to push outwards into the surrounding fringe of the country, and particularly into the Calabar area, to take up land, to grow rich, to own houses and lorries, and occupy posts in public services and in the services of large trading firms. It was among the Ibos, formerly despised by the people of Calabar as source of slaves and as the backward people of the interior, now feared and disliked as energetic and educated. Someone said Yorubas were slaves in Brazil. Of course now. Kissinger, drop that name. It's a name for a smart person. You are dull. Of course now, Yorubas were slaves in Brazil. What else do you want to tell me that I don't know? Tell me something with me. I know. No. Apart from that, you're not thinking straight. Yorubas were slaves in Brazil. Of course. Not just Brazil. Let me tell you the rest in case they didn't teach you in school. They took some of us to Cuba. Some of us went to Venezuela, St. Lucia, all the way to, you see how some of us in Puerto Rico. You have people in Trinidad and Tobago. Some of them even went to Jamaica. And guess what? Guess what? This is the crazy part of what you just brought up, which I was not planning to talk about, but since you brought it up, let's talk about it. 8.4% of the entire population of slaves taken out of this space were Yoruba people. The vast majority of the slaves were Ibos. And I'm not even making it up. I can tell you the sources, but you don't read. I'm talking to the clown. 8.4%. And here's the question they always ask. How did 8.4% of the entire, population of slaves have so much influence? You know what, guys? Let's pause for a second. Let's talk about this thing. You think I'm ashamed of the fact that Yoruba were taken as slaves? Of course not. I'm Yoruba. Where is that book? Oh? We're going to move away from the topic for a bit. Let's talk about it. Because Yoruba people will... Don't be... If you're Yoruba people, don't say, you're a slave. You're a slave. Your people were slaves. And so what? This one go... wait, let me... wait. The book is inside. But I think I wrote a note somewhere. I wrote one note somewhere here. So I'm going to read from that note. And I will tell you the book. 2 books. That quoted other books. This guy is dull. Jeez. What on earth would make you think that I would be ashamed that there were Yoruba slaves in the New World? What on earth would make you think that I would be ashamed of that? When you still have Candomblé in Brazil, you still have Santeria in Cuba, you still have Yoruba traditional religious worship in those places that have survived. You still have dressing. You still have food. Akaraje is still eaten on the streets of Bahia in Brazil. You think I would be ashamed? You are dull. Wallahi to lie. Someone will lie was you are dull. 1 second. I'll find you that stuff. Since you want to segue to something else, let's do it together. It's going to be fun. I will find it quickly though. Ombo. Marinsi. So if you look at Yoruba, the new history by Akinwumi Oguntiran, I think that's why I wrote some notes from there, and also from the history of Yoruba by Sibibanji Akintoye. We should read these things. We should learn. We're gonna learn. We're gonna learn. Like I said earlier, 8.4%, right? So let's read some things here. In all destinations to which the African slaves were taken in the Americas, their lives came to exhibit certain common features. First, they were imported and purchased to supply labor on plantations of sugarcane, tobacco, cotton, and so on. In other agricultural pursuits, in processing enterprises like sugar processing in the mines and ports, in various trades in commerce as carriers of goods and as domestic hands for their masters. Their lives as slaves were tied to these enterprises. I'm going to jump a bit. Each slave community was thus confronted with the challenge of forging and inventing new bonds of association and identity, drawing on the realities of their situation. But as most studies of the African diaspora would now confirm, each such creating, inventing, and forging was informed by the African cultural heritages that the slaves had brought with them. Everything they did in the New World was based on the cultural heritage that they brought with them. The question you should be asking yourself, the Ikeoku, is what did your fathers carry with them when they went to the New World? Nothing, apparently. Let's read a few more things. You should not have written that thing sincerely, because I would send you home. Where were we? So it says here, but as most studies of the African diaspora would now confirm, every such creating, inventing, and forging was informed by the African cultural heritages that the slaves had brought with them. Thus were produced and many variations of African American cultures or Creole cultures now existing as very significant contributions to the civilizations of the New World. Of the contributions of the cultural heritage of the Yoruba people, I'll take this slowly. Of the contributions of the cultural heritage of the Yoruba people to these processes, a fair amount is known today. And the overall assessment seems to be that the cultural impact of the Yoruba people on the evolution of the African American or Creole cultures was great. Greater than the numbers of the Yoruba slaves could justify. We were just 8.4% of the slaves that were taken out there. Tell your friends to interpret what I'm saying to you, Ikeoku, you go hear something. It says that their influence and their impact on the evolution of African American culture or Creole culture was great, greater than the numbers of the Yoruba slaves could justify. And then he went on to write what David Eltis wrote in his work. I'm going to read where he says, within coerced African migration, the Yoruba were among the latest to arrive. but were neither the most numerous nor the least scattered over the Americas. In other words, they scatter us everywhere, and we not plenty rich like that, we then carry go the new world. Shall they follow me? Celebrating slave history. No, I'm not celebrating slave history. I'm celebrating what my people did regardless of the situation. And that tells you why you should never have written that thing, considering the fact that you cannot even see what you're contributing at home, let alone what you contributed in diaspora. Ikoku, you're a waste of space. You as a person. Let's read a few more things. You are still writing. May God help you, because your life has to mean something. And it should mean something in Jesus' name. Because if I continue that way, Igbo Matthias last. David Eltis writes, within coerced African migration, the Yoruba were among the latest to arrive, but were neither the most numerous, nor be say we plenty like that, nor the least scattered over the Americas. Don't be say we were concentrated more than others. Reasonably precise estimates for other groups will eventually become available, but it is probable that the Igbo and some West Central African peoples were larger, were larger and more heavily concentrated than the Yoruba, the Igbo in parts of the British Caribbean, and some of what have been termed Congo groups in southeast Brazil. Yet, the impact of the Yoruba speakers on Creole societies that emerged in many parts of the Americas appears to modern scholars to have been strong, and in the light of the evidence presented here, out of proportion to the relative size of Yoruba arrivals. Why? Because of where they're coming from. Let's read a few more things here. In comparison, that is with other African groups, they contributed considerably more to Creole or African American civilization in oral traditions, especially as expressed in songs, religious rituals, stories, proverbs, and so on, as well as in various modes of family and societal structures. The main explanation for this is where we are going. What they are saying is that there were more people from Igbo land and from Congo areas that were taken as slaves to those places. But you have these fewer people from Yoruba land. If you read Yoruba, the new history by King Gundira, put the number at 8.4% of the entire population. Not so many people. So why do they have so much influence on the Creole culture and African American culture? Let's read. The main explanation for this is to be found in the strength of the civilization from which the Yoruba of the New World were extracted and taken away into slavery. Its strong family and settlement traditions, its urban orientation were city people, its social and associational traditions, its innumerable cooperative, collaborative, and support institutions, its highly developed artistic culture as expressed in the visual arts and folklore, and its strong religion. That's why they thrived when they got there. Not because there were plenty, like your fathers. That's one view. That's David Eltis. I want to read another person. This one is Antoine Vertuil. The view of the Yoruba voiced by Louis Antoine M. de Vertuil in 1858 is similar to views expressed by many other foreign observers in that century. He wrote that they were guided, listen to this, guided in marked degree by the sense of association. The principle of combination for the common weal has been fully sustained wherever they have settled in any numbers. In fact, the whole Yoruba race may be said to form a sort of social league for mutual support and protection. An additional explanation was the widespread cultural influence which the Yoruba established over much of West Africa before and during the centuries of the slave trade. What is he saying here? He's saying here that the clan in the comment section, their fathers were concentrated in one lungu, and they have many lungus, so they couldn't spread out to conquer anything or create any structure or create anything that is lasting. But in this case of the Yoruba people, they went out, they pushed outward, they built kingdoms, they built empires, they dominated spaces. The language was used for commerce across several spaces. Therefore, when people traveled, they went with that culture. You can't come from where you come from and be writing that kind of rubbish in the comment section. You guys did not even know the next village. We are reading. It's academic. An additional explanation was a widespread cultural influence which the Yoruba established over much of West Africa before and during centuries of slave trade. To the east and west of Yoruba land, Yoruba traditions and myths of origin and Yoruba ideas of the importance of Ife early influenced the Edo and Aja. As states and trade grew in these places, the Yoruba language, as will be remembered, developed into a sort of common language, especially for commercial purposes. No doubt a product of the widespread impact of Yoruba trade. That's from the Ife angle. The expansion of Yoruba cultural influence reached its climax in the era of the greatness of the Oyo Empire. Oyo being not only an empire builder and trader, but a mighty carrier of Yoruba culture far and wide. Founded and led by a mixture of Yoruba and Aja elements, the Kingdom of Dahomey minutely mirrored Yoruba cultural institutions and traditions, all of which were later reinforced by Oyo conquest and overlordship. In particular, through the Dahomey and other Aja people taking as slaves across the Atlantic, the influence of Yoruba culture was already significant in a number of places, for instance, in Haiti, long before the arrival of Yoruba slaves, and considerably assisted the growth of Yoruba cultural influence after that point. Of course, you have the same explanation for Bahia province, which was one of the richest sugar plantation areas of Brazil. You have for Salvador, and so on and so forth. The point of this Turenchisha is this. My people were taken as slaves into the New World. Big deal. It's not really about the slavery. That's not the issue. Many groups have been taken as slaves, including the English, the French. You read about the Gauls, you read about the barbarians. These were Europeans. Okay, they were all taken as slaves. It's okay. It's history. Not okay, but it's history. The question is this: when they got there, what did they take with them? When they took them from their homeland and transported them to a far-flung place, what happened when they got there? They recreated the civilization they had at home. You had nothing to carry where you went. Your fathers, I'm talking to you, Ikyoku, Egbiri. This thing is plenty. There are many reasons. Goes into religion, goes into different things, culture, tradition, family structure, commerce. It's all spelled out here, but that's not today's conversation. Read about the Candomblé, read about Santeria. How did they build that? And what did your fathers build when they get there, apart from just shouting, oh, we built Kinikon, we perish inside sea. Rather. You see, if you write nonsense, I'll be responding to you, I'll be sending you home. Now. All of that to say that when you hear that your people were taken as slaves, the big what is okay. But when they got there, and one of the most beautiful places to see these things, of course, it's not just one of the places, but one of the places you see one of those things, or the beautiful things, is Brazil, and also Trinidad and Tobago. I want to recommend a video. You can travel there if you like, but just in case you go. But before you go, or after you have gone, please watch this documentary on Netflix. It's called Bigger Than Africa. Bigger Than Africa. I think it's probably the only documentary that comes close to explaining the influence of Yoruba people in the New World. Thank you so much for the gift, Omotola. I was in school in Ife when I first encountered the greatness of Yoruba in terms of the export. It rings differently when you think about the fact that they were slaves. They had to preserve what they had back at home, and they did. You see the impact centuries after they were taken. Now, conversely, let's talk about this clown. You have a people who didn't even have to be taken out of where they are. Right where they are, there's nothing of worth. I'll read something. I'll read something to you from I know I've changed the topic. Don't worry, we'll get back to it. Some people need to be responded to. Yeah, I don't do all this. We're all one. My dad, I'll send the lossy lane. I'll read something to you. Somebody said, Prof says, let's not forget that they were sold by the minority tribes. You know why? You are living in small clans. The highest form of government in Igbo land was the clan. Very small spaces. So it was easy to have so-called minority tribes to prey on you as slaves. Whereas the Calabar, the Ikwere, the Ijo, so-called minority, the Ijo, or even the Shekiri, my brothers. No. Those ones sold a hell of slaves, made a lot of money. If you think I'm lying, go and provoke Reno Mokri. He will tell you the rest of your history. Any small thing, Yoruba, you don't have the same history. Sit down in one place. Let me read. I'll read though. This one, I will read this one to you. It's not even me that's talking. After all, I'm reading a book. Money. This is Enaoro speaking in Addis Ababa. Although Nigeria was a creation of European ambitions and rivalries, its peoples had their own ancient history before the arrival of the colonizers. This newly created country contained not just a multiplicity of pagan tribes, but a number of great kingdoms which had evolved complex systems of government, independent of contact with Europe. Within its frontiers were the great kingdom of Borno, with a known history of more than 1,000 years, the Fulani Empire, which had existed for 100 years before its conquest by Britain, the Benin Empire, stretching at its zenith from east of Niger and to well beyond Nigeria's western borders, the Yoruba Empire of Oyo, which had once, by the way, that was our second empire. We're on the verge of building the third one when the Europeans arrived, and it's just a sorry case. We had Ife, Oyo, Ibadan. Ibadan was on the rise to becoming an empire. I'm not saying empires are always good because it can also be terrible, but the point is that we can even build. Some people do not even go beyond village headmaster. Where was that? Who was village headmaster? Ambassador Olusholabi, NTA series. Yeah. Where were we? Within its frontiers were the great kingdom of Borno with a known history of more than 1,000 years, the Fulani Empire, which had existed for 100 years before its conquest by Britain, the Benin Empire stretching at its zenith from east of Niger and to well beyond Nigeria's western borders, the Yoruba Empire of Oyo, which had once been one of the most powerful of the states of the Guinea coast, the kingdom of the Niger Delta and Calabar, there's loosely organized Igbo peoples in the hinterland of the former eastern region, and the dukedoms and small tribes of the plateau. Of the three most populous ethnic groups of Nigeria, therefore, Hausa, Fulanis, Yorubas, and Ibos, only the Ibos never had an organized state, an imperial past, or a golden age. They had not centralized political administration or loyalties and never had an era of kings, dukes, or conquerors. Ikoku, here's the point. Do you really think in good faith that if you've never had an era of kings, no kingdoms, no conquerors, no dukes, no expansions, do you not know that you can tell why you don't have a seaport? Your fathers never expanded. There are other books. Whatever you write in the comment section will determine what I'll read them. Nigeria gave everybody just come and be talking as if any small thing Yoruba, any small thing Yoruba. You don't even know what you're talking about. Just enjoy the place. If you know what British did for you guys, you'll be forever grateful. And what Nigeria is doing for the Ibos is amazing. And I love everybody, enjoy the largesse and do well. But the point is, you can't come from that kind of place and be the one telling me about history. What do you know? Where was I? Let's go back to the meeting. Someone says, Omotola says, it is because we are so accommodating. Yes, so. There are some things, listen, I like to say this because it doesn't look as if we're trying to connect. There's no ethnicity that is perfect. I like to say it often because I don't want to also put out that idea that I'm suggesting that one group is superior. Let's not joke with ourselves. There are definitely superiority in groups. All this, I told you that I did anthropology in school. They say, all this when people say some people are primitive. It's a very clinical way, existentialism. And there's other one they used to teach us. All those things, they are racist. It's not everything that's racist. The only bad part in what they're doing is that they're comparing you. They're using Europe as a yardstick. That's the real problem. But in reality, there are some people that are far behind in this world. That's why we're always growing. You don't have to use Europe to conquer. Just look at where the people were, where they are, where they're going. Look at every other group, where they were, where they are, where they're going, and ask yourself, why are we deceiving ourselves? Just be looking for political correctness. So, There are superior groups, but that's not even the point. The point I'm making is that nobody is perfect, okay? But you should know your place in this world. Someone said, I've not seen a week you had good topic without the Ibos. Thank you for giving me the topic. Does that make you happy? Ikmeti? Igbo is the main story of your life. Yes, of your life too. You are just starting. You hear, and the funny thing is that there are some things about you guys I try not to go to, which is intentional. There are things I can say that can be too explosive. I try not to go into those things. If my goal, contrary to your thinking, which is not existent, if my goal were to destroy you or say all kinds of things about you, I will go to those. And the funny thing is that the books I don't have to go and buy. They are there. They've been bought and they are inside. I could just pick and read to you. But the point is, why would I want to do that to your already fragile ego, which is little or nothing? That's one. Number two, there's something you guys think you can do. Is that you think you own the narrative because, and it goes back to what happened in 1937, which is what you don't know since you were not properly raised. It goes back to what happened in 37, where, you know, the control of the media, starting in 38, 39, thereabout, fell into the hands of Azikiwe through his West African pilot. So it dominated the media space. And he also essentially became the voice of propaganda, really, in the country. Somehow you guys long for those days. You don't even know you're longing for it. You long for those days, and what that means basically is that when you say things, nobody should be able to respond. When nobody responds, then everybody's okay. As soon as the person responds, then the person is a bigot, or the person is just, without Igbo story, you cannot do so. Your session is always using Igbo story. Why do Igbos continue to say nonsense as well? Stop saying nonsense. I'll have nothing to respond to as far as you are concerned. But guess what? Without you, there'll be many more things to respond to, or there are many more things to even talk about, which I do, by the way. But you don't come for those sessions. You only come when you see Igbo in the comment section. Anyway, talk to your elders to stop misbehaving, like walking out of everybody in the country because they want to throw tantrums like children. For what? For Port Harcourt. That's nonsense. We are going to talk about it because you're dragging everybody backwards because you want Port Harcourt. I have a conversation with the people in that land, but you have to evolve to understand how that works. Something called negotiation, not tantrum. Does that answer your question? Stop insulting people for dissent. Are you dumb? You came and talked about your people were taken as slaves. Is that dissent? That's not dissent. You were trying to shade me. You don't know I shaded your fathers. You really. Just what I said that was over. Let me concentrate a bit. Let's talk about things that matter. It don't count. Where were we with our conversation? Oh boy, I've been having a lot of fun with this guy. There are some books I will just stop myself from reading. Okay. Your history. Let's look for the good ones to talk about. You go and look for the good ones. Let me not focus on the bad. Where were we? Yes, I wanted to play you what you are quick to use insults. Okay. Talk nonsense, I'll still insult. Is that even insult? Let me tell you, when I say that you talk like a retard, I'm not insulting you, it's an observation. You literally talk like a retard. Your history is crazy. I just won't talk about certain things because if it was Basbos I came here to do, oh boy, materials, there are materials for days. Better go and rest with what we have done. Just because we're always reading book here does not mean that I can come and be writing nonsense. So, where was I? Yes, let's listen to all that people said to... You think I care what you think? Number one, and this is a funny thing, Igbo people are not my primary audience. You're not even secondary. My primary audience, just in case you don't know, you are here based on my magnanimity. My primary audience, Yoruba people. Secondary, other Nigerians. Tertiary, if you consider yourself to be Nigerians, then you'll be secondary. But you guys say you are Biafra, so you are not secondary. Sorry. Or no, sorry. 1 second, I want to find you the video of what the Rivers people said. before. I see what people are writing in the comment section. Let's just have a beautiful country. Why must you go around be poking? Give me a second. I want to play you some of the things that people said. Let's start with this one. Let's start with rivers, because they also had representatives. So there was Yoruba, there was Anaigala, there was Cross River, there's rivers. Let's do rivers. Maybe not everything, because about 40 minutes long or 48 minutes long. So just a bit of it to give us an idea what they said at that conference. By the way, if I hear from other parts, I wonder why I went deep. I didn't go deep. I was just talking. But I love everybody. Nobody's right anybody. But the idea that you can come and I will talk in your life. Onisoremo. And that's me being mild, by the way. I could be.
Our vision is to build truly a federal, prosperous.
Let's go back to the beginning. Sorry, let's go back to the beginning, please. Why we want Rivers Region, Professor King Yenke.
The double professor King Yenke. I am of the Rivers Region. Thank you. Yes, I am of the Rivers Region. And with me are my panelists. You have with me as a panelist. You have Dr. Obowukara, panelist. You have Chief Israel Abe, panelist. You have Dr. DK, panelist. Dibia as panelist. Our presentation is simply a memorandum of Nigeria to the Citizens Assembly on restructuring Nigeria into autonomous regions. I set it out in this form: governance structure of the current government in Rivers State. The current structure of governance from federal, state, and local government areas of Nigeria is unitary, highly undemocratic government. Local government areas, administratively, are sole administrators. Running the affairs of the system. Implementation of development policies and programs such as education, health, infrastructure, welfare, and many more. Please, can we have one house, please? Of citizens are not people-centered. Rather, it is a winner-take-all syndrome. Economically, no investment in industrial projects or programs such as manufacturing, commerce, agriculture, food production, housing, development, and many more that are carried out for sustainability and check inflation and hyperinflationary wind blowing no one any good in the state. Whereas the region is famously known as the food basket of the nation. The state resources face winner-take-all situation and unemployment hit the sky.
We're going to jump for some minutes.
For local and export markets, the region will witness an unprecedented influx of businesses and investors because the region will provide a business-friendly and enabling environment for value creation and profitability. Our tourism spend will surge upwards as we will interconnect all parts of our region to each other and to the Atlantic Ocean and harness our tapestry of cultures by stimulating an exquisite combinations of cultural centers through multi-sectorial collaboration.
All right, the other things he said, but like I said, it's a very long video. Other people spoke why they wanted Plateau Guerrera region, why we want Savannah region, why we want Ibo region, why and how we want Ibo region, why we want Lower Benue region, why we want Yoruba region, why we want Rivers region. It was what we just listened to. There was also why we want Hausa region, why we want Apagba region. But now I want to play you something from the Rivers people, the Rivers delegate answer to Ibo region's question. Take a listen to, again, these are Rivers people speaking. Take a listen to this one.
Sleep. The Niger Delta.
Sorry. Okay.
Since yesterday until now, this is the first time that somebody outside Rivers region has ever mentioned the most dangerous thing that it is going through, pollution. And I thank you for it. I studied environmental science. I have a PhD in it. And let me give you one example. We have been trying for the past 10 years to ask government to come and clean our environment, heavily polluted environment, and it has refused. We are also asking government, as I speak, to come and clean our air. Our air is heavily polluted with methane and nitrous oxide. If you go through Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Petroleum, NOSDREA, NUPRC, you will see our names. They have tagged us militants for the environment. That is because you don't live there, so you don't know what happens there. It doesn't concern you. And that is why, since we've been talking since yesterday, it is only now it is coming up. And that is also why I chose to speak. We live in a house. And then we that live in that house know how to put an end to any danger in it. Thank you.
Before we go on, did you notice how he spoke about their reality and their need and what they wanted in their region? You see how he spoke about the challenges and what they could do about it. Compare that with the person whose sole aim was just about the presence of something they wanted in that space. Like I said, at the end of the day, every time you have conversations about Nigeria, particularly from certain parts of the country, it reminds me of Solomon and the two prostitutes. I'm sure you must have heard or read the story. The one two prostitutes, right? They share the room. Excuse me. One second, please. We're having some issues here. I don't want you to be distracted by the buzzing sound, but it's going to take a minute or so. All right. So here's the thing. Two prostitutes sharing a room. They both had children. Don't ask me how, but they both had kids. One had one, slept on the child and the child died. Then the other, and then quickly picked the living child and claimed it to be hers, and then put the smaller child with the mother, with the original mother of the living kid. Anyway, they got to the king's palace because, of course, they were arguing about, the ownership of the kids. And then the king said, what should we do? Oh, it is mine. The living one is mine. Okay, so let's divide the living child, and then we'll give half to each mother. One woman said, yes, that's good. Just divide as long as I have something from it. The other woman said, just leave the child, let her go. Let the child go with the other lady. And the king said that you are the mother of the boy. And the reason, of course, is because the idea that just cut that baby, it doesn't matter if the child is alive. Just let it be that that woman also experienced what I've experienced. In other words, let the misery be shared. It's not about sharing prosperity, it's about sharing misery. The owner of the baby is more concerned about the child living than having a part of it. The owners of River State are talking about the challenges of River State. How do we make this place thrive? The other people are shouting, we want access to the sea. It tells you they don't own the land. It's not about how the land can be better. It's not about what you can do to make. It's the same thing they do in Lagos. We must take the. We must go. Okay, what's your plan? No plan. No passion for the land. No connection with the space. Just to grab and take something and say, okay, which we have right. We have right. You have left. You have middle. And so what? You see, now I know Anthony we have challenges. This is what we can do to get it done. Anyway, let's listen to the other guys. Not just one man. There are other people that also spoke on that panel. Take a listen, please.
We live in a house, and those of us that live in that house.
I need to show you what I showed you something yesterday. That's what they actually put up. Let me just show it to you because it's important I do so.
House. If you go through Ministry of them.
Sorry.
I choose to speak.
So
we live in a house.
Sorry.
And then we that live in that house know how to put an end to any danger in it. Thank you.
We live in a house, and those of us that.
That's what's on the screen. Port Harcourt is not Igbo town, says Union. They brought that paper from 1956. This was before the war. Daily Times, July 21, 1956. They put out there, we live in the house. And those of us who know the house know how to fix it. Whatever he said, we're going to listen to it again because it's very, very important.
We that live in that house know how to put an end to any danger in it. Thank you.
We live in a house, and those of us that live in that house know how to put an end to our problem. Mine is a very simple one. To take 3 concise questions. We want it to be questions because we have just 2 minutes to go, so that we don't begin to debate afresh. Then the second mandate I have is to put the question to us. So I would start from here and scan. There is someone there. Please give him the microphone.
Okay, can I see what is written there? Sorry. Thank you very much for this brilliant presentation.
Please, can you use your microphone? You can hear me clearly, let them hear you clearly.
Thank you very much for this brilliant presentation. The Igbo are appealing to everybody to pay attention to the Igbo the way we have very respectfully paid attention to the Yoruba and paid attention to the reverse advocates of Rivers region, because we've come here to have facts to restructure Nigeria. First of all, the first speaker, the professor, we agree, the Igbo nation agrees totally with all the principles you have laid down. Development, restructuring, and so on. We agree 100% with it. So thank you very much. Secondly, we agree also with part of the statement by Dr. Birabi. But there is an element the Igbo position would like to clarify. That element is this. The Igbo nation fully supports Ogoni self-determination.
You have 30 more seconds.
The Igbo nation fully supports Ogoni self-determination. We supported it in 1994. We told Sarawa.
Thank you.
Excuse me, sir. There is something I'm arriving at. And they will like it. But what we do not support is what you said, that we don't need to have access to the sea to develop.
Thank you very much, sir.
We don't support that.
I'm very grateful for the intervention.
And also, we don't support.
Sir, I think you need to, just one moment, sir.
Yes, sir, we don't support the idea that Ogoni must develop only when it cuts from some sections.
We're very grateful for your intervention. Please, when we're given the opportunity, we would request that we stick strictly to what you're asked to do, which is the question, but we're very grateful for the intervention. Now, we have one more person. Please give it to the lady there. After that, we'll take the question. Please, ma.
Thank you very much.
1 minute.
Thank you very much. I want to ask the Rivers region whether they realize that this conference is not a question. Do you realize that this conference is not a conference on the sins of the Nigerian state, which is why we are here, and it is not a conference on the many sins of government or the neglect of government, which is why we are here. This is a conference on ethno-linguistic restructuring of the Nigerian state for the indigenous ethnicities to take back their sovereignty from Nigerian state and determine ethnically, linguistically how they want to be governed. Rivers State has to tell us here who are the indigenous ethnicities in Rivers State and what is the traditional name of Port Harcourt. We hear the Yoruba, we hear the Gala, we hear the Oku Yoruba, we hear the Apa, we hear the Ibibio and everything. What is the traditional name? What are your ethno-linguistic indigeneity? And what is the traditional name of Port Harcourt?
Thank you so much. We will thank you. Please, I think she deserves a round of applause. We will just give you 2 minutes. We'll put up the question. 2 minutes maximum. The time is up, but please let's give them 2 minutes.
Okay. We have struggled so hard not to go into that. We in Rivers region, we we don't want to hurt anyone here. But if you insist, okay, so now, we don't insist, sir.
No, insist,
no, she insists. If Ibos insist, we don't insist. The question, okay. The question is this. The answer is this. Who are the Ibos? Who was the first Igbo tribe? The first Igbo tribe was Wanshi. The Wanshi. No, I'm coming. The Wanshi was the first Igbo tribe. Eri now came. I'm coming. Please, just a minute. We are moderating this. You have asked your question. Now, let's not impose the question. Sorry, we cannot take this. Hold on. We have to answer this question. We have to. Let it take our time. Let's answer this question once and for all. Now, the Wanshi were not more than 2 feet tall. They were the original owners of... You have 30 more seconds. Yes. 30 seconds. Wow, let him talk, man. As a spiritual leader in Eri, Fanel Aguleri, spiritual leader.
Where did he come from?
Led for a long time before the Arochukwu Confederacy in 1640. Because of the military might of Arochukwu Confederacy, he took over the leadership of Eri. And they now sold themselves. The Arochukwu Confederacy sold themselves for more than 300 years. And the Niger, thank you so much, sir. Hold on.
Thank you, Bawo. They must speak.
Hold on, please, hold on.
He must speak, oh.
Please,
we are here.
No. Sir, no. Sir, now the thing is that no. So we are just a minute, sir. We are here moderating on the platform. Just a minute, sir. They fight. Just when they say that when we come here, they say, please, we are moderating. Hold on, sir. We are the ones moderating.
He has to answer this question.
We are not here to fight.
We know where it's going with this. You sold yourselves as slaves into this particular place. You had the numbers, which also happened in the Brass area, in Okpobo and so on and so forth, in Boni rather. You had the numbers, but doesn't mean that the concept of ownership of land has changed because you have Yabubi. Why? Let's see if we can see something from.
We are here.
It's not fight now.
Agree, and we must disagree before we agree.
This Yoruba man is not getting it. The Yoruba man that's trying to play. Leave them alone. They can sort it out.
Perfect. So we have the permission of the organizers and the convener to extend the time by another 5 minutes.
So let him talk. Yeah, clap.
I will put the question. Please stick to the 3 minutes. I'm not finished. Hold on. The question has to be answered. Because each time we talk about this on the platform, each time we post things on the platform, please let us not interrupt him. Let us listen. Just a minute, sir. Let us listen. He has 3 minutes. Let us give him his 3 minutes. Thank you, sir. Can even use more than 3 minutes. It is the descendants of these slaves, freed slaves, abandoned slaves, and 1,600 ships of recaptives that repopulated the Niger Delta. We have a lot of slaves in my place. Diobu has a lot of slaves in their place. That was why I asked the first question here. Tell us your ancestry. Anybody who says, who is an Igbo man and has a homeland and says that he has any other place outside Igbo land is either a slave or a descendant of a slave. You
you have 1 minute to round up. Yeah.
Hello, mic check. You know, there are things we don't try to say, but sometimes you should have just let everything just go. See, that's your nature will make people tell you who you are. That nature will make you ask the question that will get people to answer that question. The people that can really answer this question are the people answering this question, the equity people. You should ask the question. This is that question you should go and research when you get home. What is the meaning of the word Igbo? But I'm not equating. Let's listen to the rest of it.
Yeah, 1 minute to round off. Go ahead, sir. 1 minute.
Okay. All right. One house, please. Please. One house. Hello. Yeah, hello. Please, the house. Please. Hello. We are not here. Hello. We are not here to argue your differences up there. There is a committee that's going to come out on the issue of dispute of whatever. Can we just go straight to the point? If there's anything difficult, the convener will know how to handle it. Please. All right, thank you. Madam, thank you for your question. I appreciate your question. Who are the ethnic groups in Rivers region? Who are the ethnic groups in Rivers region? Simple. There is. Wait now. No. Okay. In Rivers region, we have the Ikwere. I'm coming, please. Ikwere people are there. Ikwere is our political name. Our native name is Iroha. That's number one. Number two, you have the Ekpeye people. Ekpeye people are there. You have the Oba people are there. Eche are there. Eleme is there. Ogoni is there. Oyibo is there. Now, let me make 1 point clear. The Ikwere history has been established, as you all know. It's one of the national languages recognized by federal government since 1987. We are also recognized as one of the ethnic groups in Nigeria. We have our languages, our culture. Similarity does not mean that is who I am. Similarity will get thank you so much, sir.
Let them talk
Please,
now.
A round of applause for him. A round of applause for him. Thank you so much. We believe you have dealt decisively with the question.
If you go deep into this matter of slavery, what you are going to find, I think we should do that session. It shows that, see, like, if you ask me about slavery by Yoruba people, I mean, he was talking about the people in diaspora. Even if you ask about local slavery, I will still explain to you, you know, because I consider it as part of history. Okay? There are many people in our towns and cities whose forefathers were slaves. It doesn't mean anything to us. Because and the good thing about your Bible is that they also tell you, everybody will just be calling yourself brother, sister, everybody be fine. The point is, if you have not resolved that thing in your mind, if people talk about this, you'll be feeling bad. But that's how you go to that land. It's not your ancestral space. We probably have a session on this for one purpose and one purpose only, for us to know our neighbors. Let me tell you something. I've said it before. I'll say it again. If you see any group in the world, this is a matter of fact. If you see any group in the world that claims to develop other people's places, that group is a group of slaves. If you see any group in this world that says they developed another person's space, they are slaves. whether they did it as slaves or they are using that story to prop themselves up as people that also have a say in society. It's a slave mindset. It's a way to make up for lack. We build this, we build that. When you go to where they live, even today, you won't see what they said they built every other place. You won't see it there. But you have to say they built. Anybody that claims to have developed other people's spaces is a slave. Look across the world. It's either they are still slaves, they were slaves when they built, or they were slaves before and they are still trying to come to terms with that identity has not stopped being part of them. I'll tell you why. You see, if you are a smart person, let me give you an example. If you are a smart person and your forefathers, that logical story is a long story because those ones did slavery for many centuries, and you go to that place, what you do is to become equity. You get what I'm saying? What you do is to become equity. Why? Equity is the qualitative entity in that space. You are only quantitative. You become the group. You assimilate into their culture. You become part of them. As long as you are holding on to where you're coming from, and they're not stopping you from doing that, you will be seen as who you were the way you came in. Because you came in as slaves, you will be slaves. If you join the people, and the people that find it difficult to assimilate are slaves. And I don't want to mention any ethnicity. If you cannot assimilate, you're a slave because in your mind, and it's not like it's, see, at a level it's not wrong because you want to hold on to who you are. But you see, if you are a freeborn where you are from, like if you let me put it this way, if you have an advanced culture where you are from, what you will do is what the Yoruba people did when they go to Brazil. You may not need to just say where you're coming from, but you will adapt and then you create a new stuff where you are. You will not keep shouting your Yoruba. They had to adapt and create something different, like Candomblé, like Santeria. It's what you see in cultures that have evolved. If your culture never reach, you still be trying to nostalgia because you're just thinking of where you're coming from, and there's nothing to hold on to where you're coming from of substance. So when you're talking to these new people, they're like, you came here as slaves and there's nothing you have brought here, so what is big deal about you? If you are from a society that is cultured and is advanced, what you do is you adapt, but what you are bringing in, you introduce it. You might be shocked that the people you met there will be like, what are you doing? This is new. But if you are shouting, this is what we are, this is what we are. This, what I just said right now, you find this in every culture. That hubris, which is ridiculous, considering the fact that if you claim to build other people's places and your place is in shambles, then you don't have the capacity to build. You were directed to build. The person who built is the director. This is a painful truth. So I work in a company and I build everything. You were paid to do your job. And if you're a slave, you're essentially a property. Now, I'm saying this, am I saying this because we've not had slaves in Yoruba land? Of course we've had slaves in Yoruba land. You see anybody shouting, we built this, but no. You know why? You come to, I wanted you to listen to what the Rivers people said. You know all the strange I was saying, I wanted it to be the last thing that we heard, but I would have loved us to listen to the Hausa people and the Yoruba presentation as well. Maybe we will before we go, or maybe we should do that tomorrow. I would like us to spend as much time as possible on this topic because this is how Nigeria can grow. What did the Benin people say? What did the Hausa people say? What did Yoruba people say? What did the Igbo people themselves say? We should listen to it. It's just that, so maybe we just keep having this session until we understand the problems that we have in this country and how to fix things. But let me say this to all of us who are living abroad. If you want to hold on to your identity as a Nigerian, you will have limitations in the country that you are living in. It's just simple. If you live in the UK or you live in the US and you want to be shouting, you're Nigerian, you have limitations. And guess what? It's not a problem. But you have that limitation. You have to wait. Which one do you want to hold on to? Can you be Yoruba, an American? Yes. As a matter of fact, it's even wrong for me to ask that question from a Yoruba person. You know you can. You know you can. But if you are shouting death to America, I don't want America. We have a superior culture from Yoruba land. And stay there now, you will not get any opportunity. You will cry. You will be shouting racism. They will just be looking at you like you are not serious because you are not serious. You are living in their land. You are talking down on them. You are telling them you are better than them. You have something from Yoruba that is better than them. Oh yeah, come and show them now. You will be there. 27,000 years you will be there. You will not amount to anything. It's the way the world works. People cannot trust you. But if you are proud of who you are as a Yoruba man, but you know this is American culture, and then you adapt. And then you bring something from home and add it to what they have, and like, this is new, this is different. And then you appreciate what they have, but then you introduce what you have, and like, okay, this one has brought a different flavor. Then they want to know you more. They understand that you brought a different flavor. I mean, it's America, you brought a different flavor. Even the UK, you brought a different flavor, but you cannot be said to be against the overall interest of the land that you're occupying. If they give you a position in that place, you don't come and carry me and all the Yoruba people and say all of us, we are funneling you to the US. They will not trust you. Why do you think Kemi Badenoch does the things she does in the UK? You think it's because she hates you? No. You, not my people in Nigeria. If you don't like it, it's the fact. Although sometimes she goes too much and betraying people under the bus. But the point is that our constituency are the Brits, not us. But she can't deny who she is. Of course, she's even dark. So it makes it even interesting. She's dark. She's black. Everybody knows. The point is she has to say, okay, this is who I am, where I'm coming from. But our country, when you hear our country from the leader of the Conservative in the Parliament, you know she's not talking about Nigeria. She's talking about the UK. But is she ashamed of being Yoruba? She's not. Therefore, they can trust her. Two things. Number one, if you disparage your Yorubaness, they will not trust you. And if they do, they will treat you like you know who. If you elevate them above your own people, there'll be a vacuum in your life because you'll be looking for identity in your life you will not find. There's something encoded in your DNA that you will not find any other way. You are Yoruba, you're Yoruba. You were raised that way. You were socialized into that culture. So you hold on to it, but then you don't go to people and if you are behaving like that, you're a slave. I'm better than you. All these Americans, they don't have culture. We brought culture. You have brought it. Okay. You just be shouting, there's racism. If you were you in Yoruba land, somebody comes along from some parts of the country, be shouting, your people are down, we have come to change their lives. Will you allow them lead you? That's what's happening in Rivers State. All of these ranges just said that's what's happening in Rivers State. You go to a place, you will not adapt, you will not assimilate, you will not acculturate, you will not learn anything. They are the ones learning your language. You are the one telling them how better you are, that you are better than them. Okay. You now go out and say, who are Guinea-Corn in Rivers State? You are asking the question from the owners of the land. Who know the history? They will remind you where you are coming from, that you are a slave. And that one used to pepper people. So let's all respect ourselves in this country, and God bless everybody. Tomorrow, we'll listen to the Yoruba submission. Listen to some submissions. Hopefully, Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba. And I like the fact that different groups were there, Savannah, Akwa Ibom, and so on and so forth. But before we go, maybe just two people bring up. I have only 15 minutes, please. before we have our anthem. So please, let's maximize it. Let's not spend too much time. Maybe just 2 or 3 people, 2-3 minutes each, 15 minutes, 15 minutes, strictly. All right. Thank you very much for listening to that. Someone says if you're in Alberta, join us this weekend. Oh, I'm not in Alberta, but if I come around, I'll let you know. Thank you, sir. All right. Auntie Morilo came and go up, but because let's get started. 9:10, we're done by 9:25, then we'll have the anthems. Please mute as soon as you get up.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for the session. Thank you for exposing us to these things. God will bless you and your family richly. Sherry, èèyàn tí wọ́n ní tó ọba commonly á padà gbẹ̀kọ́ ẹ̀ níta ní ọ̀rọ̀ nǹkan tó ṣe àwọn ará bíi. Because the fact is that I too mo máa ń ṣe ohun tí bá ń bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ kò ń ṣe, it's not because I'm afraid, but it's because we were brought up with dignity. You understand? And which pride do you take in bringing another person down? We try to do that. Unfortunately, they don't understand these things. You understand? The earliest story, my earliest inkling of them being, well, without a better word, slaves, because that's what was used.
Sorry, Mr. Afola. Let me just explain to people that while we're not trying to insult, which I like what you're doing, Mr. Afola, but I just not, sorry, you're not trying to hurt anybody, but it's the reality. But I like what you're doing. So I'm saying that for every other person when we speak, let's not do that as if we are trying to hurt people. We just talk.
Yes.
Yes,
sir. Sir. So you understand, was the story of King Jaja. It was in our primary school history books. King Jaja was a slave boy. In fact, story Tofi Bere, King Jaja, the story was that he was a slave boy. Nobody knew where he was born. But later, in later books, as you progressed, it was like he was captured somewhere around Owerri region. And he grew up Ijo, became a great man. Understand that. Now, that alone should give us an inkling of who we are, except if we are lying to ourselves. Then I don't know how a few people, in we should always be very cautious of the things we say or we preach to the younger generation. How a few people in the 1930s and 40s of that region cooked up some theories and the whole race believes till today. And they did them a great disservice. They were trying to that many of them go and start to research and understand these things. What the last thing Timofe dropped, what is this obsession with the sea? IGR Ibadan ju ti gbogbo wọn lọ. And Oyo State, and Oyo State does not have a sea border. Thank you very much, sir. My time is up.
Thank you, and thank you so much for sticking to the time. Brilliant submission. I don't want to talk on it, but brilliant stuff. And somebody in the comment section said it may not be Igbo. No, Jaja Okobo was originally Igbo as a boy, but he grew up and became an Ijo man. And every advanced culture understands that. It's a concept of assimilation. If you have a problem with that, just stay a while and, grow. It's called manumission in Ijo space. That's what the king was talking about earlier. Thank you so much, Mr. Fola. Let's go to our Akoko. Good evening.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Good evening, sir. In fact, I just decided to come up today. I've always been listening to your life, and it has always been a blessing. Because I just listen to people, but I always try to get at least one thing from it. So I've actually learned a lot of things from your previous life, and today has been a very fantastic session. I don't want to talk about what you have said so far. You have said everything all that as culture, you need to assimilate. You need to get to that point where you assimilate with the area you find yourself into. So that's a very wonderful one. God bless you. That's what I want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think the people that the owners of land can trust is the person who respects himself. I'll tell you that again. The people who the owners of the land will trust are the people who respect the owners enough to learn the culture of the owners of the land. As long as you are forming your superior, you'll be superior in poverty. You can have money, but there'll be no influence. You will, and you know, in the Bible talks about what the children of Israel, what the children of Egypt, what the Egyptians did to the children of Israel. They said they're going to be hewers of woods and meeting one. And it's what Europe does to everybody. They limit you. There's a particular ceiling over everybody. It's invisible, but it's present. How do you break that ceiling? And people have broken the ceiling, and it's possible to break it. But you don't break that ceiling by shouting, I'm going home, I know who I am, I don't care about you people of this land, I'm better than you. You'll be there. You'll be better than them, but that ceiling will not be broken. Can we break the ceiling? Yes. Is there a way to do it? Yes. Have people done it before? Yes. Do I believe that you can do it? Yes. But let's do it wisely. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next person now. 14C. I've been hearing about him in the comment section. I hope I won't be stressed. If I get a little stressed, it is well with all of us. 14C, good evening.
Hello, sir. Good evening. How are you doing?
I'm very well. How are you, sir?
I'm not too bad. So how many minutes are you giving me, sir?
2 minutes.
Oh, that's enough. That's enough. So, well, I've been reading the comment section. These guys are all my brothers, you know, so I believe that every Nigerian, we're all brothers. So now we talk about Rivers State, we talk about Lagos State, we talk about all the states in Nigeria. No foreigner, as long as you're a Nigerian, you are not a foreign person in your own land. You can go to any state in Nigeria as long as you obey the rules and the regulations of that state. You have the right to establish yourself. You have the right to set up your own house. So do not let anyone put you down, because in our constitution, we do not have.
Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. I really appreciate you being here. What you're saying, you're preaching to the choir. There's nobody here who has said there's anything wrong with Nigerians living in other parts of the country or your constitutional right to, you know, be a citizen and live anywhere you like. But let me say something. I don't want to go back and forth because of time, but let me say something. I said the other time that if you go everywhere saying you build those places, you're a slave. Here's the second part. If you go everywhere in the country and your claim to being able to be there is only about constitution, you are primitive. If the only thing you always repeat wherever you go across the country is that you have the constitutional right to be there, you are primitive. The only thing you're holding on to is a piece of paper, which you have never read, interestingly. I'll say this. There's constitution, there's culture. Culture predates constitution. If you don't understand how to respect people and understand their culture, your constitution will not mean nothing. That's why we had election last one, you know. Agboro, Ashoro, Awa Oshoro, Ilewa, happens. There is constitution, and nobody is saying don't do constitution, but there's culture. The conversation is about how you show that you have evolved as an individual by putting your head down. You learn the culture of the place. You learn how they speak. You learn the language. Not just the language, the worldview, their mindset, the kind of thing they like to do. You adapt to that. You become part of them. Not because you want to take from them, but because you want to grow as an individual and grow with your family with them. Not to be shouting, I have constitutional rights. It's a very primitive thing. People think when they say that, it shows that they're educated. It shows you are primitive. I have a constitutional right. Okay. Nobody says don't have constitutional rights now. The guy said respect your investors. Oh, I see why they were talking about you earlier. You invest in charger. It's not even charger. It's charger. One day it's blow. It's a charger. You know, if you're even investing in chargers, at least you're really investing money. But you go and buy charger, carry wheelbarrow, they push all over the place. I mean, things that matter. CEO coded. Good evening, sir.
Hello, good evening, Prof. Quite an age.
Ẹkáàbọ, sir.
Mo máa ń yọjú lẹ́ẹ̀kọ̀ọ̀kan, but iṣẹ́ ni ò jẹ́. But we thank God we're here today. Okay, I have a theory, and this is me. If an individual reduces his prosperity to stealing or appropriating some other person's territory or belonging or assets, I think that's an impoverished mentality. It is bewiri, it is olosha in nature, and I don't know any other word to describe it. I mean, I take an example from Ethiopia. Ethiopia ceded its entire coastal region to Eritrea because they don't own it. It's established in history that Eritrea owns that stretch of land, and unfortunately, it made Ethiopia landlocked. But what did they do? They innovated. They built the biggest dam in Africa. Now they are proposing to build the largest airport in Africa. You see, when people think that the only time they can prosper is to steal from other people and appropriate their resources, then I don't think that's prosperity. I think there's something fundamentally wrong in the maybe in the composition or the DNA of those people. And unfortunately, this is an entire ethnic group that thinks they can appropriate anywhere they go to and dominate, like Amadou Bello said, dominate and more like push down the indigenous and the original owners of the place. Like you rightly said, there's culture, there's constitution. Constitution can be torn apart anytime Nigeria decides that look, this doesn't favor us. But it does not erase culture because culture had existed before constitution, and that's what happened in Ethiopia. Eritrea had existed long before the current day as that homogeneous society that owns that stretch of land. Okay, and then when the Europeans bundled them together, they felt it wasn't going to work for them. They went away. Ethiopia did not say, okay, now that you have the entire coast, give us one part there that we can get to reach to the sea. You negotiate. That's the whole essence. What I have, I tell you, I present it to you, and you tell me what you have, and you can exchange with me. And that is it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll just quickly read some comments. Doctor, please hold on. Some comments on YouTube. There's some insults, but let's find the way out of. I'm trying to meander. Preacher's boy Sam says, Yoruba will sing your eulogy to another community entirely, and no one will question your which is Inquirer, and I'm from Ilao-Rogun in Osun State, and no one would deny. Yeah, I think Olomo are also Igbo, I guess. I don't know much about that. I'm seeing some things. People are on fire on this YouTube and Facebook. Oh, there's shut up, there's insult, there's praise. Thank you very much for all the things you're writing on YouTube and Facebook. Thank you so much. We're going to have the next set of people, and then we'll have a daughter. So please, 2 minutes review, and then we'll go to the next set of people. Good evening, review. Okay, I think review is not available. Let's go to Obe. Okay, review is back. All right.
Good evening, brother. How are you doing?
I'm very well.
So I've been listening to this series since yesterday, and I found it very interesting. Actually, I was not even aware of the conference or the activity that culminated into those guys working out. I commented on your post on X. I think we are dealing with people who have different frame of mind from the rest of us. Somebody came on social media from among them. He lamented that people are not paying attention to a trend their part of the world that the running mad, going to psychosis, having issue. It's alarming that if you go to their streets is virtually littered with people, the men who have gone out of their mind as a result of substance abuse or so. I think if we can reflect on that, it might not be localized to a particular demographic of that area. Maybe it's also affecting their head as well. Maybe some people we think are still in their right senses are not actually in their right senses 100%. Like the professor that you played yesterday, there was a professor you platformed yesterday, you hear the professor, a professor like he was saying that Yoruba people have said they want to have access to sea in Lagos, they should have access to sea in other people's land. So how do you place that in the place of sensibility? Devoid of not being under influence of substance or being in your right frame of mind. How do you want to interrogate that somebody who is very sane can be claiming legitimate right to other people's birthright? That you are not even claiming it from them, or you are claiming from other people that they should cede it to them. They should hold those guys who own the land legitimately. They should hold their hand and hand the land over to you to appease you, so that you can have access to the sea.
I think the funny thing about your submission is it started so gently and calmly, and voila, you just switched.
So,
but thank you very much. You have to go to the next
bottom line is that. All right, thank you.
10 seconds.
All right, you should draw a line, but okay, am I still going to round up, right?
10 seconds, yes.
Okay, okay, kind of correlation between the mental health of people in that part of the world. Can understand them better. If you look at this seed, no.
Review. Thank you. It's almost 9:30, but thank you so much. Thank you. Let's have Obe. 2 minutes, please. Good evening. Thank you, review. Obe, are you there? No. Echo for show.
Yeah. Ekale, Mr. Busuyi. In fact, you know me really dùn gan. Echo.
Okay.
Echo. Ekale, inú mi dùn pé mo join nìyẹn. Ẹ má worry, mo máa wà very brief. Nǹkan méjì mo kàn máa sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ẹ̀. Ṣẹ́rí kò yẹ kí ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn pípù yìí kò yẹ kí ó jọ wá lójú. Ìdí tí ò ṣe lè jọ wá lójú ni wípé nígbà táwọn èèyàn wò sùnsùnsùn tó ń sọ wípé anything tó bá ti ní igbó nínú ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ní pé Ìgbò ló ń jẹ́. So irú Ìgbò wo nísìnyí? So technically Igbo ni Igbo. Irú Ìjẹ̀bú Igbo ń sìn. Igbo náà ni Ìjẹ̀bú Igbo. So irú Ìgbómìnà àwọn náà ni wọ́n ní. Get so ìyẹn mo sọ pé ọ̀rọ̀ wọn ò yẹ kó jọ wá lójú. Òyìnbó ṣeré gan ní Èkó àwọn náà ni wọ́n ní. Ṣó ti yé yín? So now ẹ jẹ́ ká fìyẹn sílẹ̀. Ẹ jẹ́ ká sọ̀rọ̀ nípa tiwa. Ṣe rí ní ọ̀dọ̀ tiwọn Gàmbàrí pa Fúlàní ni wọ́n á jọ ṣètò ẹ̀ ní àárín ara wọn. Now titiwa ni ó kàn èmi. Tiwa tó dẹ̀ kàn èmi ni wípé mo kàn mo feel pé instead of tí a fi máa pe ọ̀dọ̀ titiwa ní Yorùbá region which is quite good. Mo feel pé tá bá lè expand ẹ̀ as in pé ká fọ̀ sí as in láti avoid the evil of the future, láti lè change orúkọ yẹn sí something like Ọmọlúàbí region or Lúàbí region. And the reason is this. Ṣé mọ̀ pé there is always a kind of anyway, ẹ má wọ tá bá fúlù jù báyìí lọ àmà sọ àgbọ̀dọ̀ sáṣọ kìíní síta, but ibi tí mi sọ̀rọ̀ dé ó máa ti yé yín ju ibẹ̀ lọ. Get because so that a lè mú àwọn kan wà tó jẹ́ pé ara wa ni wọ́n, ṣùgbọ́n ibi tí wọ́n fọ́ọ̀lù sí yẹn get a lè mú ọwọ́nu fóòdù wa náà. So ẹ jẹ́ kí n fẹ́ lómi náà ní ààyè.
ẹ ṣeun ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ń sọ yé mi ṣùgbọ́n ó ní apá kan tí a ò fojú sí tó bá ti di ọ̀rọ̀ ìtàn Yorùbá àti bí orúkọ yẹn ṣe dé, and I think we should, right? Maybe tá bá ti parí gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ ethnic kìíní yìí bí àkàṣe tó tọ́ ni nǹkan táwọn sọ ni pé apá kan lẹ Yorùbá ni Yorùbá wípé àwọn yòókù wọn ń ṣe Yorùbá ọ̀tọ̀ nìkan tó ń jẹ́ ìgbà wo lórúkọ yẹn dorúkọ àdàpè tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí lò bíi tó fi ń dàpè gbogbo wa báwo lórúkọ yẹn gangan ṣe jẹ́ báwo ló ṣe wáyé ọdún wo àbí tábàtẹ̀ sọ ọdún pàtó ìgbà wo náà bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí lórúkọ yẹn nígbà tá lórúkọ yẹn ṣé àwọn tó ń sọ pé àwọn nìkan làwọn jẹ́ Yorùbá yẹn ṣáwọn ló ń jẹ nígbà yẹn. By the time we're done with the answers to these questions, you would understand why Yorùbá may never be a problem. Èmi náà ti rò rí ngbà kan, not for this, ngbà kan táyà máa sọ̀rọ̀ kan yín kan Yorùbá, bí akọ́ntẹ̀ máa kó Yorùbá lọ until I went to study. It's called that the Yorùbá actually predates the group that I was always saying about Yorùbá, which is why we also have to have that love. It's about love for all, right? Not it's not hate for any group, whether in Nigeria or even amongst us Yoruba people. At Boruko travel brand, it's not real about the Orioba thing is a theory from Robert Urton. It's a theory that he said he got when he went to Egbaland. He wrote it in his book called Abeokuta and the Cameroon Mountains. All right, he said it there. But there are many explanations for that name. I think we're going to have a session. I did a video a long time ago. It's on Radio Me Global on YouTube. Sorry, it's on Busio, it's on YouTube. It's on Radio Me Global on TikTok about the name Yoruba. It's short, but we're going to have a longer version of it. But I think the thing is not even what he's talking about is not the meaning of the word Yoruba. It's our tone low. Kuma di kwa pe àwọn kan làwọn jebe, àwọn kan ò jebe. Kí tó fi sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ìgbà nìyẹn bẹ̀rẹ̀. Báwo ló kan gangan ṣe wáyé, àwọn ló ń lò, bala bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí lò fún àwọn èèyàn kan. Gbogbo kíní yìí la máa sọ, and there are materials, that we're going to. I'd like us to read those things, so I won't just be saying them. So that way you also have, resources to refer to, right? But thank you very much. I understand. Because our law, and it's a very brilliant thought. Eshegon. All right, Eroboto, 2 minutes, please. Echo for sure.
Yeah, good evening, Prof.
Evening, sir.
Yeah, so I just want to say quickly that probably the conveners, maybe they should have added self-determination explicitly to the criteria for all of those regions would be determined, so that some people will not come.
Sorry, what do you mean by self-determination? If I can answer your question.
Yeah, that referendum thing, so that it's going to be clear that
No, the referendum is for the context. It's not a referendum to break out of Nigeria.
I know.
For
to decide their identity, which region exactly. That's what I'm saying, so that it's going to be clear to those who may want to call that. So when people mass migrate, even internally, it impacts everything: the cost of housing, rent, insecurity. For example, the amount of waste generated on a daily basis in Lagos, it's due in large part to the mass migration into Lagos. Now, Prof. Remy said something which I agree with, that Nigeria needs to have its own version of ecosystem that's practiced in China, so that, a way for every region to be able to limit, the percentage of outsiders that come into their space, whether to limit it to 5% or 10%, something that they can manage. That's what I would like to have. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that submission. I really appreciate it. Let's have that Oku thing. I want to talk about it. We will Oku and then the Victor
and good in bed, you must sabi do the do.
Na lie.
Which one be na lie again now? You fit marry person wey no sabi do.
There's a lady from the north who has been speaking up about, Ibos and stuff for a while. And this other lady who is from the east, who is always saying her own version of truth, or maybe I should say her idea of what the truth is, which is usually not the truth. Anyway. I don't know what happened. TikTok just went off. I don't know what happened really. One second, please. All right. Sorry about that. I think, I don't know. TikTok just said something, activity, and just closed the live session, which is weird. We're here now. Let's just wait for a few seconds. 1 second, please. One second, please. Let's I apologize to folks on every platform, YouTube, TikTok, Facebook. I think Twitter also went off as well. I apologize for the break. The live session was ended by the app abruptly. Sorry about that. While we're waiting for others to come in, I'm just going to play something. I'm going to replay that stuff from Rivers people, and then we'll have a doubt who will be the final speaker for today. So let's listen to that Rivers thing again while we wait for others to get back in. Thank you.
Since yesterday,
we hear the
what you are asked to do, which is a question, but we're very grateful for the intervention. Now we have one more person. Please give it to the lady there. After that, we'll take the question. Please, ma.
Thank you very much.
1 minute.
Thank you very much. I want to ask the Rivers region whether they realize that this conference is a question. Do you realize that this conference is not a conference on the sins of the Nigerian state, which is why we are here, and it is not a conference on the many sins of government or the neglect of government, which is why we are here. This is a conference on ethno-linguistic restructuring of the Nigerian state for the indigenous ethnicities to take back their sovereignty from Nigerian state and determine ethnically, linguistically how.
By the way, this had nothing to do with sovereignty. It's about autonomy, not sovereignty. Someone says Busui got notified before the thing went up. Yeah, that came up. Anyway, so it's not sovereignty, it's autonomy. You're not going to suddenly become an independent state after this conference. It's just to restructure Nigeria in such a way that the country remains one indivisible union. However, the structure within is, adjusted essentially. So let's listen to the rest of it, and then we'll have a doubt or submission.
How they want to be governed.
Please power tap and share on YouTube, on Facebook, so we can get the lives going. Thank you.
Rivers State has to tell us here who are the indigenous ethnicities in Rivers State and what is the traditional name of Port Harcourt. We hear the Yoruba, we hear the Gala, we hear the Okun Yoruba, we hear the Apa, we hear the Ibibio and everything. What is the traditional name? What are your ethno-linguistic indigeneity? And what is the traditional name of Port Harcourt?
Thank you so much. We will thank you. Please, I think she deserves a round of applause. We'll just give you 2 minutes. We'll put up the question. 2 minutes maximum. The time is up, but please let's give them 2 minutes.
Okay. We have struggled so hard not to go into that. We in Rivers region, we are good people. We don't want to hurt anyone here. But if you insist, okay, so now
we don't insist, sir.
No, she insists. If the Ibos insist,
we don't insist.
The question, okay. The question.
Before we go on, let me quickly say something. The person shouting "we don't insist" is a Yoruba moderator. You know, we like to do that thing of fair objectivity. Being objective is not to, excuse me. Sorry. When the Obama kept saying, "Oh, we don't," what's the question? What Kilo said? I don't know. If you insist, we don't insist. Don't try to be objective without the truth. Objectivity with the truth is you're trying to be merciful, but not because you are ignorant. Do you understand? Fairness, mercy, compassion, empathy based on truth is far more important than pity based on ignorance. When people do this thing of let's not talk about it, or let's just leave it alone, no, it's okay, but ask them like what that man wants to talk about. Do you know? You don't. So know it first so that you know when to say it and when not to say it. Some things we hold ourselves back from saying on this platform is not based on ignorance, so it's based on courtesy. Which is why when people come on this platform and insult me, I'm like, there are things I can say. Oh, we just don't say some things. I'm saying that to say that in case you find yourself in a place where people are having conversations and you feel it's uncomfortable, sometimes uncomfortable conversation should be had. Just make sure it's respectful. However, don't ditch truth for the sake of what you consider fairness, which is really not fairness. It's just comfort. You want comfort, not fairness. If you want fairness, what you'll be doing is to declare the truth respectfully. Although, of course, you have to understand the timing and the place and time, but the truth needs to be told. That just what the gentleman was saying. We don't insist. We insist.
Now, we don't insist, sir. No, she insists. If the Ibos insist, we don't insist. Question. Okay. The question is this. The question is the answer. Who was the first Igbo tribe? The first Igbo tribe was Wanshi. The Wanshi. No, I'm coming. The Wanshi was the first Igbo tribe. Eri now came. The one I'm coming. Please. Now.
If you have asked your question
now, Eri. Now came. The one I'm coming. Please. Now.
Come just a minute. We are moderating this. You have asked the question. Now let's not impose the question.
Sorry, we cannot take this. Hold on. We have to answer this question. We have to. Let it take our time. Let's answer this question once and for all. Now, the Wanshi were not more than 2 feet tall. they were the original owners of.
You have 30 more seconds.
Yes. Then Eri came in as a spiritual leader in Eri, Aguleri, spiritual leader, and led for a long time before the Arochukwu Confederacy in 1640.
They need to also ask the question, where did Eri come from? Where did Eri come from? And the people who were not more than 2 feet tall, how did they get there? Eri, where did it come from? What's the myth of origin of people in the Southeast? When was it created? The Eri Aguleri, where do you actually connect it to in terms of ethnicities in Nigeria? Is it Igbo land? The answer is no, but that's talk for another day.
Because of the military might of Arochukwu Confederacy, he took over the leadership of Eri. And they now sold themselves. The Arochukwu Confederacy sold themselves for more than 300 years. And the Niger, thank you so much, sir. Well, hold on. We are moderating this. Hold on. Please, hold on. Let me answer the question. Hold on. Please, the time is up. No. Sir, no. Sir, the thing is this. No. Sorry. We are basically, just a minute, sir. We are here drawing platform. Yes. On the platform. Just a minute, sir. They fight. Just 1 minute, sir. That when we come here, they say, please, we are moderating. Hold on, sir. We are the ones moderating this event. We are not here to fight. We are here to agree, and we must disagree before we agree.
If you're going to disagree before you agree, then you let them say what they have to say. Stop being, I want to be fair, I don't want them to fight. Anyway, they give them some more minutes.
Perfect. So we have the permission of the organizers and the convener to extend the time by another 5 minutes. So you have 3 minutes to deliver, then we'll put the question. Please stick to the 3 minutes. I'm not finished. Hold on. The question has to be answered. Because each time we talk about this on the platform, each time we post things on the platform, please let us not interrupt him. Let us listen. Let us listen. He has 3 minutes. Let us give him his 3 minutes. Thank you, sir. I can even use more than 3 minutes. It is the descendants of these slaves, freed slaves, abandoned slaves, and 1,600 ships of recaptives that repopulated the Niger Delta. We have a lot of slaves in my place. Diogo has a lot of slaves in their place. That was why I asked the first question here. Tell us your ancestry. Anybody who says, who is an Igbo man and has a homeland and says that he has any other place outside Igbo land is either a slave or a descendant of a slave. You have 1 minute to round off. You have 1 minute to round off. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. All right. One house, please. Please. One house. Hello. Yeah, hello. Please, the house. Please. Hello. We are not here. Hello. We are not here to argue your differences up there. There is a committee that is going to come out on the issue of dispute of whatever. Can we just go straight to the point? If there's anything difficult, the convener will know how to handle it. Please. All right, thank you. Madam, thank you for your question. I appreciate your question. Who are the ethnic groups in Rivers region? Who are the ethnic groups in Rivers region? Simple. There is. Wait now.
No,
Nigerian name. Our native name is Iran. That's number one. Number two, we have the Ekpe people. Ekpe people are there. We have the Oba people are there. Eche are there. Eleme is there. Ogoni is there. Oyibo is there. Now, let me make one point clear. Inquiry history has been established, as you all know, is one of the national languages recognized by federal government since 1987. We are also recognized as one of the ethnic groups in Nigeria. Languages are cultures. Similarity with your thank you so much, sir. Please a round of applause for him.
We don't know enough about ourselves. We need to know enough about ourselves and also know about other people. So when people are talking, let them talk. Particularly when people from Rivers are talking, a Yoruba person, let them talk. When they are done, you cannot ask questions. Stop trying to make it look as if you are trying to build Nigeria without understanding their own grievances. How do you house people because they are now many? They begin to tell you. In UAE right now, all of us that go to Dubai, are we not more than the people of the land? They are less than 10%, the Emiratis in the UAE. Do you say because you are more than them, therefore they are no longer Arabs, so you are going to change their identity? It's a question of identity. It's about, and that's why if you hear them, they will never say there is Igbo land elsewhere. They will say they have Igbo communities. What does that mean? Have you ever heard of the Yoruba community in Ilorin? What do you mean Yoruba community? Yoruba land. Do you hear there's a Hausa community in Katsina? Do you hear there is Igbo community in Anambra? So why do you hear Igbo community in this particular place, Igbo community in that particular place? What do you think it means? Since everybody's asking questions now, the answers will begin to come out, so everybody understands exactly what the history is. We're going to have the final speaker, and I apologize for the break earlier. If you're on TikTok, please power tap. Let's keep liking the live. It's possible that people were reporting because it just went off abruptly earlier. So please power tap and let's keep live going. We're just going to have a doctor, and then we'll call it a day. And also, please, I might cook by you because I thought I was going to leave it by 9:30, but then we had the stuff, and it's 9:51 now. So if you can do 4 minutes, I can't give you 2 minutes. So 4 minutes, please.
máa fi àwọn nǹkan tá a máa fi support ẹ̀dẹ̀ máa rán ìrìn létí lójoojúmọ́ ní every time kọ́ máa share kọ́ máa like ní every platforms ìyẹn máa jẹ́ kó máa grow because it's a class that we want people to actually listen across, wherever they are. So
American kìíní máa ti ń high go.
America call and say we fit ẹ jẹ́ ká sọ̀rọ̀ ilé ilẹ̀ a máa sọ̀rọ̀ níbẹ̀ ń sẹ́yìn. So what we trying to do is àwọn nǹkan tá à ń ṣe nínú movement náà ó require a lot of things. Ó require collaborations, ó require funding, ó require gifting of materials. Ìwé, bóyá electronics, bóyá cameras, bóyá microphones. So we should be talking about that. Quickly, Masari response in méjì àbí mẹ́ta. The first thing, you asked the question about 4 hours ago. Why are people not talking about Sokoto Badagry Expressway? Sokoto Badagry Expressway, which is longer, larger, bigger, and more financially and capitally intensive than Lagos Calabar Coastal Road. Nǹkan tó fà ó simple gan, and mo ti sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn rí, mo dẹ̀ máa ń sọ fún gbogbo àwọn èèyàn mi tó máa ń sọ̀rọ̀ òbí tó máa ń ṣe àwọn fẹ́ Nàìjíríà tó bẹ́tà ju àwa lọ nínú brain nínú dead brain wọn. Nǹkan tó kọ́kọ́ fà ẹ́ rí pé gbogbo àwọn tó máa ti sọ̀rọ̀ Lagos Coastal ẹ̀kọ́ kan ṣe ẹ̀wọ̀n yáwó ẹ̀wọ̀n gbé fẹ́ nìkan ẹ̀ rí pé the same narrative yẹn ni gbogbo wọn máa ń sọ. Wọn ti ẹ̀ kò sẹ́ni kankan tó ti ever mention Sokoto Badagry rí nítorí pé wọ́n bí wọn dá adi wọn bí any bí pọ́nrí máa pọ̀pọ̀ bàbá anybody rí kó béèrè question lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ àwọn tó dẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ ń pa ẹ̀ nígbà yẹn because I challenged it, we did it, I protested against it wọ́n dẹ̀ fún wa ní response pé ẹ wo lójú títí àjọ ń ṣe Nàìjíríà ni ṣùgbọ́n Maradi yẹn gangan ni headquarter wa tá a wà lérí Katsina yẹn in fact ó ní imam tó wà ń bẹ̀ tó yẹ pé òun ni imam wọnú Daura ó ní emir tó yẹ pé wọ́n jọ so pé ẹjọ́ ń tọrọ náà ẹ wo ẹyẹ máa ṣe wọ́n Nàìjíríà tí àwa àtàwọn èèyàn títí wá jọ ń ṣe wọ́n wá ló máa boost economy ṣe Nigeria àti báwo lè fẹ́ boost kílé kan economy tí ó gbogbo economy tí ó tẹ economy Agége local government anyways nǹkan tí òfin ní jẹ́ kí wọ́n lè sọ̀rọ̀ nìyẹn ṣe rí àwa Yorùbá a ti gbé orí wa a ti gbé fún kọ̀lọ̀kọ̀lọ̀ anything tó bá ti ní ṣe pẹ̀lú ilẹ̀ Yorùbá báyìí everybody lè ṣe àyọnusọ sí now kò kí n ṣe gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ máa sábà ṣe àyọnusọ sí ẹ lọ check àwọn tí wọn kì í ṣe àyọnusọ sọ̀rọ̀ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ẹ rí i pé àwọn tí wọ́n ti build civilizations ni ẹ lọ check àwọn Haúsá dáadáa ẹ rí i pé wọ́n sábà sọ̀rọ̀ nípa Yorùbá wọn sábà tako Yorùbá wọn sábà wọ́n máa ń wà bíi pé wọ́n máa ń wà very complacent nípa nǹkan tó bá ní ṣe pẹ̀lú ilẹ̀ Yorùbá wọn nítorí pé wọ́n ti build civilization rí wọ́n dẹ̀ understand kí ló ń jẹ́ kéèyàn lose power nínú civilization tó build wọ́n ń sọ kódà àwọn Fúlàní tó wá jẹ́ dádì wọn gan wọ́n sábà sọ after work of politics ẹ lọ wo àwọn tí wọ́n máa ń sunkún bíi gbére nípa ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ẹ rí i pé wọ́n jẹ́ àwọn èèyàn mìíràn kí ló fà á nǹkan tó fà á ni pé wọ́n rí Yorùbá gẹ́gẹ́ bí òpònú tó moderate nǹkan tẹ́ ń play fún wa yìí náà nígbà tó sọ pé àwa Yorùbá ká máa ọ̀rọ̀ àwa Yorùbá kọ́ làwọn pípì yẹn òpònú tó moderate yẹn irú ẹ̀ náà máa ń sábà rí òpònú tó moderate conference yẹn irú ẹ̀ ni àwọn yanmini máa ń pè ní good Yorùbá person nítorí pé àkọ́kọ́ ni pé òun fún ara ẹ̀ gan kò kọ́kọ́ understand ibi tóun ti ń bọ̀ òun kọ̀ délé ó bẹ́ bà ní kò mọ̀ àwọn tó ti jà fún ibi tó level tó ìgbéraga tó máa ń jẹ́ kóun lè dá ń tọ́ lásọ pé Yorùbá lòun kò mọ̀ so torí pé kò mọ̀ yẹn kò wá jẹ́ kó mọ̀ pé èèyàn máa ń farabalẹ̀ mọ àwọn ẹlòmíì náà ní kéèyàn tó lè dá sọ̀rọ̀ wọn èèyàn kò déédéé bẹ́ sínú ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn èèyàn tí ò mọ̀ nǹkan tó fàjà wọn torí pé wọ́n ṣe kíkọ́ lórí platform nǹkan tó ṣe nínú nǹkan táwa ń gbọ́ yìí kọ́ àsínbẹ̀ o ó defeat purpose tí wọ́n fi jókòó fún ìṣẹ́jú péréte tó fi jókòó yìí fún ìṣẹ́jú péréte tó fi jókòó yìí. Kò dẹ̀ rò pé ó yẹ kó jẹ́ ìjà Amẹ́ríkà tí wọ́n ń lò lé ní ilẹ̀ Amẹ́ríkà tè ní kò tí ì pé 250 years independence America lọ́dún yìí ó dẹ̀ làmìlaka in fact àwọn tó bá wà lamẹ́ríkà ní time yẹn ní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àgbègbè 250 heavy fireworks ni wọ́n jù ní mo ń sọ pé ní city ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ city àwọn city tó pé wọ́n ban pé no fireworks here no fireworks orí o máa bọ́ time summer tí ilé máa jóná pé no fire wọ́n yin mọ́tò gbogbo mọ́tò bẹ́ẹ̀ sì máa pariwo ní pàápàá because fireworks yẹn ní agbára 250 péré nílẹ̀ Amẹ́ríkà àtẹ̀ní tí wọ́n ń lò lọ́wọ́ ilẹ̀ yẹn ti wà ń bẹ̀ gbére láti tẹ́lẹ̀ ìmọ̀ ẹ̀ ti dalẹ̀ ayé but ilẹ̀ China ti wà ti pẹ́ ó dẹ̀ ní ìtàn oríṣiríṣi nǹkan ló ní nílẹ̀ China ní ilẹ̀ China tèmi wọn ò bire kó sọ pé Amẹ́ríkà tó ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ dé yẹn ń pò ń kọ́ máa fọwọ́ rọ̀ sẹ́yìn àwọn èèyàn mọ Amẹ́ríkà tó bá mọ Amẹ́ríkà wọ́n mọ̀ pé China ẹni lásán ni wọ́n ti Amẹ́ríkà fi nulẹ̀ wọn tó bá mọ Amẹ́ríkà tó bá mọ nǹkan tó ń pè ní ìlú yẹn torí àwọn bíbí yẹn wọ́n ti gungi wọ́n ti rí kọjá ìwé lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn ọ̀nà so kí mo fi sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé for the fact pé àwọn Igbo jẹ́ ẹrú àti ìrandíran ẹrú kò túmọ̀ sí pé wọn ò lè ṣe rere nǹkan ẹyọ kan tó fà á tí àwọn ìrànyàn mìíràn fi ráyè ṣe rere òun ni pé wọn gbà àwọn tó bí wọn lẹ́nu ọjọ́ mẹ́ta yóò rán wọn létí ẹni tí wọ́n jẹ́ pé ìran ẹrú ni wọ́n ká ló rán wọn létí ni torí pé Yorùbá ní ọ̀rọ̀ púpọ̀ nípa Yorùbá ní nǹkan gan nípa ẹrú Yorùbá sọ pé ọ̀nà ló jìn ẹrú ni bàbá tó mì pé láàárín àwa Yorùbá gan tá bá múra wa lẹ́rú a mọ ẹrú yẹn ìjọ kan tó máa ṣiṣẹ́ a máa kiri ẹ̀ wọ́n mọ̀ pé wọ́n mọ lé ẹ̀ ó mọ lé wọn wọ́n mọ òkè wọ́n mọ̀ pé ilé wọn kàn lè jìn ní bàbá kan ṣáà ló bí èèyàn ṣáà ló bí Yorùbá máa ń sọ pé ọmọ bá ń dẹrú kódà ọmọ ẹrú gan ń dọba so àwọn Yorùbá mọ̀ pé life ẹrú ó lè change ṣùgbọ́n nǹkan tó máa yẹ kí life ẹrú yẹn change òun ni pé kí ẹrú yẹn gangan kókó olówó kó mọ rẹ̀ lólówó ìwọ̀fà kó mọ rẹ̀ ìwọ̀fà ni ẹrú yẹn máa ó mọ bí tó ti ń bọ̀ ó dẹ̀ máa condition tó dẹ̀ wá ń sẹ́yìn ó dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé condition ẹrú ni mo wà mo máa jàjà bọ́ nínú condition yẹn ni látara pé mo ní glorious past kan ó ń bọ̀ láti ibì kan now nǹkan tó máa ń jẹ́ assimilation kó easy nìyẹn ṣùgbọ́n àwọn yánmírín láti ibi tí wọ́n ti ń bọ̀ wọn tí ì bọ́ nínú oko ẹrú torí mental state ni ẹ mọ̀ ìgbà tó ń fi chains àwọn èèyàn lọ́wọ́ táwọn dúró sí so ìgbà tí tẹ́bà kìíní tẹ̀ ń sọ ìgbà tí Àjàyí Crowther ń sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn nǹkan tí Àjàyí Crowther ń sọ mẹ́ kò kí ń ṣe èébú ẹ rí i pé tẹ́bà lọ gbọ́ priest àwọn Ìgbò ó sọ̀rọ̀ kan ó ní pé gbogbo eégún táwọn ní yìí eégún tí àwọn ìgalà fi ń threaten àwọn ni pé kò táwọn ṣe àrí tó máa ní ẹni tí Nàìjíríà pè jù lórí ilẹ̀ ayé Ìgbò ni because kò bá jẹ́ tó bá yẹ pé òyìnbó ò wá sí Nàìjíríà ni àwọn ìgalà wọn burú débi pé wọ́n á sì máa ta káwọn Libyan sì ń ta ẹrú àwọn Arab country sì ń ta ẹrú àwọn ìgalà sì máa ta àwọn Ìgbò lẹ́rú tí dè ní now wọ́n ní bàbá yẹn sọ pé àwọn eégún yìí náà fi ń dẹ́rù bà wá náà fi ń gbowó lórí lọ́wọ́ wa náà fi ń kó wa lẹ́rú òun ló fà táwọn Ìgbò fi ń gbé orí igi òun ló fà tó yẹ pé wọn ò ní time láti ṣe àwọn scientific development nípa oúnjẹ pé bóyá káwọn gbìn nǹkan òun ló fà tí wọn fi lè gbìn nǹkan because in droves ni wọ́n ń kó wọn ní ẹrú yẹn now ṣé yẹn wá ló wá bad ìyẹn ò bad ìgbà tí Nàìjíríà ti wá liberate yín tóyìnbó ti liberate yín kí ló yẹ kẹ́ ṣe nǹkan tẹ́ máa wá ṣe ni pé gbogbo yín máa jọ jókòó ẹ máa gbà pé ẹrú ni yín so tó bá ti gbà pé ẹrú ni yín ẹ wá wò pé kí ni a máa ṣe tá a máa fi bọ́ nínú oko ẹrú kò ń ṣe pé kí Alex yẹn mà kó wá parọ́ fún yín ń pé lóòótọ́ kó wá máa tàn yín pé ẹ kì í ṣọmọ ẹrú ọmọ bá ní yín ọmọ kìnnìkan tẹ́ bá wá dé ta wọ́n wá ní kẹ́ ẹ hùwà ọba ẹ rí i pé ẹ nílé wú so ẹ sọ̀rọ̀ nípa àwọn Americans lẹ́ẹ̀kan bóyá ceiling wà àbí kò sí ceiling kí n round up ṣe rí ẹni tó bá jẹ́ ọmọ ọlá á mọ̀ pé kò sí nǹkan kan tó fẹ́ máa bá ẹnì kankan dùn nínú ọlá bàbá tiẹ̀ torí bàbá tiẹ̀ gan ọlọ́lá ni mo máa ń sọ fáwọn èèyàn àwọn platform àwọn diaspora platform pé èmi tako adájú wọn lọ àti ò lè dá tọ́mọ onílùú UK dá both what is from UK, the Islamic United Kingdom, as we speak, and ara liberalism man cause ni o na ló ba le Yorùbá jẹ́ dé ni. Now torí pé lu yẹn dá ní gbogbo àwọn èèyàn ṣe sá lọ sí UK nígbà tí ìlú ti yín ò wá dá tí ìlú ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wá sí UK yẹn tẹ́ wá sí America yẹn kí ló mean ó mean pé ìlú ti yín ò dá má sọ pé you are a patriotic Nigerian as you speak ṣùgbọ́n Nàìjíríà tó bá fẹ́ máa sọ pé Nàìjíríà dáa jù láàárín àwọn ẹgbẹ́ ẹ̀ kọ́ máa fi ṣeré kò ń ṣe kó o dó síwájú àwọn ọmọ onílù báwo ló ṣe máa nílò ní àwọn ọmọ onílù gbogbo àwọn sílì yẹn kò sí fún ọmọ tó bá jọmọ ọlá nílẹ̀ Yorùbá tó bá délùú yẹn tó máa ń ṣọra wọn ní kọ́ǹbù kínní kan àwọn ọmọ ẹ̀ kọ́ǹbù ló máa jẹ́ tó máa sọ ọmọ ní rock tó dẹ̀ bímọ sílùú yẹn rock ló yẹ káwọn ọmọ ẹ̀ máa jẹ́ bó ṣe ń jẹ́ rock yẹn wọ́n máa jẹ́ rock Ọládẹ́yìndé rock yẹn máa wà ní orúkọ wọn o ṣùgbọ́n àwọn ọmọ onílùú gangan gbúdọ̀ lè trust wọn ń pé tí ọkọ wá sórí ilẹ̀ mínsìn kó máa ṣiṣẹ́ ní Ministry of Justice kó wá máa jẹ́ wọn àchukwu wọn òbòdò kó ní pé torí pé èwọn fẹ́ gbàgbé lé wá trust ẹ tí mo dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé tó mú kẹ́jẹ̀ wá yẹn ó fẹ́ Ìgbò lórí ilẹ̀ bàbá mi ní gbà so tó bá wà nílùú onílùú wàá rẹra ẹ sílẹ̀ òjò tó pa ẹ wá láti ìlú ẹ láti Nnewi tó fi gan bọ́ọ̀sì láti Nnewi wá sẹ́kọ̀ọ́ àbí wá sí Ìbàdàn tẹ́ bá dé Àkúrẹ́ ńsìn ìjọ kan mo ń lọ sí Èkìtì mo ń lọ sí Ìkọ̀lé mo àgbàkúrẹ́ kọjá ọmọ náà tó ta pààtì fún mọ́tò mi kí lorúkọ ẹ oní Sunday mo ní Sunday kí ni oní Sunday Kọ́lá wọlé ó dẹ̀ ń sàkúrẹ́ lẹ́nu Ìgbò dẹ̀ ni mi ní problem pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ nítorí pé ó ti mú ní bóyá Ìgbò ló ń ṣá nǹkan irú style yẹn sì dá àwọn ọmọ onílù òní wọn ò ní fẹ́ wọn ò ní fún àmọ́ kó máa jẹ́ wáṣúkú kó máa lù wọ́n ló nílẹ̀ bí ò lè nílẹ̀ bí so nílùú òyìnbó wàá sọ àwọn èèyàn máa sọ pé àwọn tó lọ sílùú òyìnbó ní àárín ọjọ́ mẹ́rin wọ́n ń sọ English mo máa ń sọ fáwọn èèyàn tí máa pàdé tọ́jú òyìnbó tọ́jú American pé ẹ kì í gbọ́ nǹkan tí mò ń sọ mo máa sọ fún ọ pé ẹ gbóyìnbó ni tẹ bá gbóyìnbó ẹ máa gbọ́ nǹkan tí mò ń sọ because mo máa ń bá mọ́tò mi sọ̀rọ̀ mọ́tò mi máa ń gbọ́ mo máa ń bá fóònù mi sọ̀rọ̀ fóònù mi máa ń gbọ́ kí ló ti mo máa ń sọ òyìnbó yẹn sẹ́yìn tẹ́yìn ò gbọ́ máa ro ṣùgbọ́n nítorí pé wọ́n ní diction titi wọn wọ́n ní language titi wọn wọ́n ní accent titi wọn wọ́n dẹ̀ fẹ́ kó máa sound bẹ́ẹ̀ so that àwọn máa gbọ́ nǹkan tó ń sọ ìgbà tẹ́ ní charger gbogbo ẹ̀ wọ́n ní gbọ́ etí wọ́n ti di torí wọ́n ní accent wọ́n ti ń bọ̀ accent state kọ̀ọ̀kan ní ilẹ̀ America síra wọn dẹ̀ yàtọ̀ síra wọn tó bá rí ọkọ̀ máa wá ní ibi báyìí ló ti ń bọ̀ if ordinary land because wọ́n ti gbọ́ accent ẹnu ẹ̀ o gbúdọ̀ lè darapọ̀ máwọn èèyàn ṣe wá rí yan mìíràn ò ní lè darapọ̀ torí pé wọ́n ti kúrò nínú mental enslavement tó wà òun náà ṣe lọ́nbà wọn èrò ọ̀rọ̀ àjà sílẹ̀ wọn máa yẹn tẹ̀ ti wà ó wà very explicit so ká lè round up ká lè round up báyìí ṣe rí gbogbo wa ẹ jẹ́ ká protect ilẹ̀ wa nílẹ̀ mi Jésù Kristi ń dá akọ̀ ń fìlì ẹ̀ ni nǹkan kan wà tá a fi ń di lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ àwọn Ọ̀ṣun Ọ̀yọ́ Oǹdó tiẹ̀ sì lè ṣe Ọ̀ṣun Ọ̀yọ́ Èkìtì wọn tiẹ̀ níbi tó fẹ́ fíìl kò sílẹ̀ míì mọ́ àfi ká protect ilẹ̀ wa tábàdé tí ń protect ilẹ̀ wa ká fa àlàṣẹ rí ibi àṣọrò olé wa ló máa ń ya ọ̀rẹ́ àtọmọ ìyá àlejòjọ́ rẹ̀ àbùsí ọ̀rẹ́ mi táyé pa ti dọmọ ìyá gan ìjọ tó máa fẹ́ ṣòro ńlé wọn mi ní débẹ̀ toróró olé wọn kò ń ṣòro olé tiwa ọ̀n ní jẹ́ ń wọlé so my brother ti 14 on seriousness tó sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan yẹn à ń ṣe brother constitution dẹ̀kọ́ ló sọ wá di brother àtàn àwọn Ìgbò àmọ́ wọ́n rí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ Yorùbá ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí mọ Ìgbò nígbà civil war ni Yorùbá ò gbọ́ Ìgbò rí wọn gbọ́ rí Yorùbá ò mẹ́ni tó ń jẹ́ Ìgbò àmọ́ wọ́n rí 1932 ni àwọn Ìgbò ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí wá sẹ́kọ̀ọ́ now ilẹ̀ Haúsá tó ti ń gbé
ilẹ̀ ti sún bí o
Nàìjíríà ló gbàjọ wa Nàìjíríà Èkó yìí náà ni
Èkó wò lẹ́wà èmi fẹ́ lọ rest.
àwọn Ìgbò tó bí sí Kaduna tó bí sí Niger wọn lọ ọbẹ̀ kan lọ máa dùbẹ̀ mọ́ àwọn ọmọ onílùú lọ́wọ́ Nnamdi Azikiwe ibẹ̀ lọ bí sí gbogbo wọn ibẹ̀ lọ bí wọn sí torí pé àwọn Yorùbá ti wà libra fún yín láyè díẹ̀ níbí báyìí ẹ kóra yín wá síbí báyìí sìn ẹ máa bá dà sílẹ̀. So ẹ wá fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n ní kẹ́ ẹ sọ̀rọ̀ láàrin ẹ̀yin àtàwọn Kwere ẹni because Yorùbá has done kékeré kọ́ ni bàbá fi jọmọ lọ gbèlè ta sí pé kékeré kọ́ lọ bá fi jẹrú lọ. Ìran Yorùbá ìran máa aládé ni wọ́n, ìran yẹmírín ìran ẹrú ni. Kọ́ ẹ̀ à ń ṣe twins à gbọ́dọ̀ máa gbéra wá sẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ ara wa káwọn ọmọ Yorùbá náà dẹ̀ mọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀. Ọmọ Yorùbá ẹ yé compare ara yín pẹ̀lú ọmọ ẹrú torí wọ́n ṣe bí àwa bí wọ́n ṣe tọ́ wa bí wọ́n ṣe wò wá ó yàtọ̀ sí bí wọ́n ṣe bí àwọn ọmọ ẹrú. Ilé yóò ní dàrú ọ̀gá bùsí ọ̀nà yóò ní bàjẹ́ ẹ̀ ní ṣiṣẹ́ ẹ̀ ní dẹ́ ẹ̀ ní ṣìrìn ẹ̀ ní ṣìlẹ̀tẹ̀ gbogbo nǹkan tẹ̀ ń dáwọ́lé àmàyọrí sí rere kò ní dàrú kò ní bàjẹ́ ẹ̀ ní tọrọ jẹ ẹ̀ ní tọrọ náà ẹ̀ ní tọrọ náà ẹ̀ ní tọrọ lò ẹ̀ máa lọ síwájú ẹ̀ ní dèrò ẹ̀yìn gbogbo nǹkan tẹ bá ń fọkàn sí ní dáadáa àdèmà yọrí sí rere òyìnbó ń bẹ́ sọmọ àdèmà yọrí sí rere ìwà yín ò ní bàjẹ́. Ifá sọ pé òde mo di mọ àwọn onú gbódì àfọlọ́fìn òdì gbìdìgbìdì jáná jẹ́ pọ̀nrí àwa gba látòní lọ tí pọ̀nrí náà bá gbépo jẹ́ ìwà rẹ̀ àsìkò kì ìwà yóò ní bàjẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń ṣe jẹ́jẹ́ yín náà ni kẹ́ máa ṣe lágbára Elédùmarè ẹ̀ máa lọ síwájú ìjọ yóò ní dàrú gbogbo nǹkan tẹ̀ dáwọ́ lé gbogbo àwọn fọ́dẹ̀ ń gbọ́ wa náà kọ́ ti ọmọ Yorùbá àtàtà Elédùmarè àtúnlẹ̀ ń ṣe àtọ́nà ń ṣe ògo adúláwọ̀ tá a jẹ́ ògo yẹn á hàn náà ayé gbogbo wa pátápátá lọ́kùnrin lóbìnrin lọ́mọdé lágbàlagbà gbogbo àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá tó dẹ̀ ti sọnù sínú I am Yorùbá bọ̀ Elédùmarè bá mú wọn wálé ajẹ́kọ́mọ̀ràn lè bàbá wọn torí ẹni tó bá fọwọ́ sí jù lè bàbá ẹ̀ báyìí tó máa lè ní Elédùmarè ajẹ́kọ́mọ̀ràn lè bàbá wọn lágbára Elédùmarè iṣẹ́ yóò ní dìṣẹ́ o iṣẹ́ yóò ní dòkú o àdẹ́ni fojú sunkún yín gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n ń ṣọ̀fọ̀ náà Elédùmarè kó bá rọ̀ wọ́n lọ́kàn. One of the greatest Yorùbá poets bàbá wa Ògúndépò wọ́n ṣaláìsí níjọ́ tí bàbá
Alábí Ògúndépò wọ́n lọ. ṣáà sì kọ́ọ̀tù wa ni èèyàn kan time wọ́n dẹ̀ kí mo ọjọ́ tó kan time ẹ̀dá ọ̀tọ̀ ẹ wá parí àdúrà yín o ẹ̀yin dẹ̀ wá parí àdúrà yín o. No, not Ogogo. Another man passed away earlier today. Baba Labi Ogundepo was in, I think it was 82. Okay. I sent you an invite, doctor.
Àwọn bàbá wa Labi Ogundepo wọn contribute sílẹ̀ Yorùbá Elédùmarè ní balẹ̀ tí wọn náà jẹ́. Even àwọn ẹbí àbúrò Táíwò Azan Ogogo Elédùmarè bá rọ àwọn ẹbí wọn lọ́kàn. Àní látẹ̀yìn lágbára Elédùmarè ilẹ̀ Yorùbá alálàáfíà alọ̀síwájú anítẹ̀síwájú kan wá balẹ̀ kéwèkéwè ò ní kéwè wa lọ gbogbo nǹkan rògbòdìyàn tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà lápapọ̀ Elédùmarè bá dáwọ́ ẹ̀ dúró àtọ̀ wá sọ́nà rẹ̀ àní ṣìṣe àní ṣìjẹ àní ṣìmọ̀ àní ṣìlẹ̀ ìtẹ̀ gbogbo nǹkan tá a bá dáwọ́ lé a máa yọrí torí pé gbọgbọgbọ lọ́wọ́ máa ń yọ ọjọ́ orí màrìwọ̀ ọ̀pẹ ní gajù lọ́rùn ọ̀pẹ òjòjò kì í ṣowó kó má nájà lágbára Elédùmarè ẹ̀ ní ṣòjòjò òjòjò kì í ṣe kòkó ẹjòjò tí ò ní ṣẹjá kó má wẹ̀mí lágbára Elédùmarè ẹ̀ ní ṣòjò àìsàn ní balẹ̀ sínú ilé wa lágbára Elédùmarè gbogbo àwọn tó ń gbọ́ wa ẹ̀ máa rí ire owó ire ọlá ire ayọ̀ ire àkúbálẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ ire gbogbo àyíká wa Ifá àfisàn lágbára Elédùmarè torí pásítọ̀
Àmín Jésù. Thank you so much, Doctor, for that brilliant submission and also for the prayer. And after using Ifá, he then say in Jesus' name, and I didn't mention this earlier because of the trajectory our conversation took, but earlier today we lost a prominent Ijala artist. He's a poet, he's a writer, he's an actor. He used to chant, and he passed on at the age of 84. His name is Alabi Ogundepo. Ripe old age, Ondagba. He's been around for a long time. If you grew up in Ibadan, or if you the man tí ọwọ́jà PCOS bá dé ọ̀dọ̀ yẹn máa ti máa gbọ́ àwọn tó bá ń gbọ́ àwọn ìkéde àwọn ewì àbí ìjàlá then wọ́n máa tún fi ìjàlá ṣe ìkéde náà or bí ìkìlọ̀. So we grew up with all of that, and such a beautiful thing to see his legacy. And I'm looking at the movie that was part of in 1970. That's Kongi's Harvest. Wole Soyinka was directed by Ossie Davis. All right, maybe we'll talk about that tomorrow. I just want to put a lot of because yesterday we spent a lot of time on Ogo. I feel like she lost straight story, Baba Ogundepo, but it was a great man. It was a shaky man. And since we brought it up, I will just say that he spent over 50 years performing and promoting indigenous oral literature on stage, radio, and television. Tẹ́ bá ti gbọ́ ẹ̀sọ́ pẹ̀lẹ́ onímọ́tò ọ̀rá sáré lórí rédíò OYO àti BCOS Alabi Ogundepo nìyẹn. Wọ́n tún máa ń ṣe àwọn program lórí NTA Ìbàdàn náà. Was very, very proficient and such a good thing. And the beautiful thing is that, contrary to what a lot of people are saying on social media, that, oh, that's the end of, no, Tinabako Maferu Bojuni, talk about Kwapo Maropo. There are many young people who are also, chanting and doing and, following the path and his footsteps. And that's a beautiful thing. So the art form is not dead and it is not dying. A lot of people are doing it. As a matter of fact, it has been more commercialized, whether it's Ewi or Ijala, particularly those two. They've been more commercialized, and we're hoping that it gets even bigger and better in the way they express themselves. So I'm talking about the chanters. So may Baba also rest in peace. Allah told you Adre Oku, Edato Tibalek. Yes, greater me. That is no. That's different from Onimotora Sare, Onimotora Nicola. That's a song by Ibato Gunde. This other one is Ijala. Yato City Ogunde. Anyway, I'm going to call it today now, but that's something from the movie from Kongi's Harvest, 1970. By the way, somebody reached out to me on YouTube earlier saying that the video we played yesterday about Ogugowe was chanting that was from Ogunde's museum. Of course, it's from Ogunde's museum. But we didn't watch it, we only listened to it. I'm also acknowledging the fact that it was performed during Ogunde's burial in 1990. May God bless all our fallen heroes, and may God help us to do as much as they've done and even more than them. Thank you so much for being part of today's session. We're going to be again tomorrow, but before we go, I'd like to thank everybody who has made this session a success. Thank you for liking the live, thanks for power tapping and for sharing, and thanks for everybody who gave gifts from the list. I mean, there's nothing like this anyway, from the rose to the coin to the money guns and the hearts and all the fantastic gifts you gave on YouTube and TikTok. Thank you so much for your support and for your generosity. All right, God bless you. We'll be here tomorrow at 4 p.m. if at time West African time. We have this session every weekday, Mondays to Fridays, 4 p.m. if at time West African time. So I'll be here tomorrow. Please join us. We're going to continue the conversation on ethnic nationalities. We're going to listen to what the different ethnicities, have to say. We'll listen to Rivers today. We'll listen to others. Why we're doing this? Because we need to understand Nigeria beyond the rhetorics, beyond, what people talk about. We've got to actually see things. Someone says, when are you working on an art presentation in media history? That thing is, we'll get to that. But before we go, please let's listen to our anthems, and then we'll call it been as in Mondang Yojuro. So we're going to listen to our anthems, the Nigerian anthem and the Yoruba anthem. May God bless you, and may God bless Yoruba land, and God bless Nigeria. Here is the Nigerian anthem. Please sing along. If not, please learn the lyrics. All right? Thank you.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. peace reign, in peace all battle ordered, and this we count as gain, to hand unto our children a banner without stain. God of creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build our nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Nigeria may be Iṣẹ́ wa fúnlẹ̀ wa, fún ilẹ̀ ìbí wa, ká gbéga, ká gbéga, ká gbéga fàyè rí. Ìgbàgbọ́ wa ni pé bá ti bẹ̀rù làbọ̀ mọ́. Ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká jọlá. Ìṣọ̀kan àtòmìnira ni ẹ jẹ́ ká máa lépa. Tẹ̀síwájú fọ̀pọ̀ ire àtohun tó dára. Ọmọ Oòduà dìde, bọ́ sípò ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ. Ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀. Àwa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀. Àwa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀. Ìmọ́lẹ̀ wọ̀ ní wọ́kùn lágbára Ọlọ́run. Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ò ní bàjẹ́, a máa gbèrú sí ní Nàìjíríà ò ní dàrú. Ilé wọ̀ náà wọ̀ ní dàrú. Ilé òní ilé wọ̀ ọ̀nà nínú wa. Gbogbo tá a rúwé dé tá a gbòǹgbò dé. Ìròyìn ayọ̀ la máa gbọ́ láti gbogbo tó yí arúwé tá a gbòǹgbò dé. Thank you so much for being part of this session. May God bless you. May God bless your family. May God bless the work of your hands. And may God bless our country, Nigeria, whose name I didn't mention. That's why I said as well. It's American, Dolly Parton. She died at 80 years old. Happened today as well. A lot of people passed on between yesterday and today. It was over 2 days ago, then Alabi Ogundepo and then Dolly Parton. And may her soul rest in peace. She gave us some timeless songs. Jolene, Coats of Many Colors, I Will Always Love You. That was redone by Whitney Houston. Fantastic songs from that great lady. May God bless their families and console their loved ones. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. Yeah, Applejack, thank you. We'll be here tomorrow at 4 p.m. if time West African time. Do have a lovely evening. God bless you. Udaro.